Good morning, everybody. Hope you had a nice night. We're here to continue our trial on this Friday. I do have counsel of the State Defense and Mr. Quiles present. This is a case of State of Florida versus Johnathan Quiles, 19 CF 7518. State, can you bring in the jury?
Just one brief thing for our record. Witness number 2 this morning now, she wasn't previously down in the wheelchair. She's hurt herself. She believes she's got crutches. She believes she can go from her chair to the witness stand. Just want to alert her staff to give her some assistance. She thinks she can do it, but
If she can't, I'm sure we could function it to where you can give her a microphone in front of the witness stand or some capacity, but if she can make it, I'm sure the staff will do everything they can to help her out.
I told her exactly what the court just said, so hopefully she can do it. If she can't do it, she gets in there, don't feel bashful about asking for a microphone. So just let the court know that's what it's into.
Okay. Anything else we need to handle today?
In a wheelchair? The second one, she's in a wheelchair. Just wheel her right up here.
Oh, and Mr. Skinner, the staff said you can use the wheelchair to just wheel her up to the microphone. Right, it's for the second witness.
Okay. Oh, second witness.
Oh, okay.
The wheelchair will fit in that corner. That may work out better. That was a good idea.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Anything else from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Anything from the defense?
Sir, Your Honor.
All right, let's bring the jury in, please.
That's not accurate, but no.
Your Honor, the jury enters the court.
Good morning, everybody. You guys may have a seat, of course. Members of the jury, welcome back. Good to see you guys on this Friday morning. We're going to go ahead and get started very quickly with our next witness. With that said, State, you may call your next witness.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Officer Olivia Harris.
Officer Harris, well, good morning to you, ma'am. Just watch your step as you come forward.
Thank you.
Need a glass of water or something, let us know. We'll do our best to accommodate you.
Thank you.
And if there's an objection made during the course of your testimony, just pause, let me rule on the objection first, and then you
Gotcha.
can go and answer your question.
Thank you.
All right, ma'am. With that said, State, you may inquire. You're ready.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. May it please the court. Ma'am, will you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
Good morning. I'm Officer Olivia Harris.
And what is your occupation?
I'm a school safety officer for the Duval County School Police.
And how long have you been working in that capacity?
11 years.
So does that mean you're the same capacity in your current duties in 2018?
Yes,
Are you still employed in that manner today?
I am.
Can you give the jury an idea of what are your duties as that type of an officer, please?
My duties and responsibilities are the same as if I was a police officer in any agency. So what I do is we just basically make sure that the school stays safe, but we handle all crimes that occur on school property. That's where our jurisdiction lies.
All right. And, ma'am, how long have you been working at specifically Terry Parker High School?
11 years.
Right. Are you dressed on campus as you are dressed today?
I am.
Are you-
Full uniform.
All right. Are you a sworn law enforcement officer?
I am.
Now, ma'am, directing your attention back to December of 2018, were you employed and working throughout that month at Terry Parker High School?
Yes.
Was school to be let out at some particular time in the midpoint of December of 2018?
Yes.
That's just a typical holiday break.
It's called winter break.
Yes, ma'am. Now, was there a young lady enrolled at Terry Parker at your school by the name of Iyana Sawyer?
Yes.
And what grade was she in, if you can recall?
10th.
Was there a time period during the middle part of that month, around December 19, 2018, where IS went missing from the school?
Yes.
Did you get contacted shortly thereafter in the following days by members of the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office Detective Division?
I did.
And what was the purpose of their contact with you?
They wanted to look at surveillance cameras to see if we had any camera footage of the victim leaving the school in an effort to see how she left the school.
All right. Now, do you recall what day of the week you would have met with law enforcement from the sheriff's office?
It was a Saturday.
All right. Following the incident.
Correct.
Okay. Do you recall which Saturday, whether it was the very next Saturday or the one following that?
I thought it was the next Saturday, but it could have been a week past the 19th, the Saturday from the week after, which the 22nd or the Saturday thereafter.
All right. During that, what you call winter break, are you off duty with respect to coming into Terry Parker on a daily basis?
I'm off when the teachers and the students go home. I go home also.
Thank you. Do you recall when the sheriff's office made contact with you that school had already let out?
School had let out.
And when they contacted you on that particular Saturday following her disappearance, what did you do?
I was on my way to a wedding that day, and when they called, I was close by my house, and I turned around, went home, changed clothes, changed cars, and met them at the police station downtown, 501 East Bay Street.
All right, and for our record, is that the police memorial building?
Correct.
All right. And do you recall the name of the detective that you met with?
Johnetta Buxton and Tanya Porter.
Are those two missing persons detectives with the sheriff's office?
At that time, yes.
All right. And what was the purpose of going to the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office on that particular Saturday?
They wanted me to bring my laptop because we have cameras, and I can look at the cameras from my laptop.
Okay. And did you, in fact, meet with both of those detectives?
I did.
And did you bring your laptop?
I did.
Did you and the other two missing persons detectives make efforts to log on to the security system at Terry Parker High School?
We did.
And what happened as a result of that?
We were not able to do so because in order to access the cameras, you have to be on a school Wi-Fi. So we left the police memorial building and we went to Terry Parker High School.
And was it just the three of you?
Yes.
Did you make it to Terry Parker High School?
We did.
Was it closed?
It was closed.
Did you have access to it nonetheless?
Yes.
Did you bring the sheriff's office into the campus at Terry Parker High School?
I did.
Were you able to log on to the surveillance system at the school?
Yes.
Did you use their Wi-Fi?
Yes.
Were you able to successfully show the sheriff's office missing persons detective surveillance video looking back to December 19 of 2018?
Yes.
Did you all look at several clips that afternoon?
We did.
All right. Now, When you did this, ma'am, as you're looking through the video, can you explain to the jury sort of the setup, what that looks like?
Repeat that question, please.
Yes, ma'am. When you have the detectives with you, are you all looking on a screen, a laptop? Are you in a room? Explain what that looks like to her.
Okay. We're on, because I have monitors in my office and, with a regular PC, and I have a larger monitor, so I can also access the cameras from my monitor and my PC because it's all linked to school Wi-Fi.
Are you directing them to various areas of the school on the cameras?
I am.
Are the three of you searching for either IS and or her sister SS?
Yes.
Can you give the jury the first time you would have spotted IS on the camera systems that morning as you are looking through your system?
Okay. For whatever the reason was, they wanted me to concentrate on the cafeteria. And what we did was because the inside of the cafeteria was very well, it was populated very densely. What we did was I have 3 areas of the cafeteria that students can exit. So I was told of an area near the picnic tables. And because of that, I concentrated on the west door of the cafeteria. And I didn't know exactly who I was looking for, but they did. So what they did was when they found 2 people that they were interested in, that's when we stopped and we started, that was our focus at that point.
All right. And of course, don't tell us anything those 2 officers said, but they had already interviewed certain witnesses like the sister and other members of her family.
Correct.
Your knowledge.
Correct.
All right. So when you get to the cafeteria area, do your eyes and the detective's eyes spot IS and SS near the cafeteria?
Correct. They were spotted exiting the west door of the cafeteria.
All right. And approximately, the best you can recall, I know it's been a long time, but what time was that morning?
It was about 10:45-ish, 10:50-ish a.m.
Yes, ma'am. Now, was there, from that point forward, were you able to try to track the best you can with that surveillance video where IS and SS went from there?
Well, I only tracked where IS went. They were sitting once they exited the doors of the cafeteria, we have several picnic tables because there's an overflow from the cafeteria. And they came out and sat at a picnic table, and they were engaged in conversation between each other.
Sitting there while you're monitoring the surveillance, were you and the detectives able to determine which one was IS and which one was SS?
Yes.
Can you describe for the jury the actions? Well, let me strike that. Could you hear on this video?
No, there's no audible.
Okay. Can you describe for the jury what you saw as they left the cafeteria outside between SS and IS?
They sat down, and at first it was somebody sitting at the same table with them, and for whatever the reason was, that person got up and they left. So the 2 sisters sat there, and SS was talking to her sister, and she was doing like this, just doing like this, and the IS was just like paying attention, listening and looking, and that was all I could observe of that.
Okay, and you made some motions with your hands. I just want to make sure our record gets down what you were describing. With your mouth, can you sort of describe the actions you were just doing with your hands?
Sure. She had one hand, and in the palm she used her other hand, and she was talking to her sister, and she was doing like this, doing like this.
All right. So for our record, are you pounding one hand into the other hand?
Exactly. That's what I'm doing.
Okay. Would you describe SS as appearing to you to be adamant?
Very much.
Okay. Do you know approximately how long SS was doing this toward IS?
The pounding of the hand?
Yes, ma'am.
30 seconds, maybe 40 seconds or so.
Can you tell us approximately how long that conversation was?
About 8 to 10 minutes.
Okay. Now, once they left the cafeteria and then once you saw them sitting down outside the cafeteria, what did your eyes see next with respect to where IS went?
She got up and she left the area. She went north from the cafeteria. We have a breezeway. She went north from the cafeteria, which means she would have had to pass by the A hall, A wing downstairs, B wing downstairs, and then I couldn't see her any further from there from that particular camera.
And again, is this approaching the 11 a.m. hour?
Yes,
All right. Were you able to pick her up on yet another camera after that?
I was.
And can you describe what you saw on the second set of cameras?
I saw on the second set of cameras her exiting a gate on the west end of the school, which our bus ramp is. And she exited the gate. It appears as though she may have been on her phone, and she walked out. She went in a westward position, direction from the school, and she then went north on Townsend Boulevard into an area where I lost contact because we didn't have cameras there.
Okay. Let's first talk about the second set of cameras exiting the school. What would you describe this area to be called?
The bus ramp.
All right. I want you to take a look at your monitor in front of you. It should already be brought up. If not, just touch your screen. I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 25, already been placed into evidence. Do you see that, ma'am?
I do.
Is this what you're describing as the Terry Parker High School bus loop?
Yes.
And while we're there, just so we're clear, is this on the east side of Jacksonville?
Yes.
Is this Duval County?
It is.
All right. Now, ma'am, on the far left of this exhibit, is that the breezeway where we're about to see IS walk out?
Yes,
All right. Have you reviewed this prior to coming to court today?
I have.
Okay. Is this what you were describing when you saw IS on the second set of cameras leaving
Yes.
the school? Okay. Request to publish, Your Honor. Ma'am, it'll now play. Will you just describe for us what we see in this video as it unfolds?
IS is exiting the gates. She's on her phone and she's walking toward the west direction, and then I lose.
All right. You lose sight of her after that?
Right, I lose. I don't have any eye contact on her right now, but that's her right there.
Right. Ma'am, I want you to describe what we see, if you can tell from there, in her left hand.
There's like a tote bag. It looks like, it was about yay tall. It appears about this tall.
And for the record, is that approximately 2 feet with your hands that you're showing us?
Yeah, about 2 feet.
Okay.
And then, like I said, she appears to be on her cell phone as she's walking out of the gate.
Right. Ma'am, is this the same IS that you saw talking with SS about 10 minutes prior to this video?
Yes.
Okay. After she leaves on this particular screen, do you pick her up anywhere on the exterior of the school on another camera?
Right at the corner of, right at the base of where the school stops, the school property stops, and it intersects Townsend Boulevard. She gets to Townsend, and there's a sidewalk to her north, and she walks. You can see her getting on the sidewalk, but when she takes about 3 steps, there's a lot of brush there, trees there, and actually there's a house next door, and I lose sight because we don't have cameras right there.
Is the last time that your eyes see her, is she walking north on Townsend Boulevard?
Yes.
Do you ever see her again on the school property that day?
No.
I know you searched extensively through video, is that correct?
Correct.
With respect to this video, if you saw them sitting on the bench talking about 10 minutes prior, approximately then, what time was it when she departs Terry Parker High School in this exhibit?
It was approximately, I want to say maybe 10 minutes or so after. No, when she left her sister, maybe about 5 or 6 minutes, because it doesn't take that long to go from where she was to where she ended up.
All right. If it was 10:50 and took her about 5 or 6 minutes to get to this spot,
yes,
would it be approximately almost 11 a.m.?
Right.
Ma'am, did you ever see her again?
No, I did not.
Did you ever talk to her ever again?
No,
Did you ever return to school in any way whatsoever after the winter break?
not to my knowledge, no.
Do you have any communication with her whatsoever after this video?
None.
Ma'am, I want to fast forward and show you State's Exhibit 47. This is an item collected by the Sheriff's Office. Jury has not heard about this yet from a landfill. I want to show you State's Exhibit 47. Will you look closely at two different barcodes on State's 47 and tell the jury what the barcodes say on this particular book?
Tara Parker High School, number 86.
Does it say that on both barcodes?
It does.
Does it say Terry Parker High School on both of those?
It does.
Thank you, ma'am. Is Terry Parker High School where you're employed and where IS attended school, ma'am?
Yes.
One moment, Your Honor. Nothing further, thank you.
Good morning, Officer Harris.
Good morning.
Thank you for being here. I just have a few questions for you. In that video that we see here that's paused, can you tell me where the office to the school, like the main office, is in relation to this video that we're seeing this still shot?
If you go back, like right behind where you see the brick building, south of where she's coming out from, there's a door right on the other side of where that brick building is. The main office is in that building. The building that you're looking at is like the administrative building, and it houses the main office.
Understood. So that office, it would be in, we can actually see where the office is in that far,
Correct.
all the way in the back part of this picture.
Yes.
Okay. And so from that office, you'd be able to see this bus loop and the car line pickup area, correct?
Not the parent pickup, but you would see, because we don't let parents come in this area. The school, the automobiles that you see to the right of where she is, those are teachers' parking spaces. And so that's not where our parents come to pick their kids up. This is solely for buses. This area where you can drive through, solely for buses.
Thank you so much. Can you tell me about, well, you told me that this is the bus loop pickup area. Where in relation to this is the parent pickup area?
In the front of the school.
Okay, so nowhere near where the main office area is.
No.
All right. You said that you reviewed several clips looking for IS and SS that day, and I know that some of that information was provided to you by Detective Porter and Detective Buxton, correct?
Correct.
As you all were looking and reviewing those clips, did you ever see a red van?
No.
Did Detective Buxton or Detective Porter ever direct you to noticing a red van?
No.
Okay. Did you ever see a red van picking up IS?
No.
On the videos that you just described, at any point in time did you ever see IS get into any sort of vehicle?
No.
I want to ask you about that conversation that you described between SS and IS. You said that SS was adamant, and you described a slapping of your hand into your other hand.
Yes.
Did that seem like an angry type of conversation from your observations?
My observations, what I took from it was that she was telling her something either to do or to not do, and she was adamant about what she was telling her to either do or not to do.
And your observations of IS's reception of that was that she just was listening?
She was listening, but she was not wanting to actually do whatever her sister was telling her to do or not to do.
So sorry, I didn't mean to cut you
It's
off.
okay.
And are you making that observation or your opinion of what you saw based off of the body language that IS had at that time?
Yes.
Now, you said the last area that you could see IS on these videos was walking north on Townsend Boulevard, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You lose sight of her because the cameras don't go in that area, correct?
Correct.
As far as the video and where you did, you didn't know IS personally.
I did not.
You had never had any interactions with her or anything like that prior to looking at this video.
Not that I can recall.
Okay. And so you identifying her is based off of the information that was provided to you, I believe you said this, from Detective Buxton and Detective Porter, correct?
Correct.
Right, and I know you said you could not recall specifically if it was the 22nd or maybe the 29th, but it was a Saturday for sure in that area.
I'm absolutely sure it was a Saturday.
Okay, just because of the things that you had going on
Right.
personally at that time. But you can't recall if it was before Christmas or after Christmas.
No. It was definitely before Christmas,
Okay, so more likely the 22nd.
but it may have been the 22nd or the 29th. Yeah, more likely the 22nd.
Yes, ma'am. All right. Let me ask you about, well, you already confirmed, there's no audio to this whatsoever.
No.
So everything, all the observations you're making is just based off of what you can see body language-wise and gestures and things like that that are going on.
Correct.
You have no idea what was actually said or anything along those lines.
No audio.
And you don't know where she was going or anything along those lines.
I do not.
All right, let me ask you about the book that you were shown, the item that has the barcode with Terry Parker. Is there a Salvation Army drop box near Terry Parker's high school?
I have no knowledge of that.
You would not know that, or you don't know that?
I don't know.
That book that you were shown with the barcode, do you know where that book came from?
No, it just had Terra Parker High School number 86 on it.
Okay, other than that it had that barcode on it, you have no other information as it relates to that book, where it came from, who had it, or anything like that?
No.
You don't know whose possession it was in last, you just know that it said Terra Parker on the barcode.
Correct.
Nothing further.
Officer, good to see you, ma'am. Have a nice rest of your day.
Thank you.
State may call your next witness.
Mr. Margie Mobley.
Ma'am, good morning to you. I was about to say they're taking good care of you, and then that happened.
I've been getting everything. It's okay. I'm used to it.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, 30, son.
All right, we'll make sure you're comfortable. If you need a glass of water, we'll do our best to accommodate.
Yes, please.
Some water.
Yes, please. Okay, we're
Okay, we'll certainly take care of that for you. And obviously, you're leaning back. I understand why. Make sure. Are you comfortable?
Yes, I was just trying to make sure I can sit up. So y'all can hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, and if you need to move that microphone, you can certainly do so as well. But my guess is you have a loud voice.
Yes. Yes.
All right. With that said, just my only request of you is that if there's an objection made during the course of the testimony, just pause. Let me rule on the objection first,
Okay.
and then you can answer the question.
Okay.
Okay. State may inquire. You ready?
Yes, sir. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Will you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Margie Mobley. I am a IS auntie.
All right. Can you tell us where you live now, ma'am?
I stay in Yulee,
All right.
Florida,
How long have you been living in Yulee?
for a year now.
And prior to that, where did you live?
Prior to that, I stayed in Jacksonville.
All right. I think you just mentioned, is IS your niece, ma'am?
Yes.
And who is her mother?
My baby sister, Kimberly.
Is that your sister?
Yes.
Will you direct your attention, ma'am, back to 2018? Where were you living then?
I was in Jacksonville.
All right. Excuse me. Do you know a gentleman by the name of Johnathan Quiles, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
And who was he to you?
No one.
Back in 2018, ma'am, who was he?
Back into the. He was my brother-in-law.
All right. Was he married to one of your other sisters?
He was married to Naomi.
All right. Do you see Mr. Quiles in the courtroom now?
Yes, I do.
Can you describe what he's wearing, please, and tell us where he's seated?
He's sitting by Michelle, and he has glasses on with a ponytail.
What color shirt, ma'am? You can tell.
It appears to be white.
Your Honor, may the record reflect she's identified the defendant.
So reflected.
Ma'am, I want to direct your attention back to December 19 of 2018. Do you recall that day, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us where you were?
I was with my ex in Jacksonville, just probably watching TV.
All right. Did you receive a phone call from someone?
Yes, I received a phone call from my sister Kimberly.
All right. And don't tell us anything anybody else said, but once you received that phone call, what did you do next?
I immediately got in my car and went to Terry Parker High School.
Let's talk about that. Did you go by yourself?
I went by myself.
All right. And you said you went directly to Terry Parker High School?
Yes, I did.
How long did that take you?
Not less than 5 minutes.
All right. And approximately, do you recall what time it was that afternoon, if you can?
Probably like around 3-ish maybe. School had just gotten out.
All right. Now, when you went to the school, did you determine the school had in fact been let out?
Yes.
All right. What was the first thing you did when you arrived at Terry Parker?
When I realized the school bus was gone, I started going every route that my niece would potentially go to get from Terry Parker to her mother's house.
All right. And by saying that you went every route, did you drive every route?
Yes, I drove every route.
Were you looking along roadways?
Yes, I was.
Did you see anything that looked like your niece?
No.
Did you do that in various types of routes to and from Parker High School to Kim's house?
Yes.
All right. While at Terry Parker High School that afternoon, give the jury an idea of what you did there.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, what did you do on the campus at Terry Parker High School?
When I went to the campus, I looked around for her sister wasn't there, so I just pretty much looked and went to the office and trying to get some answers. By the time I got back to the school, my sisters was there. So.
All right. Were multiple sisters of yours there?
Yes.
Okay. Did you look around the school as well?
I looked around the school, but just in the immediate area by the buses and anywhere like that.
You see any sign of Iyana?
No.
Ma'am, did these actions and not finding IS prompt you to call the police?
Yes, it did.
All right. You know approximately what time you would have called the police as an estimate?
Sometime probably it was before 5 o'clock.
Okay.
Maybe, give or take.
And did you report to the police just what you told this jury?
Yes, I did. I told the police it's out of character for my niece to not be home, not to be recognized. We didn't know where she was, and we couldn't get a hold of her. And that was out of character for her not to be at home, not to just be gone.
All right. Did you yourself try to call her cell phone?
Yes, I did.
Was there anything that particular afternoon that you made any type of connections or communication with IS?
I made no.
All right. You mentioned something about it being completely out of her character. Has she ever before, after school, just gone missing like that?
I would never just after school just leave or go anywhere. No.
Now, Ms. Mobley, after you called the police, did your family all congregate somewhere, and if so, where?
After we left the school, everyone congregated at my sister Kim's house.
All right. And just generally, man, we've heard some other testimony about that. What all did you do, in summary, at your sister's house that afternoon and evening?
I had my younger nephew tear her room up looking for like old devices, anything that any electronics.
All right. And that nephew of yours, is that also a child?
He's a child.
All right. Could you just tell us, you don't have to say his name, but with respect to the family, who was that nephew?
That was IS baby brother.
Did, in fact, her younger brother go through their room and start looking at things?
Yes, in fact he did.
Were you and other sisters in that room as well?
Yes, sir.
Kind of tearing through it?
Yes, sir.
Now, did you collectively as a group look at any particular items, like an old notebook or things along those lines? You all look through things like that?
We found old notebooks, laptops, phones. Those are our main thing. Because anything electronic was our focus point.
And while looking through these either older devices or anything in her room, did you find any clue or any indication of where she might have gone?
I mean, we went on some wild goose chase based on the stuff that we found, but they turned out to be dead ends. It's like misleading.
All right. Did you, in fact, based on just gleaning information from her life, did you go to anybody's particular houses or apartments looking for her in that manner?
Yes, sir, we did.
You ever find her at any of these places?
Yes, sir, we didn't.
What, if anything, can you tell us about her clothing from her bedroom? Did y'all notice anything to be missing?
The only thing I noticed to be missing was her undergarments.
All right. And were those undergarments of the brand of Victoria's Secret?
Yes, sir, it was.
Did that cause your family collectively, and more importantly, yourself individually, some concern?
Yes, it did.
At that time, did you know she was pregnant?
Yes, I did.
Was it your concern that she had run off with the father of the baby?
Yes, it was.
Right. Now, with respect to that, could you give the jury an idea of your niece, IS, where she generally is on a daily basis in the majority of her time? Where does she spend that?
On a daily basis, the morning, of course, would be school. Like, if she had to work, because she had just recently got a job, it would be at work. And outside of school and work, it was her family. It was us.
All right. Of the 5 sisters, her mother and the 4 aunts, you being one of those, whose house would she spend at more other than her own?
The Quiles, Naomi.
All right. Is that where the defendant lived?
Yes, where the defendant lived.
And did you ever understand, or looking back at that time period, understand why she was spending time over at the defendant's house?
Then I didn't. Now, more so I do.
Okay. But based on your observations, was it clear to you at that time that's where she spent the majority of her time when she was away from her home?
Yes.
Did you have any idea, ma'am, excuse me, did you have any idea, ma'am, whether she was engaged in a relationship with like a boyfriend at the time she went missing?
No.
Do you have any idea whether she was sexually active with someone at the time she went missing?
I know she was sexually active.
Okay. At the time she went missing with someone specifically, do you have any idea at that time?
I knew she was sexually active when she went missing.
With someone in particular?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
And who is that?
That would be Mr. Johnathan.
Okay. Other than that, are you aware of her being sexually active with anyone other than the defendant?
It was one other guy, a neighbor.
Okay. You recall his name if you can. Don't make it up. If you don't,
Yeah, it's
don't.
something weird. I mean, if I was here, I don't know off the top of my head, but I just know it was a neighbor to do it across the street.
Okay. Was that the incident that had surfaced earlier in March of 2018?
Yes, sir.
All right. Ma'am, I know there were several efforts after December 19 of 2018. Did you engage in several of those surge efforts by you and your family?
Yes, I did.
Did you in any way whatsoever find any sign of your niece ever again?
Nothing.
Lastly, ma'am, I want to talk to you just a little bit about some PayPal charges. Do you have any connection to purchasing anything for either IS, her little brother, who you just mentioned, or SS, anything like that through PayPal?
It would be the little brother.
Okay, tell us about that.
He always wanted random stuff like video games, and it'll be something simple, like for Xbox or something like that. They always small purchases or whatever.
And can you describe what you mean by small purchases?
$1, $2, just for like on sale skins.
Okay. So if there's PayPal account charges on IS's account through her grandmother, is that you that's making those PayPal payments to her?
No.
Do you think it was someone else?
It definitely wasn't me.
Okay. Is there any possibility that you were paying IS for the games that her little brother was purchasing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You just don't recall that now?
No.
All right. One moment, Your Honor. Nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, Ms. Mobley.
Good morning.
Thank you for being here.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I want to take you to the day that IS went missing. And I know you said that you got a phone call and you went straight to the school, correct?
Correct.
Were you the first one to go to the school and arrive at the school?
That I wouldn't know.
And you're not sure if it was you who arrived there first or not?
I don't know who arrived there first.
That's okay. You just don't recall.
Yes, I don't recall.
It may have been you or one of your other sisters.
Yes, ma'am.
After you arrived, you said that you started driving routes. Is that the first thing you did after you got to Terry Parker? You started driving routes to Kim's house?
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, sorry. I'll finish the question and then let you answer. It happens all the time, so don't worry about it. I'll just do my best to try and make sure we get the record clear.
Okay.
After you were doing those routes and you were just looking for her at that point, looking for IS.
Yes, ma'am.
When you didn't see her, did you call police at that point?
No, ma'am.
Okay. When did you call police?
After I took every route possible from Terry Parker to her mother's house.
Okay, that's what I was asking, and maybe I just didn't make it clear.
Oh.
After you did all of the routes you possibly could, that's when you called police?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then did you meet back up, as you said, with your sisters who were already at Terry Parker School again?
I ended up back at Terry Parker, and then we ended up at my baby sister's house.
Okay, great. After you went to Kimberly's house and started searching through everything, you guys did find some clues as to where she might be, correct?
Correct.
At some point, do you recall there being a plane ticket being found for IS?
I'm not going to say a plane ticket, but I seen something in reference to a ticket being bought.
And did you guys then try to make phone calls to the airport to see if there were any flights going out?
Yes.
Did you find anything in particular that you found IS having taken a flight?
No.
Okay. Did you also provide that information to police?
Which information? Yeah.
The information about the flights?
Me, for say, no.
Okay. So you're not sure if police ever received that information?
I mean, once the police got involved, I was pretty much told not to I pretty much stayed out of it because so much stuff got leaked. So I pretty much stayed in my own little bubble.
Okay. But you yourself never reported that directly to
Correct.
police? Okay. Is that a yes?
Correct, yes.
Okay, sorry, I didn't hear you.
That's okay.
At that time when police kind of got involved and they were assisting trying to locate IS. Did the family at that point have the sentiment that police really weren't putting enough effort in trying to locate where IS might be?
Would you rephrase the question?
Of course. Did you feel that the police were not putting enough effort into trying to locate IS?
At some point,
Would that have been right at the beginning portion of when she went missing?
that was at the beginning.
So those first several days, you all were doing a lot of the legwork in trying to find her.
Yes,
You guys were the ones creating the flyers, postings, and that type of thing, correct?
correct.
You guys were trying to get police to actually publicize that she was missing and try to make efforts to find her.
Yes.
And police were not doing that at that point.
I'm not sure what the police were doing.
At that time, was your understanding part of the reason why they weren't doing that is because she was classified as like a runaway?
If she was classified as a runaway, that was never brought to my attention.
Okay. You all believed that she had run away for some period of time, at least immediately after.
I never believed she ran away.
Well, during direct examination, you'd said that you thought that she had run away with the father of her child.
Oh. In that aspect, that's different. I thought you were saying as if she just ran away, as if she wasn't happy at home and she ran away.
Oh, no. I wasn't making that assumption at all. I'm asking at that point in time, you thought she had run away.
At that point, she was missing.
Okay. I want to talk to you about a comment that you made during the direct examination. Mr. Skinner asked you if you knew if IS had been sexually active at the time that she went missing, and with anyone in particular. You answered that you knew that she was sexually active at that time with Johnathan Quiles. Is that true?
It was speculation that I don't know when it began to start, but she was having inappropriate relationships with Mr. Quiles.
And you knew that personally at that time. I know now, having been so long, but at that time, in December of 2018, did you know that?
It was all thought up and brought up. Did we have actual evidence? No.
Okay. So you did not actually know or have concrete evidence. Is that what you're saying?
I guess you can say that.
Okay. As far as accusations or rumors, however you want to call it, that at that time was out there that Johnathan Quiles had some sort of relationship with IS.
Can you rephrase that then?
Of course. At that time, in December of 2018, there were accusations or rumors that IS and Johnathan Quiles had some sort of sexual relationship, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You all had not, prior to that, known of any sort of relationship, though, correct?
Correct.
I want to take you to when you all found out that IS was pregnant. That was the very beginning of December, end of November, correct?
I don't recall the exact date.
Does that time period sound about right?
I don't recall the exact time period or date.
Yeah, I understand. I'm not asking for the exact date. I know I'm not giving you like December 3rd.
Oh, okay, well,
But was that time period around then about the time that you all found out that she was pregnant?
That's fair to say, yes.
Okay. And when you found out that she was pregnant, did you or were you told who the father was?
No.
Okay. Were you ever given any names of who the potential fathers may be?
We was only given alias.
Okay. At that time, did you know that they were only aliases?
It was speculation.
Okay. Did you ever hear the name Jose?
Yes.
Okay. Was Jose named as the father of IS's unborn child?
Yes.
Did you yourself think at that time, back when you found out that Jose was the father of IS's baby, did you at that time believe that Jose went to Terry Parker?
I was following leads, so yes.
Okay. Did you actually find out that he was no longer attending Terry Parker, had graduated?
No.
So you're saying you never found out any information about a Jose who had attended Terry Parker?
The only person that attended Terry Parker with the name Jose was like 67 something years old, so that wasn't him.
You don't believe that was the correct person.
It was an alias.
You believe it was an alias.
It was an alias.
When you say it was an alias, is that information that you know, or is that information that's been told to you?
No, that's what I believe.
That's what you believe.
Yes.
Did you ever follow up on one of the leads, and maybe you've never even heard this, so did you ever hear that Jose lived in Azalea Ridge Apartments?
No.
Okay. Did you ever go to Azalea Ridge Apartments?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Is that where Willie Sawyer, IS's father, resided at that time?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever speak to Mr. Sawyer, Willie Sawyer, about Jose living in Azalea Ridge Apartments?
No.
When you went to Azalea Ridge Apartments, were you looking for an individual you believed to have been in a relationship with IS?
Yes.
Do you recall the name of that person that you believed to be in a relationship with IS that resided at Azalea Ridge Apartments?
No.
So it could be Jose.
It was an African American name. Jose is a familiar Hispanic name, so I would know the difference.
But you don't recall what that name was.
Correct.
After you following up on leads of who the father may be and not being able to find anyone, you all began to make accusations, or the sisters were making accusations that the father was Johnathan Quiles. Is that correct?
Can you repeat the question?
After you all were no longer able to figure out, I mean, you said that earlier that you were following up leads, but it was an alias. You believed it was an alias. After you all followed those leads and could not find who you believed to be the real father, at that time, did you all then accuse Johnathan Quiles, or the sisters accuse Johnathan Quiles of being the father of IS's unborn child?
He was believed to be the father before the alias and all the other names.
You all believed he was the father before you went and searched other people's names who may be the father?
Correct.
Okay. So why were you searching for other people's names who might be the father if you knew it was Johnathan Quiles the whole time?
If asked about it, he wasn't going to tell the truth, but that's just what I'm saying.
Say that again for me, just a little louder if you don't mind. I cannot hear you.
If he was asked or whatever, if there was any inappropriate relationships, he denied it at that time, and the young lady was denying it as well. So that's why everything was alias. So yes, we did the footwork to try and find who the person was, who we already knew who the person indeed was.
Okay. When you say the young lady denied it, are you talking about IS?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Yes.
So IS denied it, Johnathan Quiles denied it. Did
Yes.
you is that yes?
I'll say yes, ma'am.
Did you ever personally see anything inappropriate between Johnathan Quiles and IS?
No.
Did you ever see anything inappropriate between Johnathan Quiles and SS? Her younger sister, SS.
No.
Okay. Were you around when SS and IS were confronted about having any sort of sexual relationship with Johnathan Quiles?
No.
Did you ever ask IS or SS about any sexual relationship between them and Johnathan Quiles?
No.
Now let me ask you about the next door neighbor. I know you can't remember his name, but did you ever know him to have been sexually active with IS?
It was brought to my attention.
Okay. And were you there when that was reported to police?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Did you ever meet him or know him or see him?
I've seen him.
Okay. How did you see him?
I saw him in Popeyes where he worked at, and I pointed him out. Stay away from my niece.
Okay. At some point in time, you said you saw him where he was working?
Correct.
Okay. And you confronted him?
Yes.
You told him to stay away from your niece?
Yes.
And that would have been when, if you can recall?
I do not recall.
Okay. Was that around the time she went missing?
It was well before that.
Was it a little before that, or you said it was well before that? I didn't hear you.
I don't know the exact date because it's been so long, but I do know I confronted him at Popeyes where he worked at his place of employment. I just happened to run in there and he was there.
Okay. And so that was sometime before IS went missing?
Yes.
were you aware of an ongoing sexual relationship between Kamar Humphrey and, I'm sorry, you didn't know his name, but the next door neighbor and IS?
No.
As far as when the allegation and the report to police, do you need a moment?
No, I'm good.
Go ahead, take a moment. Are you okay to proceed?
I'm good now, thank you.
All right. Let me just ask that again. As far as when the allegations came out in that report to police about the next door neighbor having a sexual relationship with IS happened, did you talk to IS about that situation?
Brief.
Did she deny having a sexual relationship with the next door neighbor?
She didn't want to discuss it.
Did she ever deny it?
She didn't want to discuss it.
When you say she didn't want to discuss it, did she say, I'm not talking about it?
She just... That's what she did. She was a teenager. Okay. That's her way of saying yes or no. That's what she did.
Okay. You did not take that as a denial?
I didn't know how to take it, so I just let it go.
Okay. All right. Back in December of 2018, were you working at Ace Pick-A-Part?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And did you work with Johnathan Quiles at Ace Pick-A-Part during that time period?
Yes, I did.
Meaning you all worked there at the same time?
Yes.
Okay. And were you at work the day that IS went missing?
I didn't start to after that, I believe. I'm not sure.
Okay. You don't recall if you were or were not
I was not.
Ma'am?
I was not.
You were not at work that day. Were you working in the days after that, following that?
After that,
Okay. And how did you get the job at Ace Pick-A-Part?
I went up there and Mr. Quiles did told me to come up there, but I went in there, filled up the application, and I got the job.
Okay. It's part of the reason why you went to Ace Pick-A-Part for a job because of Mr. Quiles.
Give or take.
Okay. I mean, he informed you about it. I'm not saying he got you the job, but he informed you that there was available work there.
Yes.
Okay. And you guys, how would you describe your relationship with Mr. Quiles prior to this entire situation happening?
Prior to this, we was okay.
Okay. Were you guys close? Spent time together?
We was okay.
Okay. And would you describe Mr. Quiles as an affectionate person?
Can I have an example of what you mean is affectionate?
Like when you greet someone, you hug them?
Give or take, I guess, yes.
And do you recall him kind of having like pet names for people or family and friends?
If he did, I didn't know.
Like, do you ever hear him calling people baby, and that, like, that's a common way how he would greet people?
Baby, yeah.
Okay. And as far as what you observed of him, at that time, I understand that there were some accusations that happened, but prior to the accusations when IS got pregnant, did you ever suspect there being any sort of sexual relationship between IS and Johnathan Quiles?
I didn't want to.
Just a moment.
she disappeared. Is that correct?
I'm sorry. He said, I mean, he's,
Yes, ma'am. On direct examination, you told us you got a phone call and left from your home to go to Terry Parker. Is that your recollection?
Yes.
The day she disappeared.
yes, sir.
Thank you. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Ma'am, good to see you. Have a good rest of your day.
Thank you as well.
State, you can call your next witness.
Oh, yes.
Billy Brown.
Okay. Let me see. I appreciate it. Thank you. No problem.
The friend that's...
It's this one, yeah. Yep, this won't take long. Yeah.
Mr. Brown, good to see you, sir. Just come on forward to be sworn in by the clerk. All right, sir, good morning to you. Just come over here to your right. Just watch your step as you come forward. If you need a glass of water, let us know. We'll do our best to accommodate you.
See, sir.
That microphone's adjustable. Use it to project your voice. The only thing I ask is that if there's an objection made during your testimony, just pause, let me rule on the objection, and we'll go from there. That said, state your main inquiry. You're ready.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
William Brown.
And Mr. Brown, what do you do for a living?
I'm retired now.
And what are you retired from doing?
Selling roll-off dumpsters.
So I'm going to draw your attention back to December of 2018. Who was your employer?
All-American roll-off.
And what were your responsibilities and duties for working with All-American? You said roll-off, right?
Yes. I would go out to customers and sign them up to put our roll-offs there, and we'd pick them up and take them to our landfill.
And were you also part of obtaining new clients? Did you also obtain new clients through your work with All-American?
Yes, ma'am.
And was one of your clients Ace Pick Apart You Pull It?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that one of your clients back before retirement in December of 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, how often would an All-American vehicle go and swap out containers to Ace Pick Apart specifically?
It was about weekly.
And so would that involve a truck taking an empty container, dropping the empty container off, and picking up the full container?
Yes.
Okay. So this wouldn't be just taking garbage out. It would be actually taking the full container.
Absolutely.
And in December of 2018, approximately the 20th, did All-American go and exchange a container at Ace Pick Apart You Pull It?
Yes, ma'am.
And so after an All-American vehicle would pick up a container, and let's just say for Ace Pick Apart, where would that container go from Ace Pick Apart?
It goes straight to Otis Road, landfill.
And is that, in fact, where all of the containers within your business back in 2018, they would go to the Otis Road landfill?
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Brown.
Good morning.
Just a couple of questions. The type of roll-off dumpster that you have, that was 40 yards typically?
Well, there was three sizes, but the one they had was a 40-yarder.
Okay. And was there another distinction between those, like a flat bottom and versus like a bathtub style?
Just the size.
Just the size. All of them were the exact same otherwise. And what style of that was it? Was it flatter or were they all bathtub style?
They were somewhat bathtub size. You know, they kind of came up.
Okay, and is the difference between that just that it kind of meets down in the middle with a more curved outside edge?
Yes.
Okay. You just stated on direct that all of your dumpsters were dumped at the Otis landfill. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you do any dumping of any dumpsters at Trail Ridge landfill?
No.
And let me just ask one other question about the 40-yard. Does that require a ladder to get into the top of that?
Not really. I mean, there's side rails on it that you can step up on.
Okay. How tall would you estimate a 40-yard that Ace Pick-a-Part had? How tall would that have been?
Probably 6 foot.
Thank you so much. Nothing further. Further questions?
Mr. Brown, good to see you, sir.
Thank you.
Congrats on your retirement. State, you may call your next witness.
Detective Shannon Lillard.
Members of the jury will probably take our mid-morning break after this next witness.
Your Honor, may myself and one defense counsel just come sidebar regarding scheduling.
Okay.
While those rules.
Madam Clerk, you can swear her in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Ma'am, good morning to you. Just watch your step as you come forward. If you need a glass of water, let us know. We'll do our best to accommodate you. If there's an objection made during the course of your testimony, just pause for a second. Let me rule on the objection, and we'll go from there.
Yes, sir.
And you can adjust the microphone to open the objection, please. That said, state your main quiet. You're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Shannon Lillard.
And who's your current employer?
I'm currently employed with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
And in what capacity?
I'm currently employed as a JSO photographer.
And how long have you held that position?
Right about 2 years.
Prior to that, what was your, who did you work for?
I work for the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
And in what capacity did you work for at that point?
At my retirement, I was a detective in the crime scene unit.
And how long total were you a certified law enforcement officer with JSO?
I was a police officer and or a detective with the Sheriff's Office for 25 years.
And I think you had already stated that your last assignment with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office prior to retirement was in the crime scene unit?
Yes, ma'am.
How long were you a detective in the crime scene unit?
Right about 14 years.
Now, in order to be a crime scene detective, do you have to have any specialized training?
With Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, most of the training to be a crime scene detective is on the job. For me, I have an associate's in science degree in evidence technology and core system management, which in today's term is crime scene work. I've also taken basic crime scene classes, photography classes, blood spatter classes, trajectory classes, everything that would help me with my job as a crime scene detective. So I've, over the 14 years between monthly roll call training and the training that I received outside of JSO, I've received lots of training, along with the many, many cases that I've worked.
Now, is there also distinction within the crime scene unit of who can work major cases?
Yes, ma'am. When you first become a crime scene detective, you're still a detective, but you're only what we call a lead detective on burglaries, batteries, robberies, and shootings where nobody passes or nobody dies. The reason being, you got to gain that experience in that first year of going to the major calls, but you start off with the more minor stuff, just say a domestic battery or just a traffic crash, to learn about how to investigate those calls. And while you're on those calls, you have a senior detective who is a major case detective with you on those calls, helping you get the experience and the knowledge to become a major crimes detective. And it usually takes about a year before you can be lead on a homicide case and go like that. So it takes about a year. And then for the rest of my career, I was a trainer and a major crimes detective.
Overall, and I'm just going to refer you, because at the time you were a detective, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And also, too, when looking at some of the packaging of items, did you have a different last name?
Yes, I did.
So if we see the initials SP, would that have been you?
That would have been me. Yes, ma'am.
And just for record purposes, was your former last name Pfister?
Yes, it was.
And could you just spell that for the record, please, ma'am?
My previous name was Pfister, Pfister.
And Lillard, is that Lillard for the record?
Yes, ma'am.
So overall, what are the key responsibilities then of a crime scene detective?
A crime scene detective, the key responsibilities are, we're the ones that are searching for the evidence. We're the one that's documenting the evidence. We're the one that's collecting and preserving it for future, as in coming to court, or making sure it's packaged properly so it can be taken to a lab and then tested further, such as if blood was found on an item. I'm not a lab tech, so I preserve that item, and then later on the homicide detective would send it to, in our case, FDLE for analysis.
And part of being a detective in that unit, was it your responsibility to do any interviews with potential witnesses?
No, I didn't speak to witnesses. My job is evidence.
Now, does a crime scene detective have a different vehicle than a normal, patrol officer?
Yes, ma'am. With the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, I drove a GMC van that the whole back of the van was equipment and packaging materials that I would need for specific calls. I would also have my camera, if I needed fingerprints, I'd have fingerprint kits in there. I'd have all the packaging, boxes, envelopes, and paper bags like you would get at Winn-Dixie or Publix.
And Detective Lillard, were you in the same capacity within the crime scene unit as a major case detective in January of 2019?
Yes, I was.
And then also going into February of 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
What year and date, what month and year did you actually retire?
Retired October 1st of 2021.
And how is a detective within the crime scene unit assigned casework?
The way we did it in our unit and my squad is, if, we'll say, Detective James had just had a major case that she's working on, then I would take the next one. So we would rotate it so we weren't writing several reports all at the same time, because you want to be able to focus your attention and your report writing after a case is done on that case. So of the, we'll say, 8 people on my squad, we rotated it through the 8 people.
Now, is it common, depending on the nature of a crime scene or potentially multiple crime scenes, to have more than one detective assist?
Yes, ma'am.
However, is there always a lead detective?
Yes, ma'am.
And would that include also a lead homicide detective?
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm drawing your attention specifically to Jacksonville Sheriff's Office CCR number 2018-866278, where you assigned the lead detective work for the crime scene unit.
Yes, there was.
And was the lead homicide detective Billy Abbott?
Yes, it was. Yes, he was.
And is there constant communication that can occur between the lead homicide detective and the lead crime scene detective?
Yes, ma'am. We're always in contact as much as we can. Nowadays, everybody has cell phones, so he was always, calling me, hey, need you to come over here. Are you available? Like on my days off, if I wasn't available, another detective on the other color squad would go and handle that.
Now, through your casework with this particular matter, did it involve multiple days?
Yes, it did.
And did it involve a couple of different scenes?
Yes, it did.
So first one, I'm going to draw your attention, kind of focus on Otis Road landfill. Can you tell me about how you became involved in that particular location?
Detective Abbott had received information that that a dumpster and the victim could have been brought to that Lotus landfill, and said that we were going to search it. So that's how we ended up at the Lotus, or I ended up, because he had told me that we were going to start our main investigation at that Otis landfill. And at that time, we went out there to see what the area looked like and to get a game plan and together how we were going to search a dump. It's the Otis landfill is a landfill. Think of what a landfill looks like, and mounds of trash. So we had to get a game plan and how we were going to actually search for evidence and everything else in this case.
Now, Detective Lillard, how many days approximately were you in the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office at the Otis Road landfill?
I believe altogether 16.
Would that include the weekends?
We took the weekends off.
Now, Detective Lillard, is Otis Road landfill located here in Duval County, Florida?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Were you there every day that JSO conducted a search at Otis Road landfill?
Yes, ma'am. I was there around about 5 a.m. every single morning. I was the first person, besides the officer that was maintaining security on that mountain of trash. I was the first person in the morning taking photographs, and I was the last person leaving every single night, minus the person maintaining scene security overnight. So I was the first and last one. So I would get up there at 5 a.m., and some days I didn't leave till 6 o'clock in the evening or later.
And Detective Lillard, were photographs taken to memorialize each day that JSO searched for this missing victim?
Yes, ma'am. I began taking photos in the morning with my issued camera through JSO. The first day we had the air unit come out and take photographs of what the scene looked like prior to any excavation taking place. And we also had the JSO drone unit come out and take additional aerial photographs of the area. So we took photographs in the morning of what it looked like before we started excavating, and then we had photos taken at the end of the day to show what the scene looked like prior to leaving for the evening.
Now, you just mentioned about the excavating, ma'am. Did the individuals that did that aspect, were they actually employees of the Otis Road landfill?
Yes, they were.
Now, people that were participating, though, in the search, were those members of JSO?
The individuals that were actually doing the sifting through the various piles that we had excavated and set up in a search area, they were all JSO employees. They were either corrections officers or they were certified police officers or detectives. And did you try to memorialize how the operation occurred during these 16 days? Yes, ma'am. I would take, throughout the day, I would take various photographs of the excavator pulling trash debris from the dig site to bringing it up onto our search area, which we had a large area coned off and cleaned every single night before we started the next day. And we would set it in rows of piles that were manageable for people to look through instead of just one big pile going through it. We had them in very small, 3 to 6 at a time searching. And so we would do that, and I would take photos of officers working. I would take photographs from above the hill, is what I called it, looking down where we were excavating. And then I would go to the bottom of the hill and photograph it upward so you could see the progress we were making each day and how deep the hole got by the last day we were there. Now, Detective Lillard, was January the 15th, 2019, the first day of the actual search? Yes, ma'am, it was. Now, we're going to go through some photographs, what's now been a composited states 1. We'll go through some pretty quickly, and then we'll do some a little bit slower. So I'm showing you states evidence 1A. Can you just tell us what we're looking at? That is an aerial view of the Otisville landfill. Now, could you kind of circle the area of concentration that JSO was looking for IS? We were right in that area.
So when you say right in that area, would you agree that's approximately in the middle of the landmass of Otis Road?
Yes, ma'am.
Landfill? Okay. And this is just an overview aerial from Google Earth showing the extent of how large Otis Road landfill is?
Yes, ma'am. This isn't one that we've taken. This appears to be Google Earth.
And next, I'm showing you State's Evidence 1B.
That is the sign outside of Otis Road landfill. I'm taking that photograph as I'm on Otis Road, right at the entrance to the landfill.
And next in State's Evidence 1C.
This is just me looking, the actual dig site, if I can draw on it,
Yes, of course.
is more right in that area. That's just as we were driving up.
And next, I'm showing you State's Evidence 1D. You could describe.
That is the top of the hill that we were actually doing the search. The employees of Lotusville landfill had cleared off the top because once they've put their trash or debris from construction, most of this is like construction type debris. It's not like the landfill on 301 where it's household trash. This is mostly building materials and business type trash. It's not necessarily you're going to have whole refrigerators of food and things like that. So this landfill did not have that strong odor of we think a closed refrigerator would be. This was a relatively very clean landfill with construction equipment. So once they finished laying all the trash and compacting it down, they would put dirt on top. And this is the top of that mountain where they had cleared it and made it very nice for us once we began our dig on the 15th.
Again, and I'm going to go a little bit quicker here, is just some other images, what you were just describing in States 1E, States 1F, and States 1G.
I'm just showing the area that, the smoother areas where we actually did our searching, where the excavator would bring the piles of debris and set them in those rows like I explained earlier. And this is just on the edge of the rows at the road that comes up to where we were. The little red building is like a spotter that makes sure nobody's coming or going to get hit by a car because it's still an active landfill while we were there. They just were not dumping debris anywhere near where we were up on the top.
And that just kind of brought up a question that I have for you, Detective Lillard. The area that you all are sifting through with assistance from Otis Road, did that area come from the management of Otis Road landfill?
Yes, ma'am.
In States Evidence 1H, 1I, 1J, 1K, can you describe what we're looking at?
What you're looking at now is what the landfill looked like once we started. Those cones, that's our area of interest working towards the bottom of the debris pile. And how as level as it can be for trash, that's where we started.
And again, it states 1L, 1M, 1N. Can you describe what we're looking at?
In this photograph, I'm at the bottom of the debris pile, photographing up. You can see where the excavator is. I had him positioned there, so that was our beginning point where we were going to start excavating, and I'm photographing in an upward direction towards him.
And then states 1O, can you describe what we're looking at?
In this photograph, the excavator has already removed several piles of debris, and the patrol officers or correctional officers are beginning their sifting through the debris piles.
And again, is this just a closer view of JSO personnel going through the debris piles in 1P?
Yes, ma'am.
And then in 1Q, can you describe what type of tools they're using?
In this, because it's heavy construction equipment, we're using heavy rakes, the heavy metal rakes, and some shovels, and they're sifting through and pulling through things to remove the top layer to get to any items that would be underneath the layers of debris. Just think of going through your trash. You can do it with your hand. So you drop something in there, a receipt that you're looking for, you would slowly go through the trash. Well, we're doing that same type thing, but with rakes. We're going slowly from the top to the bottom.
Now, was there any guidance to the other JSO personnel of what to look for?
Yes, ma'am. Prior to beginning our digging each day, we had a briefing down at the bottom of the search area. And either myself or one of the detectives would tell them, this is what we're looking for. We told them we could be looking for bones because the landfill, if there was a body in there, the heat, the decomposition would be a lot faster than if it was, cold, because this was in the wintertime, outside. So we could be looking for bones. We're looking for a bag that might have contained women's clothing, possibly school books or things like that that would belong to a school-age child or, 16-year-old.
A teenage child?
Teenage child,
That's
thank
in
you.
high school?
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. I know there's a lot going on here. Yes, ma'am. And again, we're going to just fast forward a little bit here. 1R, we're looking at some more piles, same in 1S. Now, can you describe 1T for us?
In this photograph, the excavator driver had already pulled some and was standing by until we had cleared, we'll say, the 6 piles that he had already brought up. He's ready with number 7, per se. And then once we had searched all those 6 piles that were already up there, a bulldozer would then push that off to the side, and then he would lay 6 more piles. So he's just standing by with a group that he had just brought up from the debris field that we were looking at.
Now, and we'll see this probably some drone pictures a little bit later, but when each time a pile is brought, is it put in a separate location from a different pile?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, states 1U. Is that just showing, of course, the dumping of the next pile by the excavator?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, in states 1B, same premise. States 1W. Is this at the top then of that landfill where you were grabbing items from?
Yes, ma'am. That's the beginning of the search, and he was bringing it from the area of interest that we had started doing our excavating. That's him bringing that first one out to us, or one of the first ones out to us.
Again, a closer view of taking items for sifting, and that's 1X. Now, in 1Y, can you describe this picture?
In this photograph, we have Coxwell employees of the Otisville landfill, and you have some JSO detectives to the right. They keep records of where they bring things, and he brought us to the area. This should be the search area that you're looking for of a dumpster that would have come from the junkyard on Main Street. So they keep records, and he was saying it was this area that basically your stuff should be if you're collecting anything from that dumpster on the time frame that we had.
And in states 1Z, again, is this workers sifting. Now, in states 1AA, was there something that potentially was of interest initially?
Yes, ma'am. As they were searching, they found some plastic that had red stains on it. And when they found it, they stopped, called me over, and I investigated it, and I tested those red stains to see if it was blood.
And what was the testing results?
It was negative for blood.
And again, it's just a couple pictures of, again, showing what you had done. This is include, again, medium viewpoints and close viewpoints of the item that you tested for potentially blood.
Yes, ma'am.
That's just showing a close view in 1BB, 1TC, 1DD, and then in 1EE, is that the testing that you used, Detective Lillard?
Yes, ma'am. Those are the 2 areas that I tested. If this would actually have blood proteins in it, I'm going to circle it.
Yes, thank you.
You see there's a Q-tip in there. What I do is we take a sterile cotton swab or cotton Q-tip, similar to what we would use to clean our ears. We put 1 drop of hydrated distilled water on it, and then you rub the area of interest where the stain would be. And then I place it in this test kit, and then there's 2 vials on each side of the Q-tip with chemicals in it. When I pop it, if it does contain the blood proteins, it will turn like a bluish color, similar to the Jaguar blue. And in this case, it stayed red, meaning that there was no blood proteins in that samples.
Now, at the end of each day, were drone photographs taken to show how much actually was sifted through?
Yes, ma'am.
So can you just kind of just describe to us, so it'll be a lot easier moving forward with the pictures of kind of the layout here in states 1H8?
In the area photos, you're always going to see, almost always see my van up here. This is where my van was parked every single morning. In this area right here, that is our search area where we put the debris piles that was brought up by the excavator. And this right here was our search area.
And then what about where the vehicles are located to the far left of the screen?
The far left, this is one of our first days. They were still setting up safety and security and the medical station. So eventually you'll see some white tents here. That's where everybody was decontaminated and rested, and that's where we had our medical personnel, that if somebody fell or got hurt, that we had medical personnel on standby.
Now, did different personnel from JSO take different shifts?
Yes, ma'am.
And how long would a group do a shift?
They were up there an hour or so, and then they would come back down and a new group would come up. We were constantly rotating them. The manual labor that we were doing is very intensive. It was very cold most days, and they're shifting through construction debris. So we wanted them to be safe, be able to get hydrated. So we were constantly rotating them out. In some photos, you might see one of those four-wheelers. That's how we were bringing them up and down the mountain, because I wouldn't allow any other cars except for mine and maybe one of the canines that were searching. So I was limiting the number of people that could come up on the mountain. So you'll see those little four-wheelers in some of the photos where they're bringing other people up. So we brought them up and down instead of bringing vehicles back and forth.
Again, just different aerial views in 1II, 1JJ, 1KK, 1LL, and then 1MM. Is this just a closer view of the area that the different piles of garbage was taken?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so let's move on then to day 2. And there's a lot less photographs from you on, just to kind of memorialize what you all had been doing. Is January 16, 2019 the accurate date for day 2?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So in states 2A, I think you had stated earlier, again, when we're looking through your photographs for the 16 days, would you take photographs upon arrival?
Yes, ma'am.
A lot of times was the sun rising at that time.
Yes, ma'am.
So in 2A and 2B, was this how the landfill looked when you first arrived?
Yes, ma'am.
In 2C, 2D, 2E, and those couple of photographs we just looked at, again, was that just to show the status of the actual pile?
Yes, ma'am.
And then again, is this 2F just showing, again, more workers trying to sift through the debris?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And then closer view in states 2G, 2H, 2I. And then were drone photographs taken again at the end of the day?
Yes, ma'am. They were taken at the beginning and the end every single day.
Now, is this just help for, again, directional purposes that would be put down?
Yes, ma'am. And when the drone, I don't know how to operate a drone, but he explained it to me. The drone would start here, and he would lift up and then begin to do his drone footage, and then he would come back and land on the same spot.
So in states 2K, 2L, 2M, and 2N, can we now start to see exactly where that pile is located?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you just circle that for us?
You can see where if you look to the left or the right of the red circle, you'll see all the debris are pretty much the same on both sides, but when you start looking where the excavator is pulling from, the color is starting to change because we also have some dirt in there that they have compacted, so we're starting to bring that, making a crevice where it used to be this, remember in the first photograph, everything was pretty much at the same level. We're starting to dig deep into the ground.
So Detective Lillard, also at the end of each day, did you get an accounting of how much tons of debris have been sifted through?
Each day, the individuals with Otisville landfill would give me an estimate of how many tons of trash we had gone through that day.
And just to rewind for just a second, approximately how many tons of debris was from day one?
If I can refer back to my report.
Would that help refresh your recollection?
Yes, ma'am, it would. Edward Smushfield from Coxwell landfill estimated on the 15th of January 2019 that we went through 478 tons of debris.
Again, in states 2O, 2P. Those are again just showing the viewpoints of how much tonnage had been done at the end of day 2. Is that fair to say?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, did you also receive how much tonnage approximately, you can just give me the amount, from day 2 that had been sifted?
Just to verify through in my report on the 16th, they estimated that we went through 420 tons of debris.
Next, moving on to composite states 3. Bless you. And again, just some photographs to memorialize it, not many. Do you agree that it was January the 17th, 2019? Is that an accurate date for day 3?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Just want to make sure for the record. Now in states 3A, again, is this when you arrive when the sun is rising?
Yes, ma'am.
States 3B, 3C, and then 3D. Again, is that in 3E? Is that again showing photographs of how the landfill looked that morning?
Yes, ma'am.
States 3F, 3G, 3H. Again, are these further photographs of how the landfill looked on day 3?
Yes, ma'am.
And on states evidence 3H, is this at the top of the hill that we're looking at?
Yes, ma'am.
Then states 3I is again other JSL personnel shifting through the
Yes, ma'am.
through the garbage. 3J, 3K, and then 3L. Is this some again another pile that's being laid out for the workers?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And 3M, 3N, 3O. Now in 3P, could you describe what we're looking at?
This is, I believe in the afternoon because the sun's completely up. This is the drone, and I'm photographing it as it's coming off the ground, getting ready to begin taking its photographs.
And then in the drone photographs, again, direction for 3Q. And now let's get a little bit closer here. In 3R, 3S. Now, do we actually see your crime scene van in these photographs?
Yes, ma'am. In the lower left-hand corner, you can see my van here, and the vehicle here is one of the Coxwell employees for the Otisville landfill.
And would your van have been the only crime scene van at this location?
Yes, ma'am.
So at any point in time, if we see this van in any photographs, that's your crime scene van?
That is my van.
3T. Now, in 3U, can you point out now where we're at the end of day 3 in regards to how much has been sifted? And have you circled kind of in the middle of the photograph where you can start to see an indent of that hill?
Yes, ma'am.
And you, just for the record purpose, you did circle 2 different areas.
I didn't get it long enough. I apologize.
Did you mean to circle? Here, now I'm blue. The whole area? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. And then 3V, 3W, 3X, 3Y, 3Z. Again, are they just showing further viewpoints of how much tonnage?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, the end of day 3, what was the total tons of debris that have been sifted by the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
That was on the 17th, right?
Yes, ma'am.
On the 17th, just verifying to reflect my memory, 210 tons of trash.
Now, moving on to day 4, and for record purposes, this is state's composite 4 of landfill day 4. Would that have been January the 18th, 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, just a few photographs from where I was this day. 4A, again, is this when you arrived and then the sun is rising?
Yes, ma'am.
4B, 4C. Now in 4D, can you describe what we're looking at?
That is actually a Crime Stopper sign that we found in the debris pile.
Then in states 4E, 4F. Again, is this just a closer view of debris pile?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, someone is pointing, before we get to 4D, someone is pointing to something in 4F. And what was that?
The homicide detective was pointing out some paperwork that was found during the sifting by the officers that were doing the raking.
And then as we get closer here, is that then what was found in states 4G, 4H, and then 4I and 4J and K? Yep.
Yes, ma'am. This was ACE pull-apart paperwork that they had found in the debris pile from on Main Street, the 2152 North Main Street.
And did you collect those items?
Yes, ma'am. In this photograph right here, I've actually put some clean brown paper down and placed those items on it and photographed them individually in the side of my van.
Take a moment, please, and just look at state's evidence supporting that's been stipulated to.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize it?
Yes, ma'am.
And are these the pieces of items that we're looking at in state's evidence for?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, just to understand first some of the packaging of understanding, would you have used a clean brown paper bag?
Yes, each item of evidence, or in this case, the pieces that were located together, are all placed in a clean, sterile, never used packaging. We use paper so it's breathable. We wouldn't want to put it in plastic for long storage in a warehouse where it would possibly get moisture in it and mold. So we keep it in paper to allow the item to actually breathe.
Now, there's some blue crime scene tape. What does that indicate?
That indicates that when I sealed it, and I'll sign it saying I sealed it and signed it. And then if somebody else opens it, they open it from a different location than where I sealed it.
Now, there's a white barcode with some markings on it. What does that indicate with this white sticker?
The white sticker at the top is what the property room actually puts on it. It has the item number, where it's located in our warehouse, the case number, and numbers associated with the property room. So that's all of their information. The black, written in Sharpie, is the information that I wrote at the scene.
And what exactly did you write on the bag?
On the bag, I wrote 4 pieces of paper from landfill, ACE pick apart in parentheses, and that's so I know what's in the bag instead of just 4 pieces of paper. Because when we enter it into the property system, it's very basic. And then in the comments section, we'd put a lot of times what it is if it's not just one item. And I would put it in parentheses on the bag to help determine what was in that bag.
Now, it's a little difficult to see from far away, but for later on purposes, is there some marking as well around that blue seal tape?
Yes, ma'am. That is my initials and ID number.
And what was your ID number?
5972.
And again, was SP your initials at the time?
Yes, ma'am.
And I think you had already said these are the items that were collected from the landfill?
Yes, ma'am. Those are those 4 items that you see in that photograph.
And were they collected as is?
As is.
Now, Detective Lillard, looking in States 4I, where were you located?
In the side door of my van. It's a, typical van has two doors on the side, one door in the back. I worked out of the side doors, so I had the brown paper right on the floor of the van, and I did those photographs there.
So just moving forward, so we don't have to describe again, at any point in time after an item's collected and we see it with some brown papering underneath, that just means you brought it to your van to preserve it and collect it and package it.
Yes, ma'am, because once I want to do it as more of as a controlled environment as I can, because if you saw the one with the debris pile, there's debris. So I'm removing it from that debris pile, taking it to my van in a more secure area. I'm photographing it, I'm sealing that envelope or that bag up, and then I'm locking my van. I'm the only one with keys to my van, so nobody else can get to the evidence. Chain of custody for that evidence has stayed with me the entire time because I'm with my van. Besides walking around the debris piles, I was in proximity of my van with it locked the whole time.
Now, was another pile of items collected in states 4N and 4O, 4P, and 4Q?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, were the items collected a little bit different in this situation?
Yes, ma'am. He found additional. I grabbed a bag, took it to him, or he put it straight, or the detective put it straight in the bag. Then I took it to my van and did the photographing and sealing there. I think after we found the first one, I had some bags that I carried with me. So if they found something, I could secure it while I'm walking back and forth to my van.
Just take a moment, look at states composite, which was stipulated into states evidence 41.
Yes, ma'am.
And again, is this what was found at the Otis Road landfill back on January the 18th?
Yes, ma'am.
And again, you recognize it from the same procedures that we previously discussed?
Yes, ma'am.
Your markings and packaging?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said, I believe, 6 pieces?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And are all 6 pieces here?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, also on the packaging, would you put down if another officer had found the item?
Yes, ma'am.
Like specifically on State's Evidence 41, if we're looking at the packaging and we see the name T. Belvin plus a number, does that just mean that's the officer with their badge number?
Yes, ma'am.
And would you do that on different packaging if it was a different officer?
Yes, ma'am, I would.
So that's all that means in the end.
Yes, ma'am.
And again, is this another picture of the drone in States 4R?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, the drone pictures at the end of the 18th, we've got 4S, 4T, 4U, 4V, 4W, 4X, and now 4Y. Can you point out to just, again, the progress of the indentation of how many layers now at this point at the dig site? And have you circled kind of, again, where it shows that indentation within the pile?
Yes, ma'am.
Kind of a little bit more towards the top, but kind of overall centered in the picture.
Yes, ma'am.
And did you ascertain how much tonnage had been sifted through on end of day 4?
In the day 4, referring back to my report just for number purposes, on the 18th, they estimated we went through 270 tons of debris or trash from the debris pile.
Ms. French,
270?
I'm sorry, ma'am. I thought you were done. Go ahead.
Did you say 270?
270.
Ms. French, we're going to take a break now.
Sir, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, it's 10:51. Let's come back out at 11:15. It's 25 minutes or so, and we'll be able to take a good break. At that point, we'll go to our lunch break about the same time as the past few days. Please remember, don't discuss the case among yourselves or each other. Have a nice break. Officer, you're more than welcome to
Thank you.
that as well. See you after the break, or after our minimum break. All right, the jury's outside our presence. I still have counsel for the state defense. Mr. Quiles present. You guys may have a seat. Ms. French, I tried to go as long as I could, but that was 40 minutes, and you're just now starting day 5. We're going to get 13 witnesses in today. We need to focus on the bigger picture here, because if we're not done by Tuesday, we're going to have issues for a third week, and I'm foreseeing having problems. We're in our third witness today so far. Number 4, I apologize, number 4. Yes, ma'am, of course. I try to go as long as I can, but 16 days, day 5, I kind of saw where this was going. I'll see you guys back at 11:15.
Thank you, Your Honor.
right, let's go back on the record. 19 CF 7518, State v. Johnathan Quiles. I have counsel of state defense, Mr. Quiles present. The officer's back on the witness stand just as it was when the jury took a break. We'll go from now until our lunch break. Hopefully we can get this witness done and maybe one more potentially, I would hope. But we'll see how long the direct and the cross is at this point. Any reason why we can't bring the jury in? First from the state. Defense. All right, let's bring the jury back in, please. Members of the jury, welcome back. Of course, have a seat. You guys as well. We're going to continue with our trial. State, you may continue with your direct, just so the jurors know. We'll go from now into our lunch break, and then we'll go from there, just like we had the past few days. State, you may continue with your direct.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. And moving on now, Detective Lillard, to day 5. Would January 22nd, 2019 be day 5?
Yes, ma'am.
And the difference in dates from the 18th to the 22nd, was that based on a holiday weekend?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
So again, states 5A is when you arrived and the sun is rising.
Yes, ma'am.
Again, in states 5B, 5C. So when we're looking at 5C, can you indicate what the intent was with this photograph?
In this photograph, I'm showing the progress of our excavation of the area of search. If you can see, it's starting to become a crater versus, if you remember from the first photos, before we started excavating, it was more of a gradual, flat, high area of debris pile. And now we're starting to excavate it, and it's actually forming a crater.
States 5D, 5E. Now in 5F, can you indicate what this photograph is depicting?
This is the area after the officers and correctional officers have searched through those piles, is where they've pushed it off to the side. After we've done searching it, we have to clear it for the next 6 or 8 sections of search areas. So once we're done searching, a bulldozer would push it off to the side.
States 5G. Now in states 5H, could you indicate the purpose of this photograph?
This photograph is to show that it's clear of anything. Each night we would clear it. The bulldozer would push dirt, and they would sometimes they would lay some not gravel, like wood chips on the top to make it a little bit smoother to keep the dust away. So we would clean it every single night to start the next day with a clean surface.
Now in states, and I think in states 5H, and then closer view in states 5I, can you indicate the purpose of these two photographs?
Also in these two photographs, you can see buzzards flying over the landfill area.
What was the purpose of capturing the buzzards?
We were advised by landfill employees that they normally did not have the buzzards, because if you remember from earlier in my testimony, it wasn't normal trash like at the 301 dumpster where you would see all the birds flying over the trash piles. This was construction debris, so they normally did not have a lot of bird activity. They're going to have some because people will throw trash into the dumpsters at construction sites, but they normally did not have a lot of bird activity flying over. But we had unearthed stuff that had been compacted, so odors will start coming out. So they did start noticing some buzzard activity. So we took we started honing in on where those buzzards were flying to start searching some more.
Again, in States 5J, is that just another picture of the buzzard?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, the drone photographs, again, to indicate how much tonnage, so I'm going to go on a certain photograph here. Now, in States, there we go, 5S, could you indicate, again, the area to show how much tonnage had been done at the end of day 5?
In day 5, it was approximately 1,140 tons of debris trash from the pile.
So on day 5, you stated that 1,040 tons. Is that total, or is that how much on day 5?
On 5, 1,140 tons of trash.
And thank you, I had stated the number wrong. Thank you for correcting me.
Yes, ma'am.
And again, just to make sure our record is clear, on States 5S, did you draw a circle approximately almost square in the middle of the picture where there's an indentation of creating a hole at this point?
Yes, ma'am.
Now moving on to day 6 was also States Evidence 6 Composite. It was day 6, January the 23rd, 2019.
Yes, ma'am.
Again, in State 6A, is this a photograph when you first arrived? It looks like the sun is rising a little bit later on.
Yes, ma'am. The sun is actually to my back in this photograph. I'm actually photographing towards the west, because if you look where the excavator is, that's where the debris pile is. He's starting to go down into the debris pile to start bringing items or piles up for us to search.
Again, in State 6C is just now, of course, and during the day.
Yes, ma'am.
And do we see your crime scene van as well?
Yes, ma'am. About in the center of the screen.
Now, we see a little, it looks like potentially a small pop-up tent with a blue covering. What was the purpose of that?
It had started, at intermittent times rained. If you look at the ground towards the left, the darker mud versus the photographs from earlier, it was a little lighter. We had some rain, so we had set that up, and also to get us out of the sun. Because believe it or not, it was very cold in the morning, but after lunch in Florida and in Jacksonville, it gets warmer. So we would need something to get out of the sun. So it served two purposes.
Now, I'm just looking at the end of the day from January 23rd. So looking at State 6M, again, is this showing the status of how much tonnage had been sifted through total from day 6?
Yes, ma'am.
And then did you memorialize how much tonnage was actually sifted on January 23rd, day 6 at the Otis Road landfill?
Yes, ma'am. Employees of Otis Road landfill estimated on this day, we went through 480 tons of trash.
Next, ma'am, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Evidence 7 Composite. It is photographs of landfill day 7. Was that January the 24th, 2019?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Next, I'm showing you States 7A, 7B. Can you describe what we're looking at in State 7B?
Yes, ma'am. This is the top of the debris pile. The excavator is starting to go down in to start bringing some more debris up. And in this photograph, you see it had rained heavily. We have large puddles of water in the area.
Now, in State 7E, does that give us a good photograph of the items that were used to sift the different debris piles?
Yes, ma'am. You can see the rakes, the large metal rakes that they were using, and they were sifting through each layer of the debris brought up from the hole in the search area.
Again, in State 7F is just another picture of the drone.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, and just again looking at the end of the day from January the 24th, So in state 7M, can you describe what we're looking at?
That is just an aerial view in the evening. You can tell it's raining with the drone, and you can see the crater approximately in the center that where we were searching. The excavator would actually drive down here and then pick up.
And just for record purposes, did you draw an arrow that is pointing downward towards a larger circle area, which is the indentation of the debris pile? Is that accurate for the record?
Yes, ma'am.
And then at the end of day 7, January the 24th, 2019, how much tonnage debris had been sifted by JSO?
Approximately 205 tons.
Next, ma'am, is showing you state's composite evidence 8, which is a PowerPoint photograph of Otis Road landfill day 8. And was that, ma'am, on January the 25th, 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, in state's evidence 8B, what are we looking at?
In this photograph, this is a canine officer from Ocala Police Department. His dog is what is considered a cadaver dog, and he came to assist our agency in searching for our victim's body.
And next, in state's 8C, could you describe what we're looking at?
In this photograph, the dog and his handler and me are walking into the debris pile where the excavator is actually pulling the debris out of. We're walking down into it to begin his actual search.
And did you take some various photographs of the canine, Detective King and his dog?
Yes, ma'am.
Then states 8D, 8E, 8F, 8G, 8H, 8I, 8J, 8K. Were those all photographs then of Detective King and his canine?
Yes, ma'am.
And then in states 8L, can you please describe?
Because of the buzzard activity and that we're not there at night, we had gotten access to a trail cam like hunters use, and that is the detective placing the trail cam on a pole right outside of the debris field that we were searching, and it was pointing in the direction of our debris field in the area that we had found had observed the buzzards flying.
Again, is this then a picture of that trail cam in states 8M?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, we're also, again, like every day, photographs at the end of the day taken on January the 25th, 2019.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, looking in states 8T, is this an accurate depiction of how the debris pile looked that was being sifted through at the end of day 8?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you memorialize how much tonnage had been sifted through on January the 25th, 2019?
Approximately 110 tons.
Now in states A, 8AA, you had mentioned earlier about later on there were some tents set up. Do you see those depicted in 8AA for the record?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you describe what was the purpose of that tent?
The tent, you'll see it in your right-hand screen, and you can actually see my crime scene van in front of the tent. They have set the tents up for decontamination for the patrol officers. It was also our emergency area where we had medical personnel if somebody got hurt, or where they could actually get hydrated and things like that, because they didn't allow food or drink onto the hill.
And was that just another viewpoint of the trail cam that was set up in states 8CC?
Yes, ma'am. This is an approximate view that the camera for the trail cam would show. I got as close as I could to show you the direction that the trail cam was actually pointing.
Now, ma'am, I'm showing you what's been marked in as State's Evidence 9 is a composite of photographs from the Otis Road landfill day 9. Was that January the 28th, 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
And again, the passage of days, was that where a weekend had been in between?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm showing you now State's Evidence 9A. Do we see that trail cam as well in this photograph?
Yes, ma'am. And it's in your, approximately the center of your screen. I've circled in red. That's the pole that we had placed the trail cam on.
Again, is that on top of the actual hill of the debris?
Yes, ma'am. It's just northwest of the search area on that top mountain. The trail cam was off to the side, so there wouldn't be any activity of us searching through the area, setting off that trail cam. It's off to the side.
Now, in State's 9C, did Detective King come back out with his canine?
Yes, ma'am, he did.
I'm sorry, that was on January 28th. I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
And then in 9D, do we see as well Detective King 2 and his dog?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, in State's 9F, can you please describe?
In this photograph, you can see several buzzards in the sky.
State's 9G. Now it's moving on to the end of the day drone photographs. I'm showing you State's 9N. Is this a depiction again at the end of the day of the indentation of the area that's being sifted by JSO?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you memorialize how much tonnage had been sifted on January the 28th, 2019 by JSO?
Yes, ma'am. Approximately 325 tons of trash.
And then also, based upon putting that trail cam up, did you go back, because we have a different date here, which is January the 26th. Did you go back and look if it had captured any data from the weekend?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you memorialize those pictures as well? I mean, keep those pictures as well?
Yes, ma'am. I believe this was the weekend, and I received a phone call from Officer Bejeda, and he had said that he had seen some of the buzzards flying. I was still working my regular shift, not at the landfill, but my regular shift, and I drove up to the landfill and downloaded the trail cam photos to see what he had seen.
So in States 9S, could you circle where you see a buzzard?
Approximately center right of your screen, you can see the wings of the buzzard.
Now, on this actual photograph, we see 1/26, 29. I think that is part of the year, and then you see a time frame. Is that approximately when it occurred?
Yes, ma'am.
Because that maybe looks more like an 8. Would that have just been off of year for the
Yes,
year?
ma'am. It wasn't my trail cam, and I don't know how to operate them to verify the date and time on it.
But y'all were there in 2019?
Yes, ma'am, definitely 2019.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. Now in States Evidence 9T.
In this photograph, you can see the debris pile, and you can also see the buzzard. And then here's our debris pile where you see the arrows pointing to where the search area that we had been searching.
So based upon States 9T, the buzzard is flying right over the debris pile.
Yes, ma'am. In the same general area of the debris piles where the buzzards were.
Next, I'm showing you man States Composite Evidence 10. Was a 10th, and it's involving photographs from the 10th day at the landfill. Would that have been January the 29th, 2019?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Next, I'm showing you State's Evidence 10C. Did Detective King come back out as well to the landfill?
Yes, ma'am.
And do we see him depicted in State's Evidence 10C?
In approximately the center of your screen, you see Detective King and his canine right at the top of where the debris pile would start going in, where the excavator would start going into the debris. He's starting his search. We tried to do it first thing in the morning before it was all stirred up by officers in the excavator. We had him go out.
As well in State's Evidence 10D, we see his canine.
Yes, ma'am. We had already laid out several piles, and the canine had gone and searched, or however the canine searches, each pile before anybody had else searched it. He walked around and sniffed some of the piles.
Again, do we see that articulated in State's 10E regarding the canine?
Yes, ma'am.
In State's 10F, and then it's kind of difficult with the son, but in State's 10G.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, obviously, we're going to hear from Detective King later regarding, actions by his dog. But based upon some information provided by Detective King, was there areas of concentration that was also looked into regarding that debris pile?
Yes, ma'am.
Next, at the end of day 10, I want to show you State's 10T. Does this depict an overall view of what you've been describing to the jury?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And does this photograph indicate the different piles that JSO officers would sift through?
Yes, ma'am. We had laid out smaller piles for everybody to search. Instead of one big pile, it was smaller piles. That way, if we had, depending on how many officers we had out there to do the sifting, we could have, 3 or 4 here, 3 or 4 at the next one, 3 or 4 at the next one. Instead of everybody working on one, we could separate them and get through the piles.
1 second. And then in State's Evidence 10Q, is this an indication then of the status of that certain area of debris that was coming from in State's Evidence 10Q?
Yes, ma'am.
And approximately how much tonnage had JSO worked through on January 29th, day 10?
410 tons of debris.
Next, I'm showing you State's Composite 11 and involves photographs from day 11 from the landfill. Was that approximately January the 30th of 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, in looking at State's 11B, what are we looking at?
Some of the piles that have already been searched, they were piling them up on the edge before they had pushed them over to the other side of the hill.
And again, can we still see the trail cam in State's 11C?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, in looking at 11D, is this a closer viewpoint of how much feet now has been sifted through?
Yes, ma'am. You can see the crater and you can see the crater walls. I'm standing on the top of one of the sides of the crater. Excuse me. And you're looking down into the crater. You can see that it's rather deep.
And is this another photograph of showing how much feet now has been obviously gone through in that particular area, 11F?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that another canine that came out as well, Alicia Bates in State's 11G?
Yes, ma'am. She also came out with her dogs and also did the same search as Detective King. The more searching to find our victim, the better.
This is a closer view of Alicia Bates and her canine in the State's 11H.
Yes, ma'am.
And again, in State's 11I, a little bit further viewpoint of where she was taking her dog.
Yes, ma'am.
Again, in State's 11J, do we see Alicia Bates and her canine?
Yes, in this photograph, she's actually on the outer area of the crater, and she's still searching around the crater and then in the crater. So their concentration wasn't just in the bottom of the crater where we had already pulled debris from. They also searched on the outer rims and to see if the dog had hit.
Again, 11K, do we see Alicia Bates' canine?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, in Estates 11L, can you describe what we're looking at?
In this photograph, you're seeing some Victoria's Secret bras and panties.
And were these found there at the landfill?
Yes, ma'am. In one of the debris piles that were brought up from where you see that crater is, as the excavator was bringing it out, this was actually located by one of our search members in one of the debris piles.
And were all of these items found together?
Yes, ma'am, these were, yes.
These particular ones?
Yes.
And do you take various photographs in LM, LN, LO, before then moving on to look at each particular item?
Yes, ma'am.
Now in states, and did you collect all these items and package them and take them to the property room?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And that included the one that we saw in LP?
Yes, ma'am.
And then LQ, would that be the same pair of underwear?
Yes, ma'am.
And would you also indicate, if you could, the size of each item?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And again, for 11S, 11T, 11U, and were all these items part of Victoria's Secret?
Yes, ma'am, they were.
Okay. Again, 11B indicating size, 11W, 11X, 11Y. Was that associated with another pink in color Victoria's Secret bra?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
And then it states 11Z, AA, 11BB, 11CC. Was that involving a black bra that was indicated to be a Victoria's Secret brand?
Yes, ma'am.
And was this another black bra in part of that pile in states 11DD, 11EE, 11FF?
Yes, ma'am.
I think, yeah, I thought that was it. Again, was that indication of being a black Victoria's Secret bra?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Next in states 11GG, 11HH. Was that also another pink color-informed Victoria's Secret bra?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Now in states 11II, in a different area of sifting, was another bra found?
Yes, ma'am.
And do we see here in states 11II the actual bra being a part of that area first?
Yes, ma'am, about in the center of the debris search pile. You can see the leopard print bra.
And was this bra also collected?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's also in states 11JJ, 11KK, 11LL. Were those part of all of that leopard print? And was that a Victoria's Secret brand bra?
Yes, ma'am, it was. It was the pink collection.
Now in states 11MM, do you recognize that individual?
Yes, ma'am. That is me at the top of the debris pile.
And what was the purpose at this time for being by the debris pile?
Kind of show you distance and size. I'm 5 foot tall in boots, and you can see the crater versus my size.
So is it fair to say that the depth now is greater than 5 feet?
It was a lot greater than 5 feet.
Now in states 11RR, is this again at the end of the day indication of how deep that area is now that debris has been taken from?
Yes, ma'am.
And again at the end of a day 11, was it memorialized how much tonnage had been sifted through?
Yes, ma'am. Approximately 210 tons of trash.
Again, just real quick, is that again just an indication in states 11 TT how big now this area has become that has been collected?
Yes, ma'am. You can still see me in the upper right-hand corner that I'm circling, and then you can see a detective and a canine handler at the bottom, kind of gives you an indication how deep, where I'm drawing the arrows, we have been searching. And that before, if you remember from the first day, it was flat debris trash. And now we have dug a large crater.
Now I'm showing you state's evidence 12 composite. They are photographs of the landfill search day 12. Is January the 31st, 2019, accurate date for day 12?
Yes, ma'am.
And state's 12A is again this showing a pile of rubbish, I guess to say, that's already been sifted by JSO.
Yes, ma'am.
Again, in state's 12B, is that an indication again of how deep that crater had become?
Yes, ma'am. Those excavators are very large, and you can see how deep he's having to go in. He's on the upper wall, and he's digging into the wall, making it larger towards where our search area is. So he was starting to dig and bring further and further towards our debris pile. So we're just making the hole as large as possible.
Now, at the end of the day, in state's 11K, to memorialize how it appeared regarding that crater becoming larger as you had just indicated.
Yes, ma'am. If you look, I'm drawing a square, pretty much around, almost a square, around the area that you can see where it's become a crater versus that first day when it was more of a flat surface.
And did you memorialize how much tonnage had been sifted through on day 12, January 31st, 2019?
Approximately 250 tons of trash.
Again, in states 11L is just, I think, approximately indicating about 8 areas of debris piles.
Yes, ma'am.
And we can see one team that's up there going through a specific area of a debris pile. Is that fair to say?
Yes, ma'am. We always started closer to the pile and would work our way all the way towards the east. So they would start here where I've drawn an X and work their way in this direction. So once they finished that first one, we would move that out of the way and we'd move to the next one, and we would constantly have a rotation of debris piles added and deleted.
Again, in states 11N and 11O is just a closer viewpoint of the setup of how officers would arrive, where officers would take breaks, that type of thing that we talked about earlier.
Yes, ma'am. That's where they would have lunch, get hydrated, and medical was right there.
And also, do we see in states 11N, you had talked about four-wheelers?
Yes, ma'am. Those are the 2 4-wheelers that would bring people and equipment up and down the mountain per se.
Showing you next state's evidence 13 composites from landfill day 13. Would that have been on February the 1st, 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
Now in states 13C is just showing an angle of the depth of that crater now that has enlarged.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm just going to kind of go straight to the end of the day in states 13J. Again, at end of day, bless you. At the end of the day on states 13J, is this again just to memorialize how that crater looked at the end of day 13?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you memorialize how much tonnage had been sifted through on day 13, which was February the 1st?
Approximately 190 tons.
Next, I'm showing you state's evidence 14 composite. It's photographs of the search at Otis Road landfill in day 14, and is February the 4th, 2019, the correct date for day 14?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And had another weekend passed since coming to this date.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, in state's evidence 14F, 14G, and then 14H was another item of interest found.
Yes, ma'am. In that pile, you can see the detective looking down at the ground, and that is another pair of panties.
And closer view in state's 14I, and then again for packaging purposes in 14J.
Yes, ma'am.
And were you able to determine what brand these panties were?
Victoria's Secret.
And again, is that just indicating so in 14K?
Yes, ma'am.
And then we don't see any pictures, but we see a picture then of a pink bra in states 14L. Can you kind of tell us how we got to this point?
I actually found it and didn't take the overall photograph. I collected it and took it back to my van and did the close-ups.
And that would be then 14L, 14M. And did it indicate what brand it was?
It is Victoria's Secrets.
Now, can you describe what we're looking at in states 14N?
In this photograph, you can actually see my van to the left, the front passenger side front corner. And then I'm at the bottom of the debris search area, and you can see the width and how much debris we had gone through by this day.
Now, in states starting in 14R, now in 14S, start off with the overall view, was some more items found that had the brand Victoria's Secret.
Yes, and members of the search team had located additional Victoria's Secret bras in one of the search debris piles.
And did that include, looks like a khaki type color bra in 14T?
Yes, ma'am.
14U, a red lace bra, and then another khaki style bra in 14W, and then another khaki style bra in 14Y. Were those all the items found together?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, my question was wrong. Were they found together?
Yes, ma'am. They're found in the same area together in one of the debris piles that were brought up from that crater area.
And did you package them and collect them and preserve them in the JSO property room?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Now, in states 14BB, leading up then to 14CC, was another item of potential interest discovered.
Yes, ma'am. In that photograph, if you remember the longer range photo, you can see two detectives looking at the ground. That's a lot of times what they did when they found something. They would stand over it, and then I would come up, because I might not have been right there at the time. Because while they were doing the searching, I was still going down in the debris hole looking for potential evidence before it was brought up too. So sometimes they would have to wait till I could get up there to do the photography. So that's, in this photograph, you see the bra approximately in the center of your screen, which I'm circling, and you can see the detective's feet in the photograph.
A closer view then of that bra in states 14DD, and then in states 14EE, did you turn the bra over?
Yes, ma'am. That's the interior side of the bra.
Now, was the full bra found?
No.
Was it just one side of it?
Yes, it would have been one cup of the bra.
And was it Victoria's Secret brand?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Again, in states 14FF, is that just indicating, again, the brand and the size?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, at the end of day 14 in states 14LL, again, is this just a indication of how the debris pile looked and the depth of it at the end of that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And to memorialize how much tonnage was sifted by JSO personnel on the end of day 14?
Approximately 309 tons.
Next, I'm showing you State's Composite 15 for record purposes. It's a composite of photographs from landfill day 15. Is February the 5th, 2019 an accurate date for day 15?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Now, we obviously jumped from 15E then to 15F with some other bras found as well on this particular day.
Yes, ma'am.
And are we looking at one of those, it looks like a lighter color, maybe khaki or a light pink color in States F15F?
Yes, ma'am.
And in States 15G, did it also indicate it was a Victoria's Secret brand?
Yes, ma'am.
And then in States 15H, did you also find, it looks like maybe a hot pink color bra?
Yes, ma'am.
And it says pink, is that a form of Victoria's Secret brand in States 15I?
Yes, ma'am. Pink is a collection of Victoria's Secrets, the pink collection.
Now, at the end of day 15 in States 15Q, does this kind of indicate now that that crater has actually expanded in width as well?
Yes, ma'am. We started our narrow search, and then once we had a crater, we started expanding it in an outwardly direction, more of a square as you can get on a debris pile and with an excavator. And it got larger and larger and larger as the days went by.
And then at the end of day 14, end of day 15, February the 5th, did you memorialize how much tonnage JSO personnel had sifted through?
Approximately 230 tons of trash.
Moving on, I know it's been a lot of days here. Our last day at the landfill, in State's Evidence 16, it's a composite photographs from the landfill search. Was that date February the 6th, 2019?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Now, in State 16G, what was the purpose of this photograph?
In this photograph, I was called over to one of the debris search piles by two homicide detectives. I'm putting an arrow above their head. It's two homicide detectives, and to the right and left of them is the search crew. One of the detectives is holding a book in his hands that they had found. And
is that Detective Bidlick?
Detective Bidlick, and they were walking towards me to bring it to me.
And then the female, is that Detective Dishman?
And Detective Dishman, yes, ma'am.
Were they part of the homicide team that had been assigned this particular case?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this, in State's Evidence 16H, is this the item that Detective Bidlick was holding in the previous photograph?
Yes, ma'am. It's an Ethan Frome book from a library.
And was there indication in State 16I, and then of course upon your review of it, of a particular place that it came from?
That it came from Terry Parker High School.
Did you collect that book like all the other items that we have discussed?
Yes, ma'am.
And in State 16J, is this the opposite side of that book?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Next, in State 16K, as we, of course, don't have an indication at the exact location, was this also a bra that was found at the landfill?
Yes, ma'am. A lot of times when I was doing my photography of some individual items, detectives were just bringing me items, so sometimes things will be, you won't see that overall view like I would have liked it. So sometimes it was brought directly to me, and I would just photograph it to memorialize it. It's not a great photo. It was kind of blurry. I apologize to the jury for that.
And then in State 16L, and what brand was it?
It was a Victoria's Secret from the pink collection.
And did you collect that bra as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, at the end of the last day, Is that just, again, is that a picture of you in State 16V of where your van was located?
Yes, ma'am. It's me walking away from I mentioned earlier that I worked out of the side of my van, and that's me walking away from the side doors of my van.
Go back. Now in State 16Q, is this the area, you said you were trying to do like a square indication of how it looked at the end of day 16.
Yes, ma'am.
And did you memorialize how much tonnage had gone through on day 16?
Approximately 300 tons of debris.
So in just a review of the 16 days that JSO was at the landfill, there were items of Ace Pick-a-Part that were found, the paperwork.
Yes, ma'am.
There was multiple items from Victoria's Secret, is that fair to say?
Yes, ma'am.
And there was a Terry Parker book.
Yes, ma'am.
And I think at some point, it wasn't an indication on photograph, was there some bones found that ended up being animals?
Yes, ma'am. Several animal bones were found. And just for verification, I looked at them, but then they were taken to our medical examiner by detectives for verification that they were animal bones and not human bones. In these debris piles, there was not a lot of clothing. There was not a lot of things like that. It was construction trash. We did find, the clothing that you've obviously seen on the photographs, but we didn't find any other items of clothing. We found these bras with these panties.
So just to be clear, you weren't seeing, obviously in the photographs, indicate exactly what was there, obviously, but what you mean is you're not seeing like thrown away pants or shorts or tank tops, that type of thing?
No, ma'am, we were not seeing that.
Just the Victoria's Secret items.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, I think it's an obvious question, though. Was there any remains found of IS?
No, there was not.
And did JSO have to end the search on day 16?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that based upon how much personnel and time had to be dedicated to each day?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
So at some point, JSO had to call off the search?
Yes, ma'am.
Because just to be clear, there would have been more areas to have searched. Is that fair to say?
Yes, ma'am. We could have searched the entire landfill that trash had been dumped over the months and months and months. Our search was in the area that the landfill records had said that those dumpsters from Ace Pull-Apart would have gone. We went in that area, and then we went beyond on the outside. If we could have, we would have kept searching, but everything comes to an end.
At some point?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, ma'am, did you also, I know we had indicated earlier you went to some other locations. Now, did you also go to Ace Pick-a-Part?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And where is Ace Pick-a-Part located?
Ace Pick-a-Part is located up on the north side of Jacksonville off of Main Street.
Now, I'm just going to show you a couple photographs. Not many. You to let us know if you recognize, and I'm showing you what's been marked as a composite States 20. Do you recognize States 20A?
Yes, ma'am. On the bottom portion of your screen, that is actually Main Street. Where the car is, that is the southbound lane of Main Street. And the Ace Pull-Apart is on the west side of Main Street.
And is Ace Pick-a-Part at 921 North Main Street?
Yes, ma'am.
Here in Duval County, Florida?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, did detectives also, and we'll hear from K-9 King later, a K-9 was brought to Ace Pick-a-Part?
Yes, ma'am.
And did the dog hit or alert on some different vehicles at that location?
Yes, ma'am. I was advised by homicide detectives that they had already searched it prior to calling for me. So they brought me to the areas that the dog had a hit on. And that's when I did a more extensive search on that vehicle or area.
And after being at Ace Pick-a-Part, Were you also then asked to take some photographs of a red Chrysler Town and Country minivan?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, were you asked to photograph this van because it had been previously owned by the defendant, Johnathan Quiles, in this case?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
And I'm showing you State's Evidence 21, just for record purposes, are photographs of the red van. It's a composite. Now, before we talk about composite 21, however, did you go to a different location regarding this van?
Yes, ma'am.
And what location was that?
Referring back to my report to get the correct numerical, it was 1734 Hiram Street.
And that's not where the defendant had lived at the time?
No, ma'am, that is the residence of the person who bought the vehicle.
In State's Evidence 21A, is this a photograph of how you viewed the van when you arrived?
Yes, ma'am, it was backed into the fenced-in yard of the residence.
Then State's 21B, and I'm just going to go through these, I'll stop at one or two, but did you take overall photographs of the van?
Yes, ma'am, I took overall photographs of the van, all four sides, and into the interior.
Again, in State's 21C, are we looking at the driver's side?
That's the driver's side of the minivan with the rear slide, or the rear slide open.
And then are we looking at the back of the van in State's 21D?
Yes, ma'am.
And then are we looking at the passenger side in State's 21E?
Yes, ma'am.
Now that you said you had taken some interior photographs as well in 21F?
Yes, ma'am. This is overall photographs of the driver's compartment.
And then as well, is this the passenger area of interior purposes in 21G?
Yes, ma'am. That would be the center where the center seats of the minivan are.
Now, regarding the interior aspect of the minivan, did you test any particular areas of interest?
Yes, ma'am. Inside the vehicle, there were several brown stains, and I tested those using that same hemodent test kit that you saw at the landfill, and none of those stains tested positive for blood proteins.
And again, in State's 21H, is this then the rear with the hatch open?
Yes, ma'am. That's the rear cargo hatch area.
And again, is this some of the, in State's 21I, some of the brownish stainings that you had talked about testing?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, in State's 21J, an interior view. 21K, again, you're just doing a 360 around the van. Is that fair to say?
Yes, ma'am.
And there were not any items within the van in relation to the defendant, was there?
None that I could find, no, ma'am.
Or IS, is that fair to say? I just have one moment, Your Honor. No further questions, Judge.
Mr. Davis, they'll get you a microphone as well.
Detective?
Good afternoon, sir.
All right. So, if you don't mind, we're going to start off with you were called out to the Otis landfill, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, you were there approximately 16 days as you testified to, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You were there from 5 a.m. until that, sometime between 6 and 7 p.m. every day?
Yes, sir. It just depended on when we shut down for the day.
Okay. Now, were you limited by the weather because of the rain and that, or did you guys work through it, rain or shine?
When it was raining, somebody would go to those tents, or if it was a harder rain, they would take them down to where their vehicles were, and we would sit in our vehicles. But I remained in the area.
Okay. Now, over there in the Otis landfill area, just to be clear, the area you guys were searching is where you were told that Ace Pick Apart had been dumping in that area, at least as according to the records.
Ace Pick Apart didn't do the dumping. That was where it was brought, and that's where Ace Pick Apart's dumpsters were dumped.
Okay. Now, are you aware, or were you aware, that Otis, as you said, that does construction, commercial business, all of that kind of stuff, right?
Correct, sir.
Okay. You're aware that the malls also dump there?
It's construction, building materials, and things like that. That's all I knew.
Okay.
I don't know the specifics of where they collect their dumpsters from, but it's not from a house, from your household trash. It'd be more like your bulk trash that you would put outside, per se.
Okay. Commercial businesses, though?
Correct, sir.
Okay, so malls?
Correct, sir.
Okay. Specifically, the Avenues Mall, right?
I would not know that, sir, but that is a mall, and it is,
Okay. Town Center?
it's a mall.
Okay. And up on the north end at the Rivertown Mall, correct?
Yeah, they are malls.
Okay. Were you or are you aware that Duval County Schools for the bulk trash also goes to Otisville landfill?
Yes, sir. All I know is that Otisville landfill takes stuff from construction-type materials and things like that. I don't know specific areas. You would have to talk to the employees of Otisville landfill to tell you where these other items are coming from. That is not in my purview.
Okay, so you wouldn't have any knowledge that Goodwill also dumps there or anything like that either?
Well, if Goodwill dumped there wasn't a lot of clothing like you would find at Goodwill. We did not have that. We had mostly construction-type materials. We had Amazon packages in large rolls that it almost seems like they went on forever, that where it would spew it off like you would get a package from Amazon. We did not have the large amount of clothes like you would normally find at the Goodwill.
Okay, but again, you were only focused on one specific area. You didn't search the entire area where other businesses like Goodwill or anything like that could have, their trash could have been unloaded at, correct?
Correct. We focused our attention on the area that Otisville landfill employees and their records said that the dumpsters from that time frame of our search came from the ACE pull-apart. That's where they dumped that trash, and that's where our concentration of our search was. Our search was not anything that came from a Beaches Mall or a Regency Square Mall or the Avenues Mall. Our search was stuff from the area of Ace Pull-Apart. That was where we had narrowed our search to, not other businesses that had dumped trash.
Okay. But you don't know if, by pure fluke, that some of the trash from these other businesses could have gotten mixed in there, or a dumpster was dumped over there and the records weren't accurate. You don't know that, do you?
I don't know that. I wasn't there when it was dumped. All I can say is the items that we did find, we did not find an abundance of clothing. The only clothing that we found was Victoria's Secrets. And I wasn't finding blue jeans and tank tops and dresses and things like that. We were finding the bras and the panties and the one book. That's what we were finding. We weren't finding other items, and that's why our concentration was on that general area.
Okay. And you specifically mentioned the Ace Pick Apart receipt that you photographed. There were several of them, but those were blank receipts, correct?
There was paperwork from Ace Pull Apart. It would be, I would assume, where they start their record keeping from Ace Pull Apart. That was actual paperwork from the company that owns Ace Pull Apart. It came from their company. It didn't come from the Avenues, because the Avenues is not Ace Pull Apart. That came from Ace Pull Apart with the address on Main Street.
Understood. But again, you don't know if it came specifically from Ace Pick Apart. All you know is that is a receipt from Ace Pick Apart, correct?
It was a blank paperwork with the address on Main Street, which was where our concentration started from.
Right. But again, you don't know if it specifically came from Ace Pick Apart and their dumpster, correct?
As I'm saying, it's paperwork from that business on Main Street.
Okay. Now, the cadaver dogs. You had more than one dog out there, correct?
Yes, there were several that came out to assist in our search.
Okay. And going throughout that search area, the dogs did hit several times, correct?
Correct.
And there was nothing found, correct?
Correct. Also, when decomposition of a mattress, you saw several mattresses and rugs, it can give the odor to animals, because you think our skin cells are on those mattresses, and so there was some, and that's some of the areas that they hit on that had mattresses on it. I'm not a canine handler, never was a canine handler. That's just what I was giving from other detectives that are canine handlers. So that's how I was able to get that information, that kind of information. And any time that we've ever used the searching, I've received the same information from every detective about what they can and cannot hit on.
Okay. Now, you stated that there was buzzards and stuff like that out there, right?
There were buzzards flying over the debris pile.
Were there also vultures?
It looked like a buzzard to me. I'm not a bird person either. It was a bird that was flying over the debris pile.
So whatever it was, you just took a picture of it because they had advised you it wasn't normal for them to be there.
It was that correct, sir. It wasn't a seagull from the beach. It wasn't a parrot or anything like that. It was a larger winged animal. It wasn't like an eagle with the large wings. It was like a buzzard that you see on the side of the road eating roadkill.
And you stated that throughout the course of the search, there were several bones and things found, but it was not human, correct?
Yes, it didn't appear human to me, and they took the bones to the medical examiner, and the medical examiner determined that they were not human.
Okay. And you tested several areas that had red stains and things of that nature, as was evidenced in the photo slideshow, correct?
You're talking about the plastic?
The plastic, there was other areas that were tested as well, correct?
I believe at the dump it was only the plastic, correct?
That one?
It was the only thing that had a brownish red stain that could have been possibly looking like blood.
Okay.
The other one was in the Chrysler.
Okay, but so in 16 days, there was only one spot that you came across that may have looked like blood, and when you tested it, it was not, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then, in going through all of this, you found a book from Terry Parker High School, but you don't know what dumpster or area that came from either, do you?
I don't know what dumpster it came from. I can tell you it was in our area of interest search in the same general area where you saw that crater. It came from the area that the Otisville landfill employees had said that is the areas that was dumped from Ace Pull Apart, and it was from that general cratered area that you saw. One thing you asked about the other blood. Do you think that the items that in this debris pile was compacted? Those bulldozers and front end rollers would roll it to compact it even further. We also had rain and other weather objects, and then we had dirt and sand and other debris put on top of each layer of debris. So we didn't have a lot of red stains and blood stains that we could see in the debris and dirt and garbage.
Okay. Now, when you were there at the landfill, did you just photograph anything that had Victoria's Secret on it specifically because that's what you were advised to do?
We collected any clothing that we did find.
Any clothing at all?
Yes.
Okay, but you testified that you found blue jeans at a couple.
I said we did not find blue jeans.
None at all?
No.
Okay. And you found no other clothing other than those that you photographed of the Victoria's Secret bras?
That I can recall. That's all that we collected.
Okay. And when you guys were out there with the canines, you showed several different pictures showing size and relation, like you standing off to the side and then the detectives down at the bottom. I mean, by the time you guys were done, you guys had gone through a good 30 to 40 feet of trash. I mean, this was a big crater that you guys had created looking in this area, right?
It was a large crater. The final total was 5,529 tons of trash. So 5,500 tons of trash.
Okay. And through all of that, no sign of Iyana, correct?
No, we did not find our victim's body. No, ma'am. No, sir. Apologize.
No, that's fine. And you found no blood.
No, sir. No, sir, we did not.
No trace of anything remotely related to anything that could have been contributed to a crime scene, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. In addition to that, after you left the landfill, you go to Ace Pick-a-Part at the direction of Detective Abbott, correct?
Actually, I was at Ace Pick-a-Part before we did the landfill.
Okay. Well, I'm just going in the order of the presentation. Forgive me. So you went to Ace Pick-a-Part at the direction of Detective Abbott.
Correct.
All right. When you went to the Ace Pick-a-Part, what date were you there?
I can refer back to my report.
Please.
On 1/8/2019.
Okay, so you went there actually about a week and a half, almost 2 weeks before you went to the Otis landfill.
Yes, sir. On the 8th of January. Yes, sir.
Okay. When you went there, you guys searched, or the detectives had searched along with cadaver dogs at Ace Pick-a-Part too, correct?
From what I was told, I was not there during their search, so I can't testify to what they did prior to my arrival.
Okay. There were several vehicles that canines had alerted to and things of that nature, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, these vehicles, you don't know if they were involved in fatal traffic crashes or injury traffic crashes or anything like that, do you?
No, sir. It's a vehicle junkyard.
Okay. So, to the best of your knowledge, all you know is the canine alerted to it, and you went there to photograph or catalog it, correct?
Correct, sir.
Okay. Did you do any DNA swabs there?
Yes.
Out of any of those DNA swabs, did any of those swabs come back to IS?
I don't know. All I do is the collection and preservation. Any other stuff would have gone to the lab and it's sent by the homicide detectives. Our agency keeps the crime scene detective one step removed from actually sending stuff to the lab. Our specific job is the collection and preservation of the searching, preservation and collection of the evidence. The detectives are the ones that determine what goes to the lab. We're just there for the documentation and the preservation of the said items. So I don't know. All I can tell you is the items, the brownish red stains in the red vehicle that I searched did come back positive for blood proteins, and it gave that bluish color on those hemodent, like I talked about earlier, that where it came back red, that these actually came back the blue, so it did have a positive reaction to the brownish red stains that were on the seat and a tissue, I believe.
Okay. And you collected and preserved that, correct?
Yes, sir, along with a blue glove,
Okay.
rubber glove.
All right. Now, all that was done on just the one date at Ace Pick-a-Part, correct?
The one day that they called me out,
Right. You didn't go back there on any other dates?
I wasn't called back out there, no, sir.
Okay. What date did you go and photograph the red Town and Country van?
Referring back to my report for clarification for my memory. That was on 12/30/2018. 12/30/2018.
Okay? So approximately a week and a half after IS had gone missing?
I don't know when she was gone missing.
Okay, fair enough. And when you went out to where the vehicle was, you specifically went through, you found no evidence of blood, correct?
Not in that vehicle, no, sir.
Okay. Did you find any evidence at all at the direction of the detective or anyone? Did you find any evidence at all related to this case other than being asked to photograph that red van?
I photographed, searched the vehicle, smelled the carpet, smelled the seats for any signs of decomposition odor, blood odor. To me, it just smelled like motor oil, dirt, and mildew. So no.
Ma'am, 1 second, please, Your Honor. Just one brief follow-up question related to Ace Pick Apart, if we could. The blue GMC Envoy that you photographed. Thank you. Forgive me, I confused her with a different. No further questions, Your Honor.
No redirect, Your Honor.
Detective, good to see you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Have a good rest of your day.
Thank you, sir.
Members of the jury, it's 12:31. We'll take a lunch break. I'll see you guys back at 1:30. Please remember, don't discuss the case among yourselves or each other. Don't do any independent research, and have a nice lunch break. The jury's outside our presence. I still have counsel with the State Defense and Mr. Quiles present. You guys may have a seat. State, what's on tap for this afternoon?
Yes, sir, Your Honor. So we have 9 lined up. 7 out of the 9 we feel are going to be very quick and brief, closer to the lines of when Mr. Brown testified.
And Mr. Brown was like 10 minutes.
Yes.
You think 7 out of the 9 are going to be about 10 to 15 minutes?
10 to 20 minutes, yes, sir, Your Honor, because, again, we're just hitting one point with those witnesses. And the 2 lengthier ones that we believe would be Detective Porter, which would be a little bit longer, and then the longest would be SS.
What's definition of lengthy for Detective Porter? Similar to this last witness? This last witness was 2 hours excluding the break.
So the state, I think we would be no more than 20, 25 minutes because a lot is hearsay. Now, I know the defense might obviously try to do some more on cross. But when I say lengthy, I mean just more than the 10 to 15 minutes, maybe 10 extra minutes. Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm just concerned we're not going to get done in 2 weeks, and so.
Judge, if this would help the court, I know 2 of the detectives, the 2 bottles from the closet.
I'm not disputing that. I'm just saying, based off my knowledge of the case, I know what's coming, and I know there's a lot of meat, a lot more substance out there than what we've heard so far. And for example, SS.
Just to let the court know that we have broken up SS's testimony.
Okay.
Into 2 portions, Your Honor. Today would just be in relation to IS, nothing in regards to Williamsburg.
Okay. Well, nonetheless, that's still going to be of substance left for next week. Because if we don't get to closing arguments by Wednesday morning, I have a difficult time seeing how we can finish in 2 weeks.
I can let the court know that based upon me and Mr. Skinner's evaluation, we thought we would actually get through these first 4 in the morning. So we're actually not far off from our time estimates with our witnesses.
Okay. Well, that gives me some confidence.
I mean, seriously, I'm not saying that just to the court to say it
No.
either, obviously.
I trust you in that regard. Okay. I was hoping to try to give the jury a 4 o'clock send-off on a Friday. That may not be possible.
And we don't have the PowerPoints lengthy or anything of that. That's pretty much the basis. Others would be very short, a couple of photographs, not many.
Okay. Well, we'll run through them. I'll give them that break like I typically give every afternoon. I think sitting there for an hour and a half, 2 hours is a pretty long time. So you guys have anything else we need to handle outside having a lunch break? Anything from the state?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
From the defense?
No, Your Honor. So
there's not going to be any Williams rule instruction?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We'll deal with that. We'll deal with any other issues after the jury leaves for the day.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
All right, you guys have a nice lunch break. you ready? Ready? Let's go back on the record. Up count to the state defense. Mr. Quiles present. State, you ready to bring the jury?
Yes, sir.
Please get the jury.
Your Honor, jury is re-entering the court.
Welcome back, everyone. We had a nice lunch break. We're going to continue with our trial, and state, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, sir. Officer Gerald King.
Officer, good morning. Good afternoon, sir. Just come on up to be sworn in by the clerk.
You solemnly swear affirm the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Sir, over here to your right, just watch your step as you come forward. If you need a glass of water, let us know. We'll do our best to accommodate you. The only thing I ask is if there's an objection made, just pause, let me rule on the objection, and we'll go from there.
Yes, sir.
You can adjust the microphone however you deem necessary. That said, state, you may inquire. You're ready.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Officer, will you state your name?
Gerard Thomas King, Jr.
And are you currently employed?
No, sir, I am not.
Did you recently complete a law enforcement career?
I did. I retired after 28 years.
Yes, sir. Will you briefly give the jury an overview of where you worked?
I worked at the Bellevue Police Department in Central Florida for 3 years, and then I had a 25-year career at the Ocala Police Department, which included 23 years in the K-9 unit.
Will you now describe briefly what your duties are as a K-9 officer with a K-9 unit assigned to you?
Basically, when you're assigned a K-9 unit, you assist patrol in any manner that they need. It just so happens that my K-9 was trained in narcotic detection, cadaver detection, and also patrol, which includes tracking, building searches, and that kind of thing.
And what was your K-9 unit's name in 2018?
His official name is Zorba 2, but we called him Knox.
And would you spell Knox?
N-A-U-X.
Was there something special about a K-9 unit that is cross-trained, as you just mentioned?
Well, I believe at this time we were the only one in the state of Florida that was cross-trained.
All right. In both the areas of narcotics as well as cadaver scent?
That is correct.
All right. Will you explain briefly how your dog is trained sort of separately and what his alert signals are?
Well, his alert signal for narcotics was to sit and stare at the point that he smelled the narcotics the hardest. For cadaver, he would lay down, because normally a cadaver is close to the ground or under it. His alert was to lay down and look at the ground, then look at me.
All right. And how long was K-9 Knox your partner?
Roughly for 5 or 6 years. I actually achieved him after he was with 2 other handlers that did not work out.
Right. When you retired, did Knox retire?
They allowed him to retire with me.
Right. Now, directing your attention, officer, back to December of 2018 leading into January of 2019, were you employed, as you've stated, at that time with the Ocala Police Department?
Yes, I was.
All right. Were you called upon to assist the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office in a search at the Otis Road landfill, Duval County, Jacksonville, Florida in January of 2019?
Yes, I was.
Did you respond to Jacksonville?
Yes, I did.
Did you do that on several days?
Several days.
And did you do that all at each time with accompanied by Knox?
Yes, I did.
All right. Can you just give the jury a general description of what you were advised you were looking for at the Otis Road landfill?
Well, to the best of my recollection, it was to attempt to locate a possible female that was pregnant that possibly had been murdered.
All right. Now, is there any way to communicate with your dog with respect to what he's scenting, whether it's narcotics or cadaver, or will he do the signal each time he smells either?
Well, basically, he will search for the command that I give him. And I have done this in court before where we have done 2 tests in a courtroom setting. One was a cadaver search and one was a drug search. And he alerted correctly to the drug and correctly to the cadaver search in the courtroom.
And obviously, do those commands differ with respect to what you're giving Knox?
Yes, they do.
All right. And does he always maintain consistency in the commands that you give with respect to what he's scenting for?
Yes, sir. It's because we train a lot for it.
Now, directing your attention to the days, I believe, of January 25, 2019, January 28, 2019, February 4 of 2019, were you at the Otis Road landfill with Knox on those days?
I believe so. I believe those were the days.
All right. Now, with respect to the searches that you were conducting on these days, any time, if he did, that Knox alerted on a cadaver smell, did you alert JSO personnel?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall, just sitting here now, how many times that was?
I cannot recall.
Would you agree that it was several?
Probably, more than likely.
Yes, sir. Now, would you explain to us the quantity or kind of give us an idea of how much cadaver smell needs to be present for Knox to alert?
I train Knox myself with cadaver work. At first, we got the training aids over Arizona, which consisted, when you train the dogs, you have real human body parts that you train with. There is no substitute, in my opinion. The smallest piece that we had, and in lack of better terms, it was chunks of human flesh is the smallest. Some of the flesh involved bone with it, some tendons, some skin, but as small as, I would say, an orange, and that would be a sliced orange, to as big as an entire foot.
So with respect to his training, he's trained to alert with a substantial smell of human flesh.
That's correct.
And or human remain.
That's correct.
Now, would you describe for the jury what if that feint is small, like if you pulled off a Band-Aid off of a human and it was thrown into a dump or trash, would your dog be able to alert on that?
We did not train that way. We did not want to alert to such things as a small Band-Aid. I'm not saying that he would not. I'm saying we did not train that way.
Yes, sir.
I never utilized anything that small for him to alert to.
What about with respect to a faint odor on clothing?
It depends on how long that article of clothing was on a person that was deceased.
Fair enough. Yes, sir. Now, in an area like a landfill, like you experienced on these dates in January, February 2019, would that in any way hinder Knox's ability to scent human decay?
I don't think it would hinder his ability. It's the danger of it all, if you will. A landfill is very dangerous to search because there are things that can fall. There are things that will cut your dog, that will cut you. There's gases coming out of every place you can think of. It's hot down there, even though it's cold out. The dog can move around, and if he does smell the odor, he is going to go to it. But it's just a very difficult place to search, and it takes a long time.
And the jury's already seen some photographs, sir, and we know the depth was quite lengthy.
Yes, it was.
Of the layers of the debris. Does that hinder the effect of NOx to smell human decay?
Depth definitely has a lot to do with it. We have personally never trained on anything over 6 feet in depth. We have actually found bodies that were 6 foot deep, but nothing over that.
Yes, sir. Now, specifically speaking, once your dog alerted at this particular scene, each and every time, if your dog did so, you would pass that along to JSO detectives, correct, sir?
That is correct.
Right. During this particular search, did your dog Knox, did he have any kind of physical problems and or injuries, and if so, how were they remedied?
Well, the terrain was so bad that I actually had to stop searching because he did get a little nick on his pad, and if you get too deep of one, it can actually end a dog's career. So I believe one of the JSO officers actually drove me down to, I think, PetSmart or something, and bought me some leather boots to put on the dog, which greatly helped.
Thank you, officer. Now I want you to take a look at your screen. I want to show you a few photographs, sir. I want to direct your attention to State's Exhibit A that has been previously admitted into evidence, and I'm specifically directing your attention to January 25 of 2019. Is that you with Knox, sir?
Yes, it is.
For the record, that's 8B. What do we see in 8C?
That is K9 Knox looking down the pile.
How about 8D?
That is myself, and K9 Knox is to the left of me, facing the camera.
Yes, sir. And does that height of the debris in front of you give an indication of the depths that you were dealing with Knox?
I don't think that was the deepest that we had searched, but that was definitely, that's an indication of how we were searching. That's correct.
8E, what is that?
That's K9 Knox.
Now, I see him somewhat leaning forward. Is this the alert signal, or is it something where he completely lays down if he were to alert?
He completely lays down.
8F?
K9 Knox again.
And 8G?
That is myself and K9 Knox.
And I know it's kind of hard to see. Will you circle, if you would, where K9 Knox is, please? Our jury's going to look, and I see that they're looking. All right. How about 8H?
And that is myself.
And do you see Knox in that photograph?
I do not. He must be behind some of the debris.
All right. Does this also give an indication of the depths you were dealing with?
Yes, sir, it does.
And how about 8I?
That's K9 Knox.
Now, sir, I want to next direct your attention to January 28, 2019. And I want to direct your attention to State's Exhibit 9D. Do you see yourself in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
And are you able to spot Knox in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Where is he? If you can circle him, please. Thank you. Does this photograph also give an indication of the depth that you were searching?
Yes, it does.
And how about 9E? Do we see you in that photograph?
Yes, sir. I'm at the very top in between the two workers.
All right. And, sir, now I want to show you day 10 of the search, State's Exhibit 10G. Can you see that, sir?
Yes, I can.
And what do we see in State's 10G?
This is Canine Knox actually alerting.
That was my very next question. Is that the exact pose that you would show or your dog would show to indicate he has a cadaver scent?
Yes, it does. And actually in this photo, and I don't know if anyone knows, but I had brought some cadaver aids with me. This is a pile that we had already searched and cleared the day before or the last time. I put a training aid right where he's at just to get him started in the morning, get his mind right on what to look for.
Does that give you an indication he was alert and ready for work?
That's correct.
And how about 10F?
That is Canine Knox also.
And 10E?
Canine Knox searching.
10D?
Canine Knox searching.
And 10C?
Canine Knox searching.
And 10B?
That is Canine Knox at the bottom of the pile.
Yes, sir. And for our jury, I think that's a little difficult. Can you circle where he is in 10B? Thank you, sir. And lastly, on that day, 10A, do we see you and your unit next to you?
Yes, I do. That's Canine Knox and myself.
All right. And then the last few photographs, sir, we'll jump to day. Leave 14. Directing your attention to February 4, 2019 on day 14. Do we see your vehicle in this photograph and states 14 double H?
Yes, sir.
And where is it if you circle it for our jury? Thank you, sir. Is that what you would travel to the scene each day in with yourself and Knox?
Yes, sir. And actually, if you look at the back of it, there's the cooler that I had the cadaver training aids in on the back of it.
And how about 14 double I? Do you see your vehicle in that photograph?
Yes, sir, I do.
You circle it for our jury. Thank you. Does that also give an indication of the expansive area you searched with Knox?
Yes, it does.
And lastly, on states 14 double J, will you do the same in that photograph as well? Sir? Now, when you turn the information over as each time Knox alerted to a cadaver scent, did you continue searching thereafter and let the sheriff's office deal with where he was alerting?
I would notify them of where the alert occurred. They would search that area pretty good, and I would continue at a different area. And if they located anything, I believe that they did advise me. But as you can see, there was so much to search, I had to keep going, or we would have never gotten done.
Yes, sir. Now, does the direction of wind affect your dog's ability to pick up a scent?
It doesn't affect it, it enhances it. I get downwind and I can cover a much larger area. However, in some of these situations, as you can see, there were 25-foot tall areas that just drop down. That makes it kind of rough.
Thank you for that. And then did you yourself, while you were working with JSO, yourself, other canine handlers, come up with a different idea with respect to determine whether what y'all were looking for may be affected by animal life, and if so, what?
We had come to a conclusion that it's possible that in all reality, wild animals will eat human flesh. So to see if any of that was possibly going on here at the dump, I suggested that we put up some cameras facing the dump where you could see if any coyotes or buzzards would come in and it would photograph them and we would know the area that they would be at.
And that was an idea you came up with?
Yes, sir.
Was that something you've seen in your training and more importantly, your experience?
Yes, sir.
Did y'all ever find or notice any coyote or any other animal life that was coming there during the night or at any time?
I didn't have access to the cameras, and if they did, I never seen it.
Is that something that you have seen in your cases, that animal life has actually affected human remains and or destroyed human remains?
Yes, sir. I have seen that.
Now, shifting gears a little bit, and lastly, sir, I want to talk to you about any other work you did in this case. Were you also directed during the month of either December or January of December 18 or January 19 to a place of business called Ace Pick Apart here in Jacksonville, Duval County, Florida?
Yes, I was.
Did you go there?
Yes, I did.
Did you go there with Knox?
Yes, I did.
Can you give it the jury an indication approximately how many vehicles existed on Ace Pick Apart's premises?
I was astounded when I first saw the overview picture. It was about 5,000 cars, anywhere between 3,000 and 5,000 vehicles to search.
And were you instructed or asked by law enforcement with JSO to walk Knox through that facility?
Yes, I was.
Were there ever any times during when you were perusing the premises that your dog alerted on anything at Ace Pick Apart, and if so, what?
2 alerts that come to mind. One was, and it was one of the first alerts, was by what was later told me to be the car crushing mechanism, the big red box, I believe it was. And if you train with your animals long enough, you can tell when they're in a large amount of odor or when they're in a small amount of odor. This seemed to be a larger odor to him, to where he could not pinpoint it, but his mannerisms, the way he put his nose in the air, his tail in the air, he circled, and then he just could not pinpoint where it was, but he looked at me, or laid down, looked at me for the alert. That told me he was in odor. He just could not tell me where it was at.
And does that give you an indication, based on the training of Knox, that it was a large, heavy presence of cadaver smell?
That's correct.
Now, did you point that out to the sheriff's office?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Will you analogize that with, like, for example, he's also trained with narcotics. Would he do something a little different if he found a large portion of narcotics versus a little bit of narcotics?
If there was a very large portion of narcotics that he has not been exposed to before, I would see him doing something similar if he could not pinpoint that.
Right. And the not pinpointing exactly where, is that a great indication for you that your dog has scented a heavier scent?
That is correct.
Of what he's searching for.
That is correct.
All right, and I think that lastly, you mentioned there were 2 alerts at Ace Pick Apart, one near this car crusher. Where was the second alert that Knox did during your search of these premises?
The second alert was actually near the very last section of the salvage yard that I searched. It was actually in the last corner section that I searched, and it was, and excuse me for saying, it was a beautiful alert. We were working downwind, and it just pulled him off the row I was in to go straight to this car. He circled the car 3 times, jumped up, I believe it was on the rear window, put his nose in the window, and then turned around, laid down, and looked at me. It was a textbook alert.
Yes, sir. Can you give our jury the best your memory can tell us where on the lot was this? Was it like near the front, the middle, way in the back? Was it a secluded area? Like, where was it?
It was in an area where I would assume not many people go. Like I said, it was the last section that I actually searched. It was in the northeast section. I started from the northwest section of the salvage yard and worked my way to the northeast. So the very last set of vehicles that I searched.
Right. And with respect to that second alert, and only second of only 2 alerts on that property, did you notify JSO of that as well?
Yes, I did.
One moment, Your Honor.
retired.
Congratulations. All right. So let's start with the Ace pick apart, or I'm sorry, I'm going to the Otis landfill. With that, now, isn't it in fact true that Knox could or potentially has hit on mattresses, right? For decomposition?
I don't think I've ever, are you actually talking about the landfill?
Yes.
I do not believe we alerted to a mattress. I could be wrong, but I don't recall that.
Okay. Mattresses have human skin, cells, and things of that nature, though, right?
Yes.
And it decomposes or breaks down as in time, right?
I'm sure it does, yes.
Okay. Now, the other quick question for you is, Knox hits on decomposition of flesh, basically, right?
That's correct.
All right. So it's not just human, it could also be animal, correct?
No, sir.
It would not hit on animal.
That's part of your proofing process of your training,
Okay.
which you can get my training records from the Ocala Police Department, but part of your training is you will find a dead cat, a dead dog, a dead pig. A pig is actually closer to human than any other animal out there.
That was going to be my question.
And you proof them off of that. In Knox's case, he's never alerted to animals. He's only alerted to human.
Okay.
And that's documented in my training.
Okay. But you brought that up. Pigs specifically, some cadaver dogs do give false alerts for that very issue having to do with a pig or other animals, right?
That is correct.
Okay, but Knox has not had that issue, right?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, in searching throughout all of the Otis landfill, you were shown that one photograph, 10G. That alert was a training to get his mind right for the start of the day, though, correct?
That is correct. That's to get him excited.
Okay. And that was to ensure that he was focused and he knew what he was there for that day.
That is correct.
Okay. Now, in doing that, though, he did not alert on anything related to this case, though, did he?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, you had brought up the issue of, and we're going to shift now to the Ace pick apart. You go over to the Ace pick apart after the Otis landfill. You said that there was an odor in the area of the car crusher, right?
That is correct.
Okay. Is it fair to say, though, with numerous cars going through that car crusher that may or may not have been involved in fatal crashes or anything else, that'll give off that odor, correct? Or could?
It depends on I would assume the amount of bodily fluids that were exposed in the vehicle, whether there were still some parts of human flesh in the vehicles, correct?
Over time, I mean, just repeatedly going through a car crusher, numerous cars that have been involved in accidents and things of that nature.
It's possible because usually when they're compressing the vehicles, it all stays within the vehicle as it's carried away.
Understood. All right. And I want to go into the description of the area that you were going into, if you don't mind. I'm going to have Ms. Michelle give me a hand with this, if you don't mind.
Sure.
There is a photograph of the area of Ace Pick Apart. If you wouldn't mind with Ms. Michelle. Referring to State's Exhibit 32. Okay. If you could turn that and so that the jury can take a look at it at the same time. Could you point to the area that you were referring to, that you said where it was remote and where Knox hit on?
Which one, the car crusher or the actual vehicle?
Forgive me, the actual vehicle, please.
The actual vehicle, I believe, if memory serves me correct, it was in this area, right in here. I remember there was a large amount of water around us when the alert took place.
Okay. And did you come to learn that that area is actually not part of Ace Pick-A-Part? That is actually leased to ASAP Towing. Did you know that?
I have no idea. I just searched the areas that they told me to.
Okay, so you just went through the entire grounds there to ensure that the area was searched?
I was specifically asked to search that area.
Okay. Did you search the rest of the area of Ace Pick-A-Part?
I searched every one of these rows with all the vehicles there. It actually looks like they've added on. I don't know when this picture was taken, but it actually looks bigger now than it was.
Okay.
By, I believe, this much.
Okay.
I could be wrong. I'm just going back from my memory.
All right. And the vehicle that you searched, do you recall what type of vehicle that was?
I do not.
But you did say it was a textbook
Alert.
by your canine.
Correct.
And it was in the, I think you said the back window area?
Yes. I believe it was the only window that was partially down.
Okay. And of that, though, you don't know when that vehicle got there or anything? You just
I have
searched.
no idea.
Okay. Okay. If I could just have a quick second with counsel, Your Honor. No further questions, Your Honor? No questions.
Nothing further. Thank you, Your Honor.
Detective, good to see you, sir. Have a good rest of your day, and congrats on your retirement. You sound like you're proud of it, as you should be.
Thank you.
State, you can call your next witness.
You're on the state would next call Dr. Amanda Atchu.
God bless you. God bless you. Can you go check on her?
I'll check, Your Honor.
I was told she was here, so she might have run to the restroom.
Then she
Needed a break.
The wrong time.
And members of the jury, feel free to stand and stretch. Yes. And you don't need me to let you know you can do that during any break of the action. Feel free to do that on your own regard. I know it gets a little uncomfortable. Are you able to call somebody else, or? I'm not sure how long. Sure. Yeah, I don't want to mess up your routine, but
No, I can see if someone else can use them to your.
if they're that short, like you mentioned.
President, 30 seconds. Walking in the hall.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Doctor, good afternoon to you, ma'am. Just watch your step over to your right. There's a slight incline. Need a glass of water, let us know. We'll do our best to accommodate you. If there's an objection made, just ask that you pause before answer the question. Give me a chance to rule on the objection, and then we'll go from there. Okay. That said, state your main inquiry. You're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor, and good afternoon.
Hello.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Amanda Achoo.
And could you please spell your last name?
ATCHOO.
And where do you generally live?
In the Jacksonville area.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a certified nurse midwife.
And who's your current employer?
UF Health.
And how long?
I've been there for over a year.
And can you tell us a little bit about your educational background?
Sure. I achieved my Doctorate of Nursing Practice degree at Wayne State University in Michigan. It's about 9 years of education. You have to get your bachelor's of nursing education first, and then you go on to get your doctoral degree.
And do you also participate in continuing learning education courses as well?
Yes.
And you had stated that you had worked with UF of Health for about a year. Where did you work prior to that?
North Florida OBGYN. It's now WCF, Women's Care Florida. They were bought out.
And how long did you work for them?
4 years.
And were you also a certified nurse midwife at the time?
Yes.
And what were your duties and responsibilities as a certified nurse midwife with the North Florida OBGYN, for what it was named at the time?
I practiced full scope midwifery at that practice, which means I did women care, so annuals, contraception appointments, and of course obstetrics. So if a woman was pregnant, I'd do the confirmation of pregnancy, see them throughout their pregnancy, as well as do their delivery.
Now, I'm going to specifically draw your attention back to December the 13th of 2018. And were you assigned a new patient? I'll say her name first, and then I'll use initials afterwards, of the name Iyana Sawyer.
Yes.
And did you yourself see IS on December 13th, 2018?
Yes.
And prior to today, have you had an opportunity to review the medical records associated with your visit with IS?
Yes.
Did that help refresh your recollection?
Yes.
And do you also have somewhat of some independent memory as well of meeting with IS?
Yes.
Was anyone with IS when she came for this appointment?
Yes.
And who was that?
Her mother.
And what type of appointment was set with you on this particular date?
A confirmation of pregnancy.
And during your visit, did you also ask what her age was?
Yes.
And how old was she when you saw her?
16.
Now, what did you do, doctor, when you first met with her and you're confirming pregnancy? What are the steps that you take during this visit?
I introduce myself. I get a medical background of any other conditions that may be pre-existing. I get a social history, whether or not they're on drugs, smoking, all those things, surgical history. I also try to develop a baseline rapport. I don't get in depth in the interviewing process because sometimes it's that trust issue. They don't really give you all the information up front, but I just do a basic interview with the patient and establish whether or not she's pregnant and how far along she is.
And Dr. Archu, did you determine whether or not IS was pregnant?
Yes.
And what did you opine?
I'm sorry?
I mean, did you verify she was pregnant or not?
Yes.
And was she?
Yes.
And so when determining when someone's pregnant, what are the other factors that you determine in this first visit regarding IS pregnancy?
Pelvic exam, fundal height, ultrasound, and Doppler tones to confirm a heartbeat.
And were you able to determine that the baby did in fact have a heartbeat?
Yes.
And do you also determine the mother's blood type at that first visit?
Yes, we get a prenatal lab work.
Now, what about the baby's blood type at this juncture? Is that something that you would determine?
No.
And why is that?
It's not available. The test is not available to determine the baby's blood type.
So would that be a test that's done after the baby is born?
Yes.
Now, can you also determine how far along an individual is during this time frame?
Yes.
And were you able to do that with IS?
Yes.
And how far along did you determine IS was on December the 13th, 2018?
22 weeks pregnant.
And how do you determine, doctor, approximately that she was 22 weeks along?
Typically, it's the fundal height that's consistent with how far along they are. And then the ultrasound at that time, we would have been using a femur length. But, yeah.
And did you also, though, ask some additional background information regarding menstrual cycles with IS?
Yes.
And was IS able to provide you that information?
Yes.
And did she provide you approximately the early July timeframe?
Yes.
Now, did IS and her mother request a panorama to be conducted?
Yes.
What is a panorama?
It's a genetic test that determines whether or not there's any genetic abnormalities that the baby's at risk for, such as Down syndrome. Is the most common one that people want to test for, but amongst other ones.
And can it also determine the gender of the baby?
Yes.
And was that done in this case?
Yes.
And was the gender female?
Yes.
Now, during the entirety of this appointment that you had with IS, was her mother present?
Yes.
Is that common, doctor, for a certified midwife like yourself, when a juvenile is involved, to also have the parent or legal guardian present?
It depends.
In this particular case, why did that happen, if you recall?
Typically, when it does happen, it's because the patient says it's okay if the mother's in the room.
Now, was there any information provided to you during this visit of who the father was?
No.
Did you notice anything in particular about IS's demeanor during her visit?
Yes.
What did you observe?
I documented that she was not making eye contact and that she was looking at the floor throughout our discussion.
And based upon that body language and observations that you observed, had you already made an opinion regarding how you were going to treat the second appointment?
Yes.
And what were you going to do?
Once the mother's in the room or any type of family member that's in the room, it's very hard to backtrack. The second you say, I need you to step out of the room to ask questions, you know, the stress level rises and then there's a lot of tension. So I documented that so I would know the next time to let the medical assistant know that the patient needs to be brought back by themselves so I could do a screening for any type of abuse.
And did you also wanted to potentially see if you could get a rapport with IS regarding the father situation?
Yes.
And was that based upon her age?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hello, good afternoon.
Decided to leave Michigan and get away from the cold, huh?
Absolutely.
Okay. With that being said, so you met with IS. Do you remember approximately the date?
It was documented as December 13th of 2018.
Okay. Now, when you met with her, I'm going to kind of pick up where you left off and work a little bit backwards, if you don't mind. You just stated that she was looking down and away, and in your training experience that you were concerned if there was signs of abuse. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see signs of abuse?
No.
Okay. It was just, you couldn't get IS to open up to you to have a normal exchange if it had just been maybe you and her.
Correct.
Okay. So she was very quiet, timid?
Yes.
Okay. Now, during the course of your exam, you stated that you did not establish the blood type of the child, correct?
Yes.
Could you have done that at that point?
No.
Okay, too soon?
No, the testing's not available to determine the baby's blood type at
Okay.
that time.
Was there any blood drawn to determine DNA or anything like that?
No, you can't do that.
Okay. And so basically you just were confirming the pregnancy at that point, and then there was going to be a follow-up to make sure that the baby is healthy and developing properly and things of that nature, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in the course of your interview in that, is it in fact true this was IS's first pregnancy, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did she relay to you that there was any history of sexual abuse?
No.
And she did not open up to you and tell you who the father was either, did she?
Not at that time, no.
Was there any mention of who the father was or could be?
Not from her, no. She didn't tell me.
Okay. May I have just a second, Counsel, or Your Honor? No further questions, Your Honor?
No further questions, Your Honor.
Doctor, good to see you, ma'am. Thank you for being here today.
Absolutely, thank you.
Hey, you can call your next witness.
State would next call Detective Tanya Porter.
solemnly swear affirm the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Detective. You're retired too, I'm assuming?
Yes.
It's been a pattern in this case. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Got off my routine. If you need a glass of water, let us know. we can certainly accommodate you. If there's an objection made, just pause, let me rule on the objection, and we'll go from there.
Okay.
That said, state your main inquiry, you're ready.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Tanya Porter, retired JSO detective.
And how do you spell your first name, ma'am?
TonyA.
And how long have you been retired from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
A year and 9 months.
And how long were you tenured with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
25 years and 10 months.
When you retired, ma'am, or shortly before you retired, in what capacity were you with the JSO?
I was still working in missing persons unit.
How long were you a detective in the missing persons unit?
About 4 to 5 years, more so 5.
Prior to that?
Yes. I worked in several divisions of the sheriff's office.
Would that include other detective divisions?
Yes.
And would that also, ma'am, include patrol?
Yes.
Now, can you describe to the jury what were your duties and responsibilities of being a missing detective?
We had to try to locate persons that was reported missing. We dealt with people that were reported missing that had Alzheimer's, and we also dealt with runaway juveniles.
So just to be clear, you would investigate missing individuals of any age, potentially?
Yes, correct.
And ma'am, how did you get assigned casework?
By a sergeant in the unit.
So is it random?
Yes.
Or when you're on call?
No, it's random. The sergeant just assigned the cases.
Okay. I'm going to draw your attention, Detective Porter, back when you were still employed with JSO to December 21st, 2018. Did you get assigned a case involving Iyana Sawyer?
Yes, I did.
Now, was it normal for you within JSO policy to be assigned the type of case with IS?
Yes.
And was that based upon her age?
No, it's just a choice of the sergeant at that time, whatever case he assigned us.
Okay, so it didn't matter, the protocol is just if you get assigned, you start working.
Yes, correct.
And was that assignment based upon IS's mother calling?
No, it was the case was reported on 12/19. The case was assigned, but my first contact was the 21st with the complainant calling.
And did you speak with IS's mother, Kimberly Mobley?
Yes, I did.
So during those 2 days of reporting between 12/19 and 12/21, would the case then have been assigned officially to patrol during those first 2 days?
Yes, when we get a case which is a code 5, patrol has 10 days to try to locate the victims, and if they do not locate the victim, then it shifts over to the detective division.
But based upon that time frame, the 10 days did not lapse prior to you becoming involved?
No, it did not.
Now, so Detective Porter, when you receive information involving a juvenile that has not been talked to or spoken to by their family or returned home, how do you start to digest that information in regards to how you're going to conduct your missing persons investigation?
I speak with the complainant to get me, and whatever information I receive is how I start working my case. We'll read the report once you get the report, and then we'll make contact with the complainant, which would have been the mother, and then I go from there for my investigation on the information that is provided to me.
And in this case, did you learn the last time that IS had been seen?
Yes.
And where was that location?
At school, Terry Parker High School.
And did you make contact with personnel from Terry Parker High School?
Yes, I did.
And I think as well, did you make contact with Officer Harris?
Yes, I did.
And did you ask to observe video surveillance?
Yes, I did.
And Detective Porter, did you observe that video surveillance with Officer Harris and another detective, is it Buxton? Buxton?
Yes, Detective Buxton, yes.
Thank you, ma'am, for that spelling. Actually at Terry Parker High School.
Correct.
And was that based upon the Wi-Fi and having to be on the server at Terry Parker High School?
Correct, because SBO Officer Harris tried to come to our office to try to pull up the video, but she was not able to have access, so we ended up having to view it at the school.
And based upon the way that you viewed the video surveillance, were you able to obtain a copy?
I did not obtain a copy at that time. I requested a copy.
And did you try to create a timeline based upon your observations from that video surveillance?
Yes, I did.
And based upon your observations, did you want to speak to some other individuals, meaning like her sister?
Correct.
And were you able to make contact with her sister, Iyana Sawyer?
Yes, I did.
Now, we had talked about Detective Buxton and the missing persons unit at JSO. Did you all work with partners, alone? How did that process occur?
We worked individually. You're assigned individually to cases, but we go out as partners sometimes just so that you're not alone.
Now, in regards to individuals that are missing, do various tips or leads come in?
Yes, I do.
And did that occur in this case?
I got all of my information from the complainant.
Okay. And no matter how small or big that lead, would you try to follow up with it?
Yes, correct.
And would that have included an area of Azalea Ridge?
Yes.
And were you given some information that a potential Hispanic or mixed or African-American male had been associated with IS at that location?
Yes, correct.
Were you able to ever find any further information in regards to this tip?
No, I did not.
And before I talk about a couple of other situations, ma'am, that you had followed up on, is it common to receive tips that end up leading nowhere?
Yes, correct.
Is it fair to say that people generally just want to help?
Yes, correct.
Now, ma'am, were you also provided that IS might have been involved with someone by the name Jose?
That was the name I was given, correct.
Were you ever able to determine who Jose was?
No, I did not. I went out to the apartment complex to try to see if I can find the description of the Jose that I was given. I also went by management because sometimes when you go to apartment complex, if juveniles are rowdy or known in the neighborhood, the manager may know the person. So we went by the office trying to make contact, but they did not know a Jose. And we drove around the apartment complex, did not see anyone. And then I later posted flyers, the victims' flyers.
And that's what I was going to ask. Did the family create flyers that were provided, or did JSO?
I'm sorry, I created the flyer and I provided it to them.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. And the family then would have been responsible for putting those flyers around town?
Anywhere they want to, yes, correct.
Now, were you also given some information that possibly that there had been a transaction on the bank records of IS to a Wendy's?
I was informed, yes.
And did you go by that Wendy's?
Yes, I did.
And did you see if you could obtain some video surveillance from that date related to the transaction?
Yes, I did. I made contact with the manager, but at that time she did not have access to the video. She said she had to reach out to her regional division to get the video for me. So I provided her my contact information, time, the date and time that I was given the transaction occurred.
And did you ever receive any video surveillance?
Not at that time, no.
And then have you later learned that the date that IS's bank records from IS was actually an earlier date than the 12/19 date?
Yes.
At the time, though, was there some confusion over what date she had gone to Wendy's?
Yes.
But again, you're just following up anything that's provided to you.
I was following up what I was given the date and time.
Yes, ma'am. Now, did you also learn that IS had not too long before 12/19/2018 had worked at Chick-fil-A?
Correct.
And is that the Chick-fil-A located at Southside Tinseltown area here in Jacksonville?
Correct.
Did you go to that location?
I did not. Detective Pichardo went for me.
Okay. But that was followed up?
Yes.
Now, we had talked about already with the mom Kim Mobley. We've also talked about the sister SS. We also provided a stepsister through the father's side of Brianna.
Yes, correct.
And did you speak with her as well?
Yes, I did.
And was she able, and again, without going to what she stated to you, was she able to provide you any additional information regarding IS's whereabouts?
No, she did not.
Did you learn that through your investigation the IS had a small friend group?
Correct.
And did you also try to reach out to those friends as well?
Yes, I did.
And were you able to make contact with some of them?
I was able to.
And was one of them Albertha Vey?
Yes.
And did Albertha Vey convey to you information additionally in regards to the Jose person?
Correct.
Did Albertha Vey believe that IS might be with Jose?
Yes.
And did she provide as much information that she knew about Jose through IS?
Yes, correct.
Now, were you also able to speak with another friend of hers, I think by the name of Sabraya?
Yes, Sabraya.
And I think it was last name Peyton? You need a moment to look. Would
yes.
Look at your report, ma'am, help refresh your recollection?
Yes, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Sabraya Payton.
Could you spell her first name for the record, please, ma'am?
Sabriyah.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, through this investigation as well, we provided the phone number of IS.
Yes.
And did you attempt to call that number?
Yes, I actually sent her a text because sometimes, although the juveniles don't respond to their parents, if we send them a message saying, hey, you've been reported missing, they'll contact us sometimes, even if they don't contact the parent.
Did you get a response?
No, I did not.
Did you ever get a response?
No, I never.
Now, back at the office, did you get a call in relation to IS?
Yes, I did.
And do you recall the name of that individual who called into missing persons?
Yes, I do.
And what was the name of that individual?
It was Yusuf Quiles.
And could you spell that first name, please, ma'am?
Yusuf.
And did you actually take that direct name down from the caller ID?
Yes, I did.
And without going into what this individual stated, did he, I shouldn't say they, I apologize, it's a he, correct?
Correct.
Did he provide information in regards to IS's case?
Yes, he did.
And did you learn the relationship of the individual you were speaking with to a Johnathan Quiles?
Yes, I did.
And did you learn that they were brothers?
Yes, I did.
Now, did you memorialize the date that you received this phone call?
Yes, I have it written in my report, the date and time.
And do you have an independent memory right now of the date and time?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
When I proceeded, I was working that day, and I don't know why, but I ended up answering the phone. And the person on the phone told me they wanted...
Detective Porter, I don't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Remember, we got to be careful about that the hearsay, ma'am.
Okay.
So what I'm just kind of tell me that, again, that you got the phone call, right?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And like you were just telling, you just happened to answer the phone?
Correct.
Okay. And what was the date of that call?
It was the January the 8th, 2019.
And I think you even said you put the time down.
I did, correct.
And what was the time, ma'am?
8:49
Was that PM or AM?
a.m. We use military time when we do our report, so it says 0849.
Yes, ma'am. Now, when you spoke to the person, was he willing to give you his name?
Not at first.
Okay. And that's why you made sure to write down the phone number and the name from the caller ID?
Correct.
Okay. And through that conversation, like you stated, we learned that it was the defendant's brother.
Yes, correct.
Okay, Johnathan Quiles. And based upon that information, did you pass it along to the homicide unit?
Yes, I did.
And had a homicide detective been assigned?
Detective Abbott.
And did you give that information to Detective Abbott on the same date of January the 8th?
Yes, I did.
Now also too, Detective Porter, did you also learn of a case that had been pending from earlier in the year, from March 2018, involving a Kamar Humphrey?
Yes, I was aware of that.
And was that provided by Ms. Mobley, Kim Mobley as well?
Correct.
And did you reach out to him?
Yes, I did.
And were you able to make contact?
Yes, I did.
Now, was this in person, by phone? Can you tell us how you made contact?
I made contact with him at his employment.
And do you recall where he was employed at the time?
Popeyes, off of University in Atlantic.
And was he willing to speak with you?
Yes.
And did Mr. Humphrey have any hesitation with meeting with you?
No.
Did you advise Mr. Humphrey why you wanted to speak with him?
Yes, I did.
And did you question him in regards to IS?
Yes, I did.
And did you learn that Mr. Humphrey was not in the area at the time?
Correct.
Had Mr. Humphrey gone to visit family for the Christmas holiday?
That's what he told me.
Now, did you ever speak to Naomi and Johnathan Quiles?
Yes, I did. Not John. Yes, I did.
I think first, let me ask you this. Did you go to the residence?
Yes, I did.
And did you go to the residence off of Trout River Road?
Yes, I did.
And when you first arrived at the residence, was it just Naomi? I mean, it was Quiles at the time, but Mobley now. Is it just her at the house?
It was her and Jacob.
Okay.
I was meeting both of them.
And when you say Jacob, would that have been a child, an older child that was of the defendant?
Yes.
I think about the same age of IS?
Near, yeah.
Okay. A teenager?
Yes, a teenager.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. And did you speak with her in regards to her knowledge of IS?
Yes, I did.
Now, while you were speaking with her, did the defendant arrive home?
Yes, he did.
And did you also speak with the defendant?
I actually was talking with Naomi. He would interject and say things as I was asking her questions.
Was the intent overall at that juncture just to then speak with Miss Naomi Mobley?
Correct.
Had you been provided any information to the complainant in regards to Johnathan Quiles being a potential suspect?
At that time, yes.
Okay. And is that why you did not want to speak with him during the middle of your investigation?
Correct.
And I think that you had met with Naomi, I think it was it December 31st of 2018?
Can I refer to my report?
Will that help refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
The exact date and time. Yes, I met with her on January the 3rd at, the time is 13:25, which is 13:35, which is 1:35.
Thank you, ma'am, for the clarification on that date. And ma'am, after that phone call with the defendant's brother, did you provide all the information contained within your investigation aspect then to Detective Billy Abbott?
Yes, I did.
And at that time, did that include your missing persons investigation?
Yes, it did.
Okay. No further questions.
Detective.
Good afternoon.
Former detective, congratulations.
Thank you.
All right. So, a few questions for you. When this first started out on December 18th, 19th, you actually were assigned the case around the 19th or 20th, correct?
Correct. It would have been the 20th. It was written on the 19th, so the reports don't come to our office until the next day.
Okay. And to be clear, she was listed as a runaway, not endangered, correct?
Can I refer to my report and I can give you the exact what is listed here?
Yes, please.
She's reported as a missing person.
Missing person. Okay. At the start of your investigation, though, it looked like she was a runaway, correct?
But yes, patrol has 10 days to follow up. When it's not anything any evidence of foul play, kidnapping, or anything like that, patrol has 10 days to follow up, and then we get involved. And then sometimes we get involved, like this case, before the 10 days.
Okay. Wouldn't it be fair to say you guys got involved, meaning, when I say you guys, meaning your division, missing persons, got involved because the family was adamant about having this followed up on sooner rather than later?
Correct.
Matter of fact, she was calling repeatedly every day.
I spoke with Ms. Mobley, yes.
Yeah, repeatedly every day, right?
Almost every day.
Yeah. All right. Now, as this case first started out, when you first talked to her, she wanted to know why IS wasn't even on the news as a missing person to start, right?
Not the first time. The second time I spoke with her. The first time I made contact with her on the 21st, that's when she called the office about getting updates on the information. It wasn't until the 26th, after Christmas, that I spoke to her that she was irate about her not being placed on the news.
Okay. And these are your words, irate. And she was really hot under the collar.
Oh yeah, she was upset that she wasn't on the news.
Okay. And would it be fair to say that the more you tried to talk to her about this, the more upset she became?
She actually, when I explained to her our procedures of how and why she wasn't placed on the news, at that time, to me, she understood what I explained to her, but she did call back later and asked to meet me in person.
When you say later, that same day?
That same day, yes. Within like 5 minutes.
Okay. Bear with me on that. So you explained to her the policy and procedure, that being that IS was not an endangered person or listed as foul play, so therefore she didn't qualify for the criteria to be placed on the news.
At that time.
At that time.
Correct.
And Ms. Mobley was really upset about that, and as you stated, called back within 5 minutes demanding to meet you.
Yes.
Okay. And that wasn't, I need to meet you, it was a very assertive.
She asked if she could meet me in person, and
Right.
I agreed to do so.
Okay. And when did you agree to meet with her in person?
It was that same day. It's just that I was having work done on my car, and I told her I would come over once the work was completed.
And you went there with the other detective, Detective Butts?
Yes, correct.
Correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. I want to backtrack, though, to the 21st, when you first got the case, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Now, when you first got this case, as you stated, you met, or you called over to the officer at Terry Parker High School, correct?
I did not that same day,
Okay.
but I did make contact with SBO Officer Harris, yes.
Yes. But what day did you meet with Officer Harris?
And I'm referring to my report. It says here on December the 29th, and I have the time of 14:41, which is 2:41 in the afternoon.
Okay. All right. So that was a good 10 days before you could meet with Officer Harris to get the video, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, during the course of when you first got the case, I know you were following up and doing things as far as departmental procedures.
Correct.
But would it be fair to say the family wasn't waiting for JSO, they were doing their own thing to move forward, trying to find SS? Would that be fair to say?
Yes, that'd be fair to say.
Okay, they were doing flyers and they were trying to get the word out in every way possible. Would that be accurate?
It's fair to say. I don't know what they did. I did know I provided them the flyers to pass out and hand out to anybody and anywhere.
Okay, so you assisted in that, but they were doing that on their own?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you were interviewing family members and things of that nature, correct?
Correct.
At what point did you go to the house and look around the house for any missing items and things of that nature?
The first day would have been it was on the 26th.
Okay, so that was after Christmas.
Yes, correct.
Okay, so at this point, it had been close to a week since she had become missing, correct?
She was reported on the 19th, correct.
All right. All right. Now, as far as the people that you were interviewing, all of those names came from her mother, Kimberly, correct?
Correct.
And those were IS's friends?
Correct.
Okay. And there was also, you were trying to speak with her sister, SS, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, you had an occasion to speak with Albertha, as you stated.
I spoke to her via telephone, but not in person. But I met with Sabrias in person.
Okay. Now, at some point, weren't you in fact going to meet and follow up in person with, was it Brianna?
Brianna, I interviewed Brianna and the father at the same time at their residence.
Okay. But you were also supposed to follow up with her for some additional info, which that never happened too, correct?
I gave her my card that if she obtained any additional information, I asked her to give me a call.
Okay. Now, so about what time did you go over to meet with her father and her stepsister?
I have it here on the 27th, December the 27th at 10:50.
Okay. So again, this is a week after the fact, right?
Yes.
All right. Through the course of your investigation, it's my understanding that you learned that there was an individual by the name of Jose who lived over in the Azalea Apartments area, correct?
That's the name I was given, correct.
Right. And that name was given to you by who?
Miss Mobley.
Okay.
The complainant, I'm sorry.
That's okay. And isn't it in fact true at that point in time, it was believed that Jose may have been the father of the baby, correct?
That's what I was told at that time, correct.
That was by Miss Mobley, correct?
Correct.
Okay. At that point in time, she had not even mentioned Johnathan Quiles, had she?
No.
Okay. And to be clear, she had not mentioned Johnathan Quiles as a potential father of the child either, had she?
Not to me. At that time, no.
Okay. Now, so you went to the father's house, that's Willie Sawyer.
Correct.
You met with her and the stepsister. Now, and I'm not going into the specifics, but was Brianna reluctant to talk to you because her father was there?
I wouldn't say she was reluctant to talk to me. I just think if there was something that she wanted to tell me, I don't know if she just didn't say it at that time. I just had a feeling that maybe if there's something else she knew, she could talk to me outside of talking to her father. Because sometimes when we interview juveniles in front of their parents, they're not as open to us as when we talk to them by ourselves.
Okay. And fair enough. Now, were you able to look or search the area around the Azalea Apartments for this individual by the name of Jose?
Yes, we drove around looking for her because I didn't have a last name or anything, just a description and the name Jose. So we looked around the apartment complex to see if we could find any Hispanic, black Hispanic males. Went to the office to see if maybe a person of that name was known to the manager, and then we posted flyers.
Okay. You also interviewed SS, correct?
Correct.
Okay. At one point, you actually confronted SS as to why she hadn't been forthcoming about Jose either, correct?
Correct. Is it Jose? Jose, yes. At that time, I was given the name Jose. It wasn't until later I asked her, why didn't she tell me Jose was Johnathan Quiles?
Okay. All right. And as far as, and correct me if I'm wrong, prospective other fathers of the child, they had given a couple of different names, didn't they?
Correct, they did.
And those were who? Do you remember?
I can tell you. I was given a name by Miss Mobley, the complainant, I'm sorry, of a P. Gonzalez, then a boy named Brian, and then eventually they told me the father's name was Jose, Hispanic male.
Okay. And what date was that, please?
And that would have been, that's when I first made contact with her at the residence, and that would have been the 26th.
Okay. And on the 26th, at no point in time did they ever mention Johnathan Quiles, correct?
Not at the house.
Okay. And when I say mention Johnathan Quiles, I mean as the father of the child, right?
At that time I was at the house, no.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, you were advised that Brianna got pregnant. I'm sorry, not Brianna. That IS got pregnant over the summer, and that she was very close to Brianna and would tell things specifically to Brianna because they were very close, correct?
It was Samaya that she was very close to, and that's who she would tell information to.
Okay. You didn't learn that she was close to Brianna and that she would hang out with Brianna at school?
Let me refer to my report back. I have here in my report that Kimberly informed me that Brianna was a stepsister that also attended Terry Parker, but I don't see here in this section where I have that she would tell her stuff and would tell her stuff. I don't have that written in that.
Okay. All right. Now, when you were over at the residence with Miss Mobley, the complainant.
Yes.
Before you went over there, you had actually told her, don't touch anything. You guys want to be able to go through it and be able to conduct your own search or investigation. Would that be right?
I didn't tell her don't go through anything. I just told her we would come over and make contact with her, and I will answer any questions that she needed me to answer.
Okay. Did she provide you with a plane ticket or tell you that there was a plane ticket?
No, I was not given a plane ticket.
Train ticket?
No, I was not given a train ticket.
Okay, did she tell you anything about that, about possibly IS had left it, or was going out of town or had purchased that?
No.
Okay. Now, you mentioned Kamar Humphrey as part of your investigation as well.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
It wasn't a part of my investigation. I was given his name from the complainant, but he was not. I only talked to him because of what the information she provided to me.
Right.
Okay.
And what date did you meet with him?
The 7th.
December?
January the 7th.
And did he provide information as to where he was on or around the time that IS went missing?
Correct. He told me that he had gone to visit his father.
Okay. Did he ever provide any information in relation to that, other than just expressing that's where he was?
He was supposed to provide me the information, but at the time, I did not receive it at that time. But I don't know, because after my investigation was over, it went to homicide, so I don't know what was provided.
Okay.
But at that time, I did not receive.
He did not follow up and give you the documentation that you had asked him to, correct?
Not at that time.
All right. And he did not follow up with you again. I mean, I know it got transferred, but he did not follow up with you either to give you the documentation that you had requested, though, did he?
No.
Okay. Did you make any attempt, other than waiting on him, to verify his alibi?
No, I did not.
All right. Now, going up to right around the time that this got transferred to homicide.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Just before that, again, Miss Mobley was getting very upset because enough was not being done in her opinion, and she was expressing that to you guys, correct?
At that time, she would call, but I think she just was whatever we could provide or give her, she would just get the information, or if she obtained anything, she would call me and give it to me. So she stayed actively calling, correct?
She called almost every day, correct?
Almost.
Yep. And when she wasn't getting her answers, she was getting more and more upset with...
No, not after I met with her in person. No, she was not upset with me after that. She was upset prior to me meeting her in person.
All right. May I have a second, Council Judge? Just one last follow-up, ma'am. And the date that she was upset was December 26th, right?
Yes. Now, let me make sure. When I talked to her on the phone, yes, it was the 26th.
Okay. No further follow-up, Your Honor.
Very brief, Your Honor.
Detective Porter, is it uncommon for a mom to be upset about her missing pregnant teenage daughter?
No.
And Detective Porter, you had stated earlier during cross-examination that Ms. Mobley had not brought up Johnathan Quiles as the potential father yet.
At that time, correct.
Did she provide that information to you?
Yes, she did.
And was that on December 30th of 2018? You need a moment to review your
Yes,
report?
please. The correct date is the 28th.
Yes, ma'am. And did she also talk to, if you look at page 7, did she also talk to you about it on the 30th of your report, ma'am?
Correct.
So, just to be clear, did she talk to you about the defendant, Johnathan Quiles, being the potential father of her missing daughter's baby on more than one occasion?
Correct.
And the first date was actually December the 28th, 2018.
Correct.
And then did she provide additional details to you on December 30th, 2019?
Correct.
And did she tell you that the speculation of defendant potentially being the father as early as December 8th, 2018?
I don't know specifically. Yes, I'm sorry. I have here in my report, Kimberly said there were speculations going on about Johnathan being the father of the victim's baby.
And
Correct.
was that as early as December 8th, 2018?
Yes, and that's up under my report written on December the 30th at 11:30.
So you did provide, so Ms. Mobley did provide that information to you?
Correct, but not at the time, the date that
Right when she first
Okay.
talked to you, correct?
Yes.
But that information came?
Yes, it did.
And in fact, it only came a couple days later?
Yes.
All right. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Detective, good to see you, ma'am.
Good to see you too.
Rest of your day.
Thank you.
Hey, are we able to call one more witness before break, or is it short?
It's short, Your Honor.
Billy Brown short?
Yes, sir.
Okay, call your next witness.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. The state would next call Detective Lane.
I think the jury likes my jokes. Members of the jury, we'll take a break after this next witness, but then we'll finish up our afternoon together.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you.
Right, that's right, man.
Detective, good afternoon, ma'am. Watch your step as you come forward. Need a glass of water, let us know. We'll do our best to accommodate you. If there is an objection made, just pause before you answer the question. Let me rule on the objection before we go forward from there. With that said, state you may quite ready.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
Detective C.M. Lane, ID 73308, Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, Robbery and Violent Crimes Unit.
How long have you been with the Robbery Crimes Unit?
About 8 months.
And prior to that, what was your assignment with JSO?
Major case crime scene detective.
And how many years total have you been with JSO?
13.
And drawing your attention back to 2019, were you within the crime scene unit?
I was.
And were you asked to assist with collecting some items at a residence off of India Avenue?
I was.
And I believe specifically that was 7824 India Avenue?
Correct.
Is that here in Duval County, Florida?
It is.
And were you asked to collect some items in a bedroom involving some parsley and dong quai?
I was.
And did you take photographs of the location that you went to?
I did.
Just real briefly, ma'am, there aren't many. So I'm showing you State's Evidence 18A. Is this the location that you went to, ma'am?
It is.
Okay. And were you directed to the bedroom of 2 juveniles in State's 18B?
Yes, I was.
And is this a picture of how you observed it when you arrived?
It is.
Okay. And then were some items picked up so you could actually get to the closet area in 18C?
Yes.
Okay. And were you directed specifically to the item in the Adidas shoebox?
I was.
And do you take photographs as is, and then do you open that shoebox?
Yes, it was photographed in place as it was found and then opened and the contents photographed.
And in states 18G, is this how you observe the contents upon opening that shoebox?
It is.
Now, did you collect the items of parsley and dong quai in 18H?
I did.
And I'm going to fast forward, and are these just some tissue paper and a Foot Locker, and I think then a portion of a shoe tag?
Correct.
Fair to say that was also in the box?
Yes.
Now, in states 18J, what is the purpose of this photograph, Detective Lane?
That is to demonstrate the contents of that particular bottle, and that is to indicate that there were 28 of those capsules located inside of that bottle.
And is that your handwriting, ma'am?
It is.
And then in states 18K, did you do the same thing that you had just described?
I did.
And how many pills did you find within the parsley bottle?
36 capsules inside that bottle.
It's fair to say that the total quantity with that associated with that bottle would have been 100 based upon the packaging?
That is correct.
I think we can clearly see it in that one. We'll have to look at the dong quai a little bit differently. Now, did you actually collect those two? You said you collected those items, correct? Now, do you enter them into the property room separately from the pills separate from the bottle?
Yes.
Do you recall which day you actually went to India Avenue?
I don't. I would have to reference my report.
Would that help refresh your recollection?
It would.
They were here. Yeah, I appreciate it. Ma'am, I'm showing you a copy of your report. You take a moment, look at it to yourself.
Yes.
See if that helps refresh your recollection.
It does. And for the previous question, it was on April 2nd of 2019.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I'm showing some items that's already been marked into evidence. I'm showing you first state's evidence 50. Do you recognize it?
I do.
And how do you recognize it?
This is the bottle that I collected, photographed, packaged, and submitted into evidence.
And could you show the jury what we're looking at, please, ma'am? And again, is that just then the bottle that does not contain the actual pills?
That is correct. The capsules were removed.
And is there a quantity that's associated on that bottle?
It is. It says there are 100 capsules inside.
And then do you recognize state's evidence 48?
I do. This is the second bottle that was collected with a stated quantity of 100, photographed, packaged, and submitted into evidence by me.
Thank you, ma'am. And now I'm showing you state's evidence 50. Just take a moment and look at it.
Yes.
And do you recognize state's evidence 50?
I do.
And can you tell us what we're looking at?
These are capsules that were removed from the previously stated bottle and entered into evidence separately.
Now we see, and additionally from your photograph that we just looked at, Detective Lane, we see a receipt. What is that receipt for?
That is the receipt that is placed in the package when entered into evidence that gives the weight of the drug.
And is that I believe the 36 was associated with dong quai? That was?
Yes.
Okay. And obviously we got your photograph just to make sure too, don't we?
That is correct, yes.
And then lastly, state's evidence 51.
This is the capsules that were received from the other bottle, indicating 18.6 grams. That is the property and evidence receipt for the weight that was entered into property.
And that's the associated amount, the 28 pills that were left in the parsley bag?
Correct.
Okay. Parsley bottle, apologize. No further questions, Your Honor.
Afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, sir.
All right, so you were called out to the residence, to be clear, on April 21st of 2019, correct? Or was it April 2nd?
April 2nd, 2019.
Okay, so you were called out to go out there. You go in. Initially, when you get there, there's a bunch of stuff pushed up next to the door of the closet. Is that correct?
The room was found as it was photographed, and there were quite a bit of items on the floor, yes.
So you had to move it in order to even open the door to get into the closet to photograph the box?
That's fair.
Okay. So the box is in the upper right-hand corner of the closet, correct?
Yes,
You photographed it before you even went into it. Do I have that right?
correct.
After you got it, you pulled it down, opened it up, and you collected and tagged the items that were inside it, correct?
I did.
Did you take fingerprints also?
From which item?
Either of the bottles?
No, sir.
DNA swabs?
No, sir.
Okay, all you did is photograph, for lack of better words, tag it, bag it, weigh it, and submit it, correct?
That is correct. It was preserved for further processing. It was not my charge at that time to do any processing.
Okay. And were you familiar with the type of case this was and why you were called out?
I was given a brief description of the case. It was an ongoing investigation that I had not been previously involved with.
Okay. So you didn't know that this case initially started a full almost 5 months before, going all the way back to December of 2018?
I was aware that it was an ongoing investigation.
Okay. All right. 1 second, please. And to be clear, you were advised that this box had been found and handled by Kimberly Mobley, correct?
I can't say that I was advised of that, no, sir. I don't have an independent recollection of being advised that.
Okay, when you got there, who told you it was there?
The homicide detective that was on scene.
Okay, so you were called there by the homicide detective and not by the family or anything else saying that this was found?
Correct.
Okay. Nothing further, Your Honor.
No further questions, Your Honor.
That's it. Good to see you, ma'am. Have a good rest of your day.
You too.
All right, members of the jury, we're going to take a break. Please remember, don't discuss the case among yourselves or each other. Don't do any independent research. It's 3:16. Let's come back at 3:40, and we'll go from there. Nice break. Jury's outside our presence. You guys may have a seat. I still have counsel of the state defense and Mr. Quiles present. Mr. Skinner, you look like you want to say something.
Just advise the court, we do have two, what our phrase now is 2 Billy Browns, it will be short witnesses, and then we think a fairly lengthy witness. Just to advise the court, if we have time, we do believe. I know the fourth witness for the next session is also very, very short. It's a custodian of records, and we also have an FTLE, firearms analyst en route, fairly short. So 5 total witnesses, 1 lengthy, 3 very short, 1 medium. That's where we're at.
Yeah, I don't know if the lengthy one's going to.
Yes, sir.
How lengthy's like landfill lengthy?
No, sir.
I'm gonna start calling it.
I don't believe that lengthy. But it is SS.
Yeah, I understand. I get the substance of that.
Just to tell the court, that's what we have left for the afternoon.
But is she in excess of an hour?
It really depends on the cross. They're nodding yes. So
Yeah.
both of us, I would say, a full hour. Yeah.
Yeah, and it may be wise to get as many Billy Browns in evidence as possible.
Yes, sir. We're doing 2 short ones for sure. First, because they're here.
I mean, it's a Friday. I understand that. I'm trying to like you guys are. If we can rest everything by Tuesday, I think we're in decent shape for next week. But other than that,
if we get through 2 or 3 of these short ones plus SS, I think we're still on what we believe to be.
I think it's gonna be tough to fit SS in. I don't want to keep them. I mean, it's Friday. To keep them past 5 o'clock is gonna be tough.
Yes, sir. We do intend on calling her back for the weekend. We'd like to call her. And
I'm not going to keep them here till 6:30, 6
Yes,
o'clock.
We
And so if that's the case, you guys need to be prepared to shorten your testimony because I'm not going to do that to the jury.
You said 3:40 for when we start.
Yes.
So if we have her on by 4, we believe we could be finished close to 5 o'clock hour.
Well, they said in excess of an hour.
This depends on how far you guys go.
It's a Friday. It's been a long week for those people.
Right. We get it.
Yeah, I know it's been a long week for everybody. I understand that as well. I'm just, my job's to think of them.
Yes, sir.
I just don't want to keep them. And it's a Friday rush hour. It's at some point they're going to lose attention span as well. You guys know that as well as anybody.
Sure.
But I understand the position you're in, given the type of witness she is. I comprehend that.
Well, maybe the shorter ones might even be shorter than Billy Brown.
That may be a pretty wise scenario. Maybe we'll have a new nickname after today. But that may be a pretty good idea. 5 minutes here or there is going to save you some time. So we'll be in recess. See you guys at 3:40. All right, let's go back on the record. 19 CF 7518. I have counsel for the State Defense and Mr. Quiles present. You ready to bring the jury back in first from the State?
Yes, sir.
Defense.
Yes, Your Honor.
You're back in, please.
Your Honor, the jury returns to the court.
Members of the jury, welcome back. You guys may have a seat, of course. We're going to continue with our trial. State, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, sir. Detective Gary Savage.
Detective, good afternoon to you, sir.
Hello, Your Honor.
Watch your step as you go forward. You need a glass of water, let us know.
Thank you, sir.
If there's an objection made, I just ask that you pause. Let me rule on the objection before you move forward in that regard.
Yes, Your Honor.
You can adjust the microphone as necessary. State, you may inquire. You're ready.
Thank you, sir. May it please the court. Sir, will you introduce yourself to the jury?
Detective Gary J. Savage,
Where are you employed?
Jacksonville Sheriff's Office Crime Scene Unit.
Will you tell our jury how long you have been with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
Since June 2006,
And can you tell us how long you've been in the crime scene unit?
about to be 6 years.
Yes, sir. And what is the crime scene unit?
We process crime scenes, collect evidence, preserve evidence, and also document it.
And with respect to your duties, did that just encompass all of your duties as a crime scene detective?
Yes.
You usually do that at the direction of either a homicide team or some other detective?
Usually if it's one of those units involved.
Yes, sir. Directing your attention to April 11, 2019. In this case, were you detected by lead detective Billy Abbott in the case of the state of Florida versus Johnathan Quiles to complete one task in this case?
Yes.
Did you go to the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office property room to retrieve a couple of items to take DNA swabs?
Yes, I did.
Were those two items bottles?
Yes.
Did you respond to the Sheriff's Office property room on April 11, 2019 and retain those two bottles?
After I got done processing them, I placed them back in the evidence.
All right. Did you do everything on that same date?
Yes, I did.
Where is the JSO property room?
829 Haynes Street.
All right. Is that over by the football stadium?
It's in the area.
Now, when you check these two items out of the property room, how do you do that?
Go in and sign them out by using my credentials.
And can you do the swabbing of those two bottles there at the property room?
Yes, they have a room for that.
Can you give our jury an idea of what a touch DNA swab actually is, please?
Touch DNA swab consists of the hydrating of a sterile cotton swab with distilled water.
And when you do that, is it for the purposes of retaining that particular material for later DNA testing?
Yes.
Now, Detective, I want to approach and show you 4 items. First, ask if you recognize them. I'll first show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 48 and State's Exhibit 50 and have been admitted into evidence. Do you recognize each of those items?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize them to be?
one parsley bottle and a Don Quee bottle.
Are these the two items that you checked out of the property room?
Yes.
Prior to coming to court today, did you examine the packaging?
Oh, yes, I did.
Did you see your initials on the packaging?
Yes.
Does that indicate that you checked it out and submitted it back into the property room after you took the swabs?
Yes.
I now want to show you two other objects, State's Exhibit 52 and State's Exhibit 53. You recognize these two items, sir?
Yes, I do.
First, State's 53, do you see your initials on this packaging?
Yes, I do.
And in State's 52, do we see your initials on that packaging?
Yes, I do.
What are these items in States 52 and States 53? What actually are they?
Those are the touch DNA swabs.
And can you describe for the jury how or what you do with these swabs to retain material off the bottles?
I use the swabs after they've been wetted to wipe them over the surface in an attempt to extract DNA evidence.
And with respect to States 53, for the record, was that the swab taken from the Don Quay bottle?
Yes.
And with States 52, was that the swab taken from the parsley bottle?
Yes.
And I think you may have already stated, but once you took the swabs, did you place them back in the property room for future testing at the direction of Lead Detective Billy Hack?
Yes, I did place them in the property room.
Thank you, sir. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Just briefly, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Hello.
So, when you checked these items out, you stated you didn't leave the JSO property room. You stayed right there at that same facility, correct?
Yes.
And that maintains the integrity of chain of custody and things of that nature, correct?
Yes.
All right. And in doing that, when you checked those items out to do the DNA swab, did you follow all proper protocols and procedures to preserve anything that was swabbed off of those two items of evidence?
Yes.
And they were conducted according to the JSO protocols, right?
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Detective, good to see you, sir. Have a nice weekend.
Thank you, Your Honor.
State may call your next witness.
Detective Geraldine Hamilton.
Ma'am, good afternoon to you. Just watch your step as you come forward. You need a glass of water?
I'm fine, thank you.
Let us know. We'll do our best to accommodate you. I just ask that if there's an objection made, just pause before you answer the question. Let me rule on the objection, and we'll go from there. That said, State, you may inquire. You're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
I'm Detective G.A. Hamilton,
And Detective Hamlin, who's your employer?
Jacksonville Sheriff's Office,
How long?
for over 22 years.
What is your current assignment?
Crime scene detective,
How long have you been a crime scene detective?
for over 8 years.
And were you a crime scene detective back on January 10th, 2019?
Yes,
And were you on duty that day?
yes,
And were you asked to assist in case number 2018-866-278, that's the JSO number?
yes,
And were you asked to be dispatched to 9152 North Main Street?
yes.
And when you arrived, did you meet with someone from the homicide office?
Originally, I contacted via radio because they was not there.
And were you actually then asked to go somewhere else first and then come back to that location?
Yes,
And the first location that we just discussed, is that Ace Pick-a-Part?
you pull it, yes,
Yes, ma'am. However, were you asked to then go to 528 Trout River Road here in Jacksonville, Florida?
yes,
And is that in Duval County?
yes.
And what type of location is at that Trout River Road
A single-story residence.
And was there a certain purpose for you to go to that residence?
Yes, the homicide detective advised me that they had a search warrant, and they wanted me to take overall photographs and collect a firearm.
And did you take photographs of that location?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's a composite of part of State 17, and it involves some photographs that you took during the pendency of your involvement. We'll first start off at the Trout River Road. Can you explain 17Q, please?
Yes, that's a photograph of the sign. Basically, the residence is kind of like at the intersection, so it just shows the location.
And then State's Evidence 17R. Can you please describe Detective Hamilton?
Yes, that's just a photograph for the front of the residence.
State 17S. Can you please describe?
Yes, just another photograph veering to the left of the or to the right of the residence, my left.
And Detective Hamilton, is it part of procedure to take outside photographs of the location of where you're about to do a search?
Yes.
And then is this also part of the residence in State 17T?
Yes.
Would that be the side, like if we're looking straight on the house, would that be the left side of the home?
Yes.
Now in State 17U, could you please describe?
That's the front door.
Next in State 17V,
That's when I stepped inside the residence and just took a photograph.
would that be to the left or to the right, ma'am?
That was to the left.
Yes, ma'am. Ultimately, did you take some photographs, though, of a certain location of interest?
Yes.
And was that the primary bedroom of that residence?
Yes.
And in State's Evidence 17W, can you please describe?
That's a photograph of the master bedroom, the main bedroom with the closet door.
And just going back a second, 17W, was then the closet a point of interest?
Yes.
Next in State 17X, are we able to see the item of interest for your search, Detective Hamilton?
That's a closer shot. If you can see in the corner.
Could you please
May
stop,
not,
ma'am?
you may not be able to see this up here. It's just coming in.
And we're about to look at some closer pictures, aren't
Yes.
we?
Yes.
Ultimately, what are we looking at here in State 17X from a far viewpoint picture?
Yes, I'm just leading you up to the point to where we want to focus on.
And what is that item?
It's a firearm.
And next in State 17Y.
That's the photo of the firearm
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
in place.
Oh, sorry, ma'am. And then in State 17Z,
A closer shot.
and is that again common to give all the different viewpoints of that item?
Yes.
And next in State 17AA, what is the purpose of this photograph?
That's to show the firearm is showing is actually one inside you have a live round inside the magazine.
And for a layperson like myself, does that mean that the firearm was loaded?
Yes.
Next in State 17BB, can you describe this photograph?
That's a photo of all the ammo with the firearm. This right here, that's the live round that was inside the chamber. And these right here is from this magazine. And this is from that magazine.
And just so we make sure our record is clear, Detective Hamilton, did you place a different magazine, a total of 2 magazines on the left and the right side of the firearm?
Yes.
And the live rounds that are located directly underneath each magazine, is that where it came from?
Yes.
Now, before we get on to your next location, did you collect this firearm, package it along with the magazines, the ammunition, and take it to JSO property room?
Yes.
Ma'am, I'm showing you State's Evidence 37. Do you recognize it?
Yes.
And how do you recognize it?
This is a firearm. It has my initials on the box where I collected it, and it's got the report number and everything on it.
I didn't hear you, man. Can you speak up?
Oh, I'm sorry. It has a
That's okay.
report number and everything that's on there indicating from that case.
And that would be your markings with the black Sharpie?
Yes.
And what type of firearm is State's Evidence 37?
It's a Ruger.
And what caliber? Do you need to take a moment, ma'am, and look at it?
Yes. It's a 9mm.
So would that be a 9mm Ruger handgun? Would it be, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. And then, ma'am, I'm showing you what's been marked previously State's Evidence 38. If you can take a moment and look at it.
Yes, those are the live rounds that I collected from the scene.
And again, I think it's kind of obvious, but just to make sure for record purposes, is it obviously safety and protocol to separate ammunition from a firearm?
Yes.
And that why we have two packages?
Yes.
Next, ma'am, after going to the Trout River Road location, did you then travel back to the original destination of Ace Pickup Park?
Yes.
And ma'am, and just to ask you, was the 528 Trout River Road location, is that located here in Jacksonville, Duval County?
Yes.
Now, ma'am, were you asked to search a vehicle at the Ace Pickup Park you pull at location?
Yes.
And was that a blue GMC Envoy?
Yes, it was.
And in relation to the location of that vehicle in State 17A, first, do you see the vehicle that you searched?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately where that vehicle was located at Ace Pickup Park you pull it?
In the mud.
If I were to show you a aerial view of Ace Pickup Park, would you be able to generally locate where you had searched that vehicle?
Not definitive, no.
Okay. Do you recall that it was towards the back end where I think we see some trees, though?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Next, I'm showing you State 17C. Is that the same GMC Envoy?
Yes.
And are you taking photographs as is of how you first observed it?
Yes.
Did you ask, though, for that vehicle to be moved for processing?
Yes.
And again, just taking overview photographs of 17D, 17E, 17F, 17G. Now in 17H, did you take a photograph of when it was being moved for you?
Yes.
Now in 17I, is this now the location that you're about to do a search?
Yes.
Now, did you have some assistance from the homicide detectives as well?
I did.
State 17J, 17K. Are these just interior view shots in 17L of the GMC Envoy?
Yes.
And again, is this just an interior view shot of the driver's side door front of 17M?
Yes.
Now, I would draw your attention to the rear driver's side area interior of the Envoy in 17N. Were there two particular locations that were of interest to you?
Yes.
And can we see both of those areas in 17N?
Yes.
Would you mind circling the two areas since we're at a medium viewpoint of those items? The first circle, ma'am, would that be on the floor of the vehicle?
Yes.
And as the second item appears to be some type of towel?
Yes.
And we'll get closer here now. So in state 17O, is that the spot that you observed on the floor?
Yes.
Now, did you do any type of testing of that area?
Yes, I checked it to see was it positive for our blood.
And what was the results?
Negative.
And next, in regards to that towel, in state 17P, what did you do regarding the testing of that item?
I tested the towel as well, and it had negative results.
And were those ultimately the only two items that appear to have any potential type of evidence?
Yes.
Any further questions, Your Honor?
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
So, if we could, we'll start with that picture of the GMC Envoy where you left off. On 17M, you were taking pictures of the interior of the GMC Envoy, right?
Yes.
Okay. I believe she's pulling that up now. Okay. And as you photographed this, there was also a dog print or paw print on the back of that vehicle, right?
Yes, right. I can see it from here, yes.
Okay. Do you know if that was as a result of them taking the canine cadaver dogs over there?
From understanding, I believe so.
Okay. And that's why you were called out there to process this vehicle. Is that accurate?
Possibly, yes.
Okay. Now, when you did so, go through there, you just stated you tested those items, and those were negative for blood, correct?
Correct.
And did you do any swabs for DNA or anything like that?
No.
Okay. Now, switching over to the firearm, just briefly, you were directed by the homicide detective, the same homicide detective, to collect that firearm, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you can't say who owned that weapon, correct?
I cannot know.
You can't say that this firearm was used in the commission of a crime, can you?
I cannot.
You can't say the last time that it was fired.
I cannot.
And you don't even know if it was even used in a homicide or in the commission of the alleged murder of IS, can you?
I do not know.
May I have a second with counsel, Your Honor? Nothing further, Your Honor.
No questions, Your Honor.
Detective, good to see you, ma'am. Have a good rest of your day.
Thank you, you too.
Hey, you can call our next witness.
Barbara Johnson.
Ma'am, good afternoon to you. I'm sure this is not what you thought you'd be doing today. If you need a glass of water, let us know, but watch your step. You're fine. Come on in.
Okay.
You can use them. You can manipulate the microphone as you best deem necessary.
Okay.
If there's an objection made, just pause before you answer the question. Let me rule on the objection, and then you can go from there.
Okay.
All right? That said, Mr. Skinner, you may inquire. You're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, will you state your name?
Barbara Johnson,
Where do you live, ma'am?
Jacksonville.
Was there a period of time where you owned a business here in Jacksonville, Florida called the Gun Gallery?
Yes.
What type of business is that?
It is a gun store, and we have 2 indoor ranges
And where is that located specifically?
at 10268 Beach Boulevard.
That here in Jacksonville, Duval
Yes.
County, Florida.
Yes.
All right. And were you in a partnership or in an ownership group with anyone else?
My husband, yes.
Right. How long has you and your husband owned this business?
We actually owned it 30 years.
Right. And what was the last year of your ownership of it?
2022.
Right. Back in December, specifically December 20th, 2018, were you and the husband named owners of the business at that time?
Yes,
Who did the books there, ma'am?
I did.
All right. And as owner and the one who did the books, would you give us a brief description of your duties there, please?
I pretty much did everything. I did ATF compliance. I took in all the daily cash sheets, sign-in sheets, receipts, did accounting. I did pretty much everything.
All right. Were you the records custodian of this business?
Yes.
As part of your duties, was that one of many duties of your own at the gun gallery?
Yes.
In the normal course of your business, would you deal with records on a daily basis?
Yes.
Would you review those records on a daily basis if asked to?
Pretty much, yes.
Pursuant to a subpoena, are you the one that would be assigned to review those records?
Yes.
Did you receive a subpoena in this case that required your attendance in court today?
Yes.
Prior to coming to court today, did you review a record that is part of your business, the Gun Gallery on Beach Boulevard, that was dated December 20 of 2018?
Yes.
And what is it that we're about to look at, ma'am?
You're going to be looking at a sign-in sheet for our range.
And was that only for the date of December 20, 2018?
It's the only one I saw, yes.
All right. Will you give the jury an idea of what types of shooting ranges that you have?
Okay. We have 2 shooting ranges. The front store, we have 2 different buildings. The front store actually has just the pistol range. The back store, which is not connected, but it's a separate building, but that has a pistol range and a rifle range on it.
All right. Is the item that you're about to testify about a sign-in sheet?
Yes.
And for which range, if any?
It's for the pistol rifle range.
All right. The one that's further away?
Yes.
All right. Ma'am, I now show you what's been entered into evidence in Marked State's Exhibit number 39. Do you recognize this, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize it to be?
It is the sign-in sheet for our pistol rifle range.
And what is the date on the top of the form?
10/20/18.
All right. And on the left-hand side are those printed names of folks that have come to your gun range to shoot.
Yes.
And on the right-hand side are those the signatures that correspond with the printed names.
Yes.
Is this a record that you would keep in the ordinary course of your business?
Yes.
I'll direct your attention now to line number 10.
Yes.
Will you please read the printed name of the individual on line number 10?
It's Johnathan J. Quiles.
Is my finger on where he signed this document?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Just a couple of quick questions.
Sure.
Mr. Skinner showed you the sheet. It's a sign-in sheet and a signature, correct?
Yes.
Can you say that Johnathan J. Quiles is the one that signed this for sure?
No.
Okay. Do you know if Johnathan J. Quiles was the one at your gun range using the gun that day?
No.
You're limited by the fact of just whatever's on the sheet, right?
That's correct.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Very briefly, Your Honor. Ma'am, I think you mentioned 10/20 of 18. Was this December 20 of 18?
It was 12/20/18.
You saw it at the top.
Yes.
Is that December 20?
Yes, it's December.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Ms. Johnson, good to see you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay. Hey, you want to call your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The state would next call SS.
Ma'am, good afternoon to you.
Hi, good afternoon.
Watch your step as you come forward. If you need a glass of water or something, let us know. Mr. Gray over here will certainly do his best to accommodate you.
Okay. Thank
There's
you.
an objection made by one of the parties during your testimony. Just pause, let me rule on the objection first, and we'll go from there, okay?
Okay.
And you can manipulate the microphone to help you project your voice.
Okay.
Ms. French, you may inquire.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Iyana Sawyer.
And what is your date of birth?
September 25th, 2003.
And how old are you today?
I'm 19.
And where do you generally live?
Jacksonville.
And how long have you lived here in Jacksonville?
For 19 years.
So is that your whole life?
Yeah.
And what are you doing for a living?
I'm a student.
And what are you studying?
Biomedical science.
And what do you want to do later?
I would like to be a physician.
And where did you graduate high school?
Terry Parker.
In what year?
2022.
And who is your mother?
Kimberly Mobley.
And do you have siblings?
Yes.
You have a sister and two brothers?
Yes.
And is IS your older sister?
Yes.
Only though by a year, is that fair to say?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, during your, actually let me ask you, and is your father Willie Sawyer?
Yes, ma'am.
And does your mother have a big extended family?
Yes.
And are you close to all of your aunts?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you also have some family members in Georgia?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that their legal names? I know you don't call them by their legal names, but are they Nancy and Clifford Ware?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, did your grandma Nancy Ware, did she provide you and IS cell phones?
Yes.
And did your grandma Nancy Ware also provide you an IS in a bank account?
Yes, ma'am.
And would she put, some small money in there for you to have for spending?
Yes, ma'am.
And in fact, does your grandma Nancy Ware do that to this day?
Yes.
And were there occasions where you would visit with your grandparents in Georgia?
Yes.
And would that be during the summer when you were not in school?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, back when IS and you, I would say around the 2017, 2018 time frame, did the two of you tend to be at the same place?
Yes, ma'am.
How would you have considered your relationship with IS during those 2 years?
Very close.
In fact, Even younger, were the two of you always close?
Yes, ma'am.
However, were you also typical close siblings?
Yes.
Meaning you would do normal bickering of sister stuff?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you and IS also tell each other a lot of information that I guess you could maybe call it a secret?
Yes, ma'am.
Things that necessarily you wouldn't want to tell your mom?
Yes.
Is that fair to say?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, in regards to different places that you and or IS would go, where were those locations? Again, I'm just trying to keep your focus to the 2017-2018 time frame.
Yes, ma'am. My mom's house, occasionally my father, with my grandma's during the summer, and my Aunt Naomi's house.
And your father, Mr. Sawyer, Willie Sawyer, does he live here in Duval County as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And back in that time frame of 2017 and 2018, were you living off of India Avenue?
Yes, ma'am.
And now you had mentioned Naomi. Is that one of your aunts?
Yes.
And is her last name Mobley, just for record purposes?
Yes, ma'am.
And back in 2017 through 2018, did she have a husband?
Yes, ma'am.
And who was that?
Johnathan Quiles.
And is that how you got to know that individual?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you, though, call that individual outside of courtroom purposes Uncle John?
Yes.
And if you were to see that person again, would you be able to identify that person by something that he's wearing and where located in the courtroom?
Yes, ma'am.
Just take a moment. And did you see the person that you know to be as Johnathan Quiles?
Yes, ma'am.
Where is he located?
He's sitting to my right side of the room next to Michelle with glasses on and a ponytail.
And could you tell the color of the shirt, please?
It's white.
You're going to let the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant?
So reflected.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Your Honor. So, was there a reason why you particularly were to go over to this aunt's home, the Naomi and the defendant's home?
Yes.
And why was that?
Mainly my sister would want to go, and I'll just go with her.
And did your Aunt Naomi and then at the time the defendant, being your uncle, did they have children?
Yes.
How many at that time?
One.
And was that a little girl?
Yes.
And are her initials NQ?
Yes, ma'am.
And when I say little, because how old is she today?
She is 8.
So between 5 and 6 years ago, she would have been between the ages of approximately 2 and 3?
Yes.
Now, did your Aunt Naomi Mobley, did she work?
Yes.
And would she be gone from the home with a full-time job?
Yes, ma'am.
And then who would be at the home?
The defendant.
That's okay. You can refer to him however you're comfortable, okay? Okay. Don't feel like you're forced to say one thing or the other, all right?
Okay.
And when you and your sister would go over to the defendant's home, who would be there?
Him and his daughter.
And then would your aunt arrive after she was done with working?
Yes, ma'am.
And during that time frame, did your aunt also do work with a trucking company?
Yes, ma'am.
And would that, when she had that particular job, would that keep her away also during the night hours?
Yes, ma'am.
And so back in 2017, going through 2018, how old approximately would you have been?
15.
And then in 2017?
14.
And would you have been in middle school and then high school during those two years?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, did your mom work full-time?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that also why you would go to your Aunt Naomi and uncle and in your defendant's home? Is that also for the defendant to watch you?
Yes, ma'am.
And as you got older, though, were you also assisting with watching NQ?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, how would you describe first of all, to say, generally speaking, your relationship with the defendant at first?
It was okay. It was close.
And based upon your own observations, how at first, and again, this is just beginning, when you're first meeting the defendant, your observations of IS and defendant. Did they seem to have a good relationship?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, at some point, did you learn that the relationship between IS and the defendant was not an appropriate one?
Yes, ma'am.
And would IS confide things into you?
Yes, ma'am.
In fact, did you observe things inappropriate between IS and the defendant?
Yes, ma'am.
And were those observations made at the defendant's home?
Yes, ma'am.
Now let's talk about first, were there two different homes that the defendant and your aunt had during the 2017 to 2018 time frame?
Yes.
Let's talk about the first one. Was that located at 1503 16th Street?
Yes.
Let me show you a couple photographs here. And is 1503 East 16th Street here in Duval County?
Yes, ma'am.
And we're looking at States 19A. Do you recognize it?
Yes.
And the home that we're looking at to the right, is that the home we're talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, majority of the time that you would go see the defendant, is this where they were living?
Yes, ma'am.
In fact, during at some point in 2018, is that when they moved to the next location off of Trout River Road?
Correct.
Next in States, evidence 19B, again, is this the 1503 residence?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this another viewpoint then of the residence in States 19D?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, was this home commonly referred to as the Yellow House?
Yes.
Now, in States evidence 19F, is this one of the entry points to the home?
Yes, ma'am.
And then in States 19H, is this another entry point inside of the home?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, just to go back, at the time that the defendant and your aunt lived here, if we were to go into that first door, what would we see?
Gym equipment, like there was bongos in there, and there was gym equipment and bongos in there, and other like miscellaneous items.
So gym equipment, bongos, and some miscellaneous items. Is that what you were just saying, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
And was there also an opening to go into another portion of the home?
Yes, ma'am. I went into the living room.
And at the time that the defendant and your aunt lived there, can you tell us the layout of that living room?
Yes. The couch would be facing the opening of the dining room, and depending on what time, it was on another couch on the wall going to the hallway or by the door to that room.
Was there also then a dining room, a kitchen, and at the time one bedroom and one bath?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that entry point that you stated at the time, though, when your family lived there, it was a gym?
Yes.
So fast forward here a second. So here in States 19L, would this have been the area of the living room?
Yes.
However, when your family lived there, there was two couches?
Yes.
Now, in looking at this picture, where would the couches have been located? And you can actually draw if you take your finger because I know there's two different arrangements. Is that fair to say?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell us what the first arrangement?
The first one was there was a couch here and then one right here.
And then at some point, were the couches also rearranged?
Yes, ma'am.
And here, and when you make sure I get this clear on the record. So there was a couch that was in the middle of the room, and then there was a couch against the wall to the right. Is that what you just drew, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, in the second layout of couches, where would they have been?
There's a wall on that side, there was one there and still one here.
So is it fair to say that the couch in the middle stayed as is, and then there was a couch moved to the left side of the room?
Yes, ma'am.
And I know it's a little bit blurry, but if we were to keep going to, let me go back a second. If we were to keep going to the left behind this couch, would we have arrived at these 3 doors?
Yes, ma'am.
And the door right here, I've drawn which would be the one that's actually facing us, would that have been the bathroom?
Yes, ma'am.
And then again, at the time that your aunt and the defendant lived there, would there have been one bedroom in this location between those doors?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, when you would go over there, where would you sleep?
In the living room.
Where would IS sleep?
Sometimes in the living room.
And you said sometimes, so where else?
In the bedroom.
Now, when she would sleep in the bedroom, who was home?
The defendant.
So IS would sleep in the bedroom with the defendant.
Correct.
Now, let me go ahead and just ask you this, SS, and let's get it out the way.
Yes.
Was a code name used for the defendant?
Yes, ma'am.
What was that code name?
Jose.
So the person that you just described with the white shirt, the hair in the ponytail, wearing the glasses, sitting at counsel table is in fact Jose. Is that right?
Right.
And was that to protect what was happening?
Yes, ma'am.
Not because you wanted to, but IS wanted it.
Correct.
We'll get a little bit more into that. Is this the kitchen area then of 19N of the home?
Yes, ma'am.
Now we draw your attention to 19O. Was there a laundry room?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, can you kind of indicate, and you can use your finger, please, of where that laundry room would be located?
It's right around there.
So would you have to go outside of the home?
Yes, ma'am.
And you circled an area on a second yellow building. Was that yellow building turned into apartments?
Yes.
However, at the end of that apartment unit, down closer to the other side of the home, not the roadway side, there was a laundry room.
Correct.
And again, is this then showing the access to that laundry room in states 19P?
Yes, ma'am.
19Q, and 19R, and then one more in 19S. Bless you. Would that be the area then of the laundry room?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, we had just talked about the fact that you would see your sister when your aunt was not home, sleep in the bed with the defendant. Now, did you also observe other inappropriate things that the defendant did with your sister from your own eyes?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, we'll talk about the couch situation last, but tell me about first what you observed through this time frame.
Yes, ma'am. He would grope her in various areas, or like kiss her neck or her lips in like an inappropriate way.
So you would see the defendant kiss her lips, being her mouth,
Yes.
and kiss her neck.
Yes.
And then you say grope her.
Yes.
Everyone has a different definition, so what does that mean to you?
To touch inappropriately or in a sexual manner.
And when you say touch, would that be on IS?
Correct.
Would that be the defendant touching IS?
Yes, ma'am.
And where would he touch IS? We know obviously the mouth.
Yeah.
You've told me about the mouth. You've told me about the neck.
Her butt, her waist, her chest.
Now, was there a time frame that you saw anything else inappropriate between your sister and the defendant?
Yes.
And where did that occur?
In the living room.
At what we were just looking at here? In states 19L?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, not this furniture, but the furniture of your family?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So that would have been at the Yellow House off of 16th Street?
Yes.
Can you please tell us what happened?
Yes. I was on one end of the couch, sleep, and IS and the defendant were on another, having a sexual encounter, and I could hear and feel the couch move.
And so just to be clear, was it dark in the room?
Yes.
Did you ever open your eyes?
No.
Could you hear sounds?
Yes.
Could you hear sounds of more than one person?
Yes.
Could you identify who those individuals were?
Yes, ma'am.
And who were they?
The defendant and IS.
And you had stated there were 2 couches in there.
Yes.
Were they on the same couch as you, or the different couch?
It was like a different section of the couch, yes, ma'am.
And did you hear noises that were inappropriate?
Yes.
And I don't mean to be inappropriate with asking these type of questions. I just want to make sure that I understand you correctly. Would those include moans?
Yes.
That a person would make having sexual intercourse?
Yes.
And I believe you stated you felt the couch move?
Yes.
Now, were you aware prior to what happened on this particular day that something inappropriate was happening between IS and the defendant?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, in relation to the time that your sister went missing and was killed on 12/19/18, when did that situation occur that you overheard and felt?
Roughly a year before.
So if we're in December 2018, would that have been approximately December of 2017?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, would IS, besides school, your home, your father, grandparents in Georgia, and the defendant's home, would she go anywhere else?
No, ma'am.
Was your sister a creature of habit?
Yes, ma'am.
Kind of like a homebody?
Yes.
Now, the defendant, I'll ask you just briefly first. The defendant liked to communicate with you with a certain app.
Yes, ma'am.
And what app was that?
Snapchat.
And did the defendant like to talk to your sister with a certain app?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that?
Snapchat.
Did the defendant ever tell you why he liked to talk to you and IS by Snapchat?
The messages erased.
In fact, did the defendant tell you to not save your messages?
Yes, ma'am.
What was your Snapchat at the time?
I don't remember the handle exactly. Something with my name in it.
Okay. So something with your name in it?
Yeah.
Okay. And in regards to IS, did she have more than one Snapchat account?
Yes, ma'am.
And I believe those were Princess 446 and XS Iyana?
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm going to backtrack just a second. In regards to a person by the name of Kamar Humphrey,
Yes, ma'am.
are you aware who that individual is?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that a neighbor?
Yes.
And was that a neighbor that had sex with your sister?
Yes, ma'am.
And did your mom find out about it?
Yes.
And that was in earlier of 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, were you aware that that had happened?
Yes.
Did your sister tell you?
Yes.
After your mom found out about Kamar Humphrey, did your sister see Mr. Humphrey again?
No.
In fact, did Mr. Humphrey stay in the neighborhood?
No.
Can you tell us about that?
After the police report was filed, he moved away shortly after that.
Did your sister ever mention Mr. Kamar Humphrey again?
No.
Did your sister have feelings for Kamar Humphrey?
No.
However, did your sister have feelings for the defendant?
Yes.
Did your sister think that she was in love with the defendant?
Yes.
Now, in the summer of 2018, did you and your sister go and visit your grandparents in Georgia?
Yes.
Would that have been after you finished the 2017 to 2018 school year?
Yes, ma'am.
At some point, did you come back, though, to Jacksonville, Florida?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you came back, did you go to a certain birthday party?
Yes.
And whose birthday party?
My grandma, Wendy.
And is that in early July, I think July 7th?
Correct.
And is that an important time for your family to celebrate?
Yes.
And did you want to be present to that?
Yes.
And what about IS?
Yes.
And were you?
Yes.
And was IS?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, after spending some time in Georgia, did IS come and stay back at y'all's home on India Avenue?
No.
And where did she go?
My Aunt Naomi's home.
And did she stay the night there?
Yes.
And did she stay there for more than one night?
Yes.
Did you go?
Yes.
And did you stay there for more than one night?
Yes, but the second day.
Okay.
The second day.
So what do you mean by the second day?
The first night she went, I didn't go.
Okay. So initially, just make sure I understand. So initially, IS went and stayed the night at the defendant and her aunt, y'all's aunt's home by herself.
Yes.
However, you joined your sister on the second day and night.
Yes.
Now, at some point, did you learn that your sister was pregnant?
Yes.
Do you remember when you learned that she was pregnant in 2018?
Yes.
And when was that?
Late July, early August.
And at the time, would your sister have been 15?
Yes.
And would you have been 14?
Yes.
'Cause this would have been before your birthdays, right?
Correct.
And did your sister tell you who was the father of the baby?
Yes.
Who?
The defendant.
Was this upsetting?
Yes.
Was abortion ever discussed?
No.
However, in thinking about that, did the defendant provide IS some pills that can cause abortion?
Yes, ma'am.
And what were those pills?
I'm not sure the correct name, but they were green capsules.
Let me ask you something here. Let me show you really quickly. I'm showing you state's evidence 18C. Do you recognize it?
Yes.
And is this the bedroom that you shared with your sister?
Yes, ma'am.
And was the bed that we see indicated to the left, was that IS's bed?
To the left.
Left of the picture? Here, let me go here. How about that? And states 18B. Does that help?
Yeah.
Okay. Could you indicate whose bed was whose?
This one is IS, and then this one was mine.
Okay. So the bed that's closer to the window with the pink drapery, that would be IS's bed?
Yes, ma'am.
And then your bed would be closest to the entry point of your bedroom towards the right?
Yes.
Now, was something stored in the bedroom that you shared with IS?
Yes.
And were these those pills?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And were they stored in the closet in a shoebox? And I'm showing you states 18G. Were those the pills?
Yes.
And they're indicated as parsley and donquay. Do those look familiar to you?
Yes, ma'am.
And were those provided by the defendant?
Yes.
And did the defendant want IS to take these pills?
Yes, ma'am.
And then your understanding of why the defendant wanted IS to take these pills was to prevent having a pregnancy?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, in going back and talking about when you found out that your sister was pregnant, did you tell anybody?
No.
Why not?
I wanted to keep the relationship with my sister, and she said she'd eventually tell.
So were you protecting your sister?
Yes.
Did you not want to disclose this horrible secret?
Yes.
How long had you been keeping this horrible secret of IS having a sexual relationship with the defendant?
I believe it was late December of 2018.
I'm sorry. Oh, you meant that's when you finally told?
Yeah.
Do you remember how long, though, leading up to December 2018?
Since, maybe.
Let's just say about 2 years or so?
Yeah.
Okay. It's okay. You don't remember the date, do you?
No.
But it was prior to 2018?
Yes.
Okay. Because you had talked about that incident in December of 2017.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever tell anybody before December of 2018 who Jose was?
No.
Now, early December of 2018, did your family find out about IS being pregnant?
Yes, ma'am.
However, did your sisters ever tell who the dad was?
No.
Does she still continue to use various names, including Jose?
Yes.
And when I say various names, would IS use other names so nobody would find out about the defendant?
Yes, ma'am.
Had IS made the decision to keep the baby?
Yes.
Did the defendant want IS to have an abortion?
Yes.
However, was IS adamant that she was not?
Yes.
Now, did your family ask you if you knew?
Yes.
Did you tell the truth at first?
No.
Were you waiting for IS to tell?
Yes.
However, was there accusations against the defendant?
Yes.
Do you need a moment?
I'm okay.
Do you need some water?
I'm okay.
And you sure?
I'm okay.
Okay. Did your sister go to a doctor appointment and confirm the pregnancy?
Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
And take a moment.
I'm okay.
Now, on December 19th, 2018, were you at school that day?
Yes.
And did you see your sister at school?
Yes.
Did you speak with your sister outside at the picnic tables?
No.
Remember speaking to her at school?
Yes.
Have you had a chance to review any video surveillance from Terry Parker?
Some, yes.
What about any of times that you talked with your sister?
At the picnic tables.
Okay. So did you speak with her at the picnic tables?
Yes.
Okay. Are you a little bit nervous? Okay, just take your time. Were you having a serious discussion with her?
Yes.
Did your sister tell you that she was going to leave for a few weeks?
Yes.
Did you want her to leave?
No.
In fact, we're using the Christmas holiday to get her not to leave.
Yes.
And when I say leave, did you think she was only going to be gone during the Christmas holiday?
Yes.
Did school matter to your sister?
Yes.
Was she a straight A student?
Yes.
Was she already planning her college career?
Yes.
Did you expect your sister to come back?
Yes.
Where did your sister say that she was going to go?
With my grandmother.
And were you asking her not to go?
Yes.
Did you know that your sister was going to leave school that day?
Yes.
Did you know she was going to leave early?
Yes.
But again, you thought she was going to your grandmother's?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, what time does school get out?
2 o'clock.
And did you get out that day at 2?
Yes.
Best of your recollection?
Yes.
And how were you to get home that day?
The school bus.
And did you?
Yes.
Was your sister there?
No.
However, did you let your mom know?
Yeah.
Were you still hoping maybe she hadn't have done it?
Yes.
And was your mom at work?
Yes.
Did you contact her by text or by phone call or how?
Phone.
And did you let her know?
Yes, ma'am.
However, did you tell your mom that she was just going away for a couple of weeks to your grandmother's?
No.
And why not?
I wanted to protect my sister.
But did you still want to make sure she was okay?
Yes.
Now, did you try to reach your sister?
Yes.
And how did you try to reach her?
Calling and texting her.
Did she respond?
No.
Did you make it home?
Yes.
That time, was the family advised that IS had not got on the school bus with you?
Yes, ma'am.
And did people start to look at her? Look for her?
Yes, ma'am.
In fact, did you even message her to please just contact, let you know she's okay, that everything will be okay?
Yes.
Did that return call or text ever happen?
No.
Did you even tell your family at that time who Jose was?
No.
Did you still think your sister would make it back home?
Yes.
At some point, did you find out that your sister was not at your grandmother's house in Georgia?
Yes.
Is that when things started to change for you?
Yes.
And when police were called out, did a Detective Porter talk to you?
Yes.
Did you tell her the complete truth?
No.
Did you tell her the truth about who Jose was?
No.
And why? Why not?
I was protecting my sister.
And at this time, are you still only 15 years old yourself?
Yes.
Was it a lot to take in?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you help try to look for her?
Yes.
Let me ask you this. Did you ever try to talk with the defendant?
No.
And why not?
I'm scared of him.
At some point, towards the end of December, did you talk to your mom?
Yeah.
Did you tell your mom finally who Jose was?
Yes.
That it was the defendant?
Yes.
And did you ever tell then at that time that you thought, or that the defendant was the father of your sister's child?
Yes.
Now, I have shown you some items previously regarding Victoria's Secret undergarments. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And did your sister favor that brand?
Yes.
Did she have a lot of it?
Yes.
And did I show you several items that had been found at the landfill?
Yes.
And was there a couple of items that you identified that you felt were your sister's?
Yes.
I'm showing you State's Evidence 42. Just take a moment and look at it. Have you previously looked at this item?
Yes, ma'am.
And did this item look familiar to you?
Yes.
And how?
My sister.
Oh, I'm sorry. Here, I'll get up so you can talk to the microphone.
My sister had it.
Now, normally, what size was your sister?
Small or medium.
And did you look at the size of this item in States 42 when we met?
Yes.
And what size was it?
A large.
And did I ask you about that?
Yes.
And would your sister ever wear a large?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
If they didn't have her size and she really wanted it, she would size up.
Now, what about the time that she was also pregnant?
She would pull them over her stomach.
Now, I'm showing you States 44. Do you recognize States 44?
Yes, ma'am.
Did your sister have a pink bra like this from Victoria's Secret?
Yes.
Now, after the items were collected from your bedroom, were you also asked to give your DNA sample?
Yes.
And did you do that with Detective Abbott?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm just going to show you a couple of other pictures really quickly, not many, from State's Evidence 17. Now, in State's Evidence 17T, do you recognize it?
Yes.
And is this the Trout River Road residence that the defendant and your aunt lived in at the time of December 2018?
Yes.
Now, we see two vehicles. Do you recognize those vehicles?
Yes.
Can you tell me about the black vehicle first?
Yes, it was the defendant's personal car.
And is that like looks like a black Dodge type vehicle?
Yes.
Now, the other vehicle, we don't have the best look yet, but do you recognize it?
Yes.
And can you tell us about that?
It was their shared family car. It's a van.
And what color is it?
It's red.
Now, would the defendant drive both of these vehicles?
Yes.
And would the defendant, on occasion, take or pick up you and your sister from Terry Parker?
Yes.
Also, during the 2018, which would have gone into the 2019 school year, did the defendant's son from another relationship come and live with him and your aunt?
Yes.
And what was that son's name?
Jacob.
Was it Quiles' last name?
Yes.
And was he the same age as you or IS?
Yes.
And did he also go to Terry Parker High School?
Yes, ma'am.
And was there occasion that when he would take the two of you or also his son in that red van to Terry Parker High School?
Yes.
I'm just going to show you a couple other photographs here. From State's Evidence 21C, do you recognize it?
Yes.
Is this the defendant's red van?
Yes.
Just as a closer view than what we saw, obviously, sitting at the property of the defense home at the time?
Yes.
And again, is that the same red van in State's 21B?
Yes.
Now, when you would ride with the defendant, where would you normally sit at?
In the third row.
The third row?
Yes.
And what about your sister IS?
In the second row.
And would there also be a car seat for NQ?
Yes.
What row would that be?
Second row.
Would that be behind the driver or the passenger side?
Primarily behind the passenger.
Okay. Now, was your sister due in February? April of 2019. I apologize.
Yes.
Now, during this time frame of December 2018, actually other portions of 2018, but specifically December of 2018, was someone else pregnant?
Yes.
Who?
My Aunt Naomi.
So, your sister and your aunt were pregnant by the defendant at the same time?
Yes.
And did your aunt have her second child with the defendant?
Yes.
And was it a son?
Yes.
And when was he born?
I believe it's
You don't know the exact date. What about month?
February of 2019.
Which would have been 2 months before your sister was due?
Yes.
And during that time frame, did your aunt also be on bed rest?
Yes.
And would she stay in the bed during the totality of the day?
Yes.
Now, when you were looking for your sister, did you also reach out to her friends?
Yes.
Did your sister have a close-knit group of friends?
Yes.
Would that include Albertha Vey, Sabria Payton, Marie Logan, Haley Schimpert?
Yes.
And did you reach out to them?
Yes.
Had any of them heard from your sister?
No.
Were you, though, provided a potential person by the name of Brandon and like with a number and a picture?
Yes.
And I think you had talked about it with Albertha Vey?
Yes.
I'm showing you Defense Exhibit 1 that's been marked in evidence. Do you recognize it?
Yes.
Now, is this including a picture and a phone number that had been discussed between you and Albertha Vey?
Yes.
Do you know this person?
No.
Have you ever seen this person's picture before?
No.
Were you ever able to talk to this person by this phone number?
No.
No further questions, Your Honor. Police court. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thanks for being here. I just have some questions to follow up with you. I know it's late in the day, so hopefully we can get through this as quickly as possible and everybody can go home after that. But I do think it's important that we talk, and so I want to ask you these questions, so if you could give me your attention, I appreciate it. All right. I want to start with the visits that you would do at your Aunt Naomi's house. When you would go over there, it wouldn't just be you. It wouldn't just be IS. You would also go over there from time to time with all of your siblings, correct?
Occasionally, yes.
Okay. Now, sometimes you would go there just yourself to babysit and things like that, correct?
Yes.
And IS and you would go there together as well?
Yes.
And there were occasions, I think you said there was one occasion after you came back from visiting your grandmother in the summer of 2018 where IS went over there by herself.
Yes.
When you all would go over there, you said that at some point it was Johnathan Quiles who lived there, your Aunt Naomi, their daughter, NQ, and then into the 2018 school year, his son, Jacob, also lived there, correct?
Yes.
When you would visit, all of those people would be there.
Occasionally.
Was there ever a time when it was just Johnathan Quiles and no children in the house?
Yes.
Okay. When you went to Mr. Quiles' home and your Aunt Naomi's home, was that primarily the time when you would see what you would classify as inappropriate behavior between him being Johnathan Quiles and your sister IS?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see that type of behavior anywhere else except for outside of that house?
Yes.
Where else did you see it?
We would be in the car, sometimes at family events.
So at family events where other people are around, you are saying that you also saw other inappropriate behavior?
Yes.
Okay. And would that be the similar things that you described earlier, which I believe you said, and just correct me if I'm wrong, that you saw him groping her, and you described groping as grabbing her around the waist, maybe the buttocks, and then on the chest?
Close to it, yes.
Okay. And do you recall that a deposition that you gave in June of this year?
Some things, yes.
Okay. Do you remember you and I questioned you during that time period? Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. In June of 2023, just a few months ago, do you recall telling me that?
Your Honor, I would object to improper impeachment.
Sustained.
Ma'am, could you tell me, is the only areas that you ever recall him groping her in around the waist, the buttocks, or in the chest?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever at any time say anything differently than that?
The mouth?
Now, you said that you saw him kiss her on the mouth as well, correct?
Yes.
Was there anywhere else that you saw him kiss her?
On the chest, I guess, inappropriate.
On the chest, meaning on her breast area or on her neck?
Neck.
You said you saw, I think you said at one point that you recall them having sex from time to time.
Yes.
Okay. Was that something that you actually saw yourself, or was that something that you were told by your sister?
Some of them were told,
Some of them were told. Did you actually ever see IS and Johnathan Quiles having sex?
No.
Never. Now, you told us about one occasion where you said that you were on a couch, correct?
Correct.
And they were on the same couch.
Yes.
And you never opened your eyes and they were having sex on that same couch?
Yes.
Okay. How are you certain that it was Johnathan Quiles, that was that person having sex with IS?
I'm an adult, you're an adult. I'm just, as an adult now and as a child then, who have been through it myself, I know the distinct sounds of moaning and an intercourse movement.
Okay, and maybe I wasn't clear. How did you know that that was Johnathan Quiles?
I can recognize his voice.
Okay, so you heard him speaking during that time period?
No, I heard him moaning.
Heard moaning?
Yes.
You identified that moaning as having come from him?
Yes.
Now, this occasion you said was about a year or more before IS went missing, correct?
Yes.
You never told anybody about that happening, though?
No.
Okay. In fact, you never mentioned this incident in the couch until June of this year.
That I can recall, yes.
You never mentioned that to anybody in almost 4.5 years, more than 4.5 years since your sister IS went missing.
That I can recall.
Okay. That you can recall, you never mentioned that before.
Yes.
June of 2023, you decided that that's when you would reveal that information.
Yes.
Now, the sexual relationship that you've described and told this jury about, you say went on for years, maybe 2 years.
Yes.
You never mentioned that whatsoever to anybody before IS went missing, correct?
No.
You, in fact, didn't even mention it after IS went missing until more than a week later, correct?
Correct.
Almost 2 weeks after she goes missing, then you finally reveal that information.
Correct.
And if I'm not even mistaken, you were questioned by police immediately after your sister went missing, and you denied there being anything like that going on, correct?
Correct.
I know you might not recall the exact date, but was it after Christmas that you began to reveal this information that you knew about IS and Johnathan Quiles?
Maybe around that time, yes.
And do you recall a time period when your mom, Kimberly Mobley, was making every effort she could possibly make to try and find out where IS was?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember the time during that time period when she was looking and wanting IS to be on the news and broadcast about her being missing?
Yes.
Do you recall that time period that your mom was quite upset that IS was not being placed on the news and broadcast as being missing?
Yes.
Do you recall her speaking to an officer about that specifically?
Yes.
Do you also recall that immediately after that is when you decided to reveal that there was a sexual relationship between Johnathan Quiles and your sister?
Correct.
Do you recall that your mom was told that because there was no foul play going on in this case, they would not put her in the news media?
No.
Do you recall being told that because she was simply listed as a runaway, they could not put her in the news media?
I do not.
I want to talk about these code names. You stated, and I'm going to ask you about Jose, but do you recall telling me during a deposition that you would use the code name Eugene?
Not that I can recall.
Was Eugene a name that IS would use as a code name?
Yes.
Was that code name used for Johnathan Quiles?
Yes.
Okay. That code name of Eugene, is that a code name you ever told anybody about prior to June of this year? More than 4.5 years after your sister went missing?
Not that I can recall. I don't know.
You never told anybody that before June of this year?
Not that I can recall.
As to Jose, you never told anybody about Jose being Johnathan Quiles until this same time period where you decided to reveal this information, more than a week, almost 2 weeks after your sister went missing.
Correct.
All right, so that week, or almost 2 weeks, you all are searching for where IS might be, correct?
Yes.
You're contacting her friends.
Yes.
You are sending leads to friends and family and trying to get people to find out where she might be.
Yes.
But you knew the entire time that she had plans to go to your grandma's, correct?
To my grandmother, yes.
And that's your grandmother in Georgia, right?
Yes.
Okay. You knew that the day she went missing.
Yes.
She told you that in that conversation by the picnic table.
Yes.
And you told her, don't go.
Yes.
You never revealed that to anybody, that that's the conversation that you guys had until 4 months after your sister went missing. Is that correct?
That's correct.
In fact, you were asked about that conversation at the picnic table many times by police, by your family, and you said over and over again it was about nothing. Is that correct?
That's correct.
But in fact, she told you that she was going to her grandma's.
Correct.
And you didn't think that that was important enough to tell anybody for nearly 4 months. Let me ask you something. Did your mom tell you to say that Jose was Johnathan Quiles?
Absolutely not.
Were you forced to say that Jose is Johnathan Quiles?
Absolutely not.
Did you all talk about doing that because you needed there to be foul play in this case for it to get the news media involved?
Absolutely not.
You want us to believe that Jose is Johnathan Quiles. There was this sexual relationship going on for years, that IS went missing, and you never said anything about that until almost 2 weeks after she was gone. That's what you want us to believe.
Correct.
Let me ask you about Kamar Humphrey. You knew IS had been caught with the young man that lives across the street, Kamar Humphrey, correct?
Correct.
You knew who he was, but you all had never really had any kind of significant interactions.
Correct.
You didn't know that IS and Kamar Humphrey had been in a sexual relationship for months, did you?
I knew about them, yes.
So you knew that they had been in a relationship for months?
Not a relationship for months, but I knew about an encounter they had, yes.
And according to you at that time, that was just that one encounter that she got caught for, correct?
Correct.
So you did not know that there had been a sexual relationship going on for months?
I still don't know if there's a sexual relationship for months.
She didn't give you any details about that relationship at all, correct?
No.
All right, let me talk to you about some of the items that were found in a landfill. You said that your sister's size was a small.
Yes.
Maybe a medium.
Yes.
In February of 2018, it's been said that that's the time period that those underwear were purchased. Do you know that those were a gift from your aunt to your sister?
I'm not sure.
I'm sorry, you're not sure?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Do you recall that at all?
I don't recall.
In February of 2018, when those underwear were purchased, was your sister pregnant at that time?
No.
That would have been about 5 months before she got pregnant, correct?
Correct.
So her size at that time would have been a small.
Correct.
It would be abnormal to upsize to a large in February of 2018, correct?
No.
Do you upsize your underwear?
If I want it, yes.
Have you ever purchased a large underwear for IS?
No.
As a gift or anything like that?
No.
If you were going to go buy her a gift, you'd buy her a small.
I don't buy her underwear.
All right, I want to talk to you about the day that IS went missing. You brought out, the state showed you a photograph of a phone number attached to a person that you didn't really know, correct?
Correct.
Is that true that person's name was something like Brandon or Brian?
To my knowledge.
That's the name that you understood was that person on that phone number?
Yes.
Okay, and did you try to track that person down?
I believe so, yeah.
Did you actually ask Albertha to track that person down for you?
I believe so, yeah.
And was it Albertha who was making the phone calls trying to reach that person?
I believe so.
And was the reason why you were doing that because you believed IS had been in contact with that phone number?
No, I was just following up on any leads.
You were following up on any leads?
Yes.
That were related to IS being missing, correct?
Correct.
Let me ask you this. You talked about some inappropriate things you witnessed. Were any of your siblings around during those time periods?
Maybe sometimes.
Okay. Were some of Johnathan Quiles' children around during those time periods?
Yes.
Okay. So if they have never seen anything like that, you'd be the only one who could testify to that.
Your objection is speculation regarding what others have seen.
When you were around, would they also have been in the same position as you were to observe these inappropriate actions that you are saying?
Again, objection is speculation.
Overruled.
You can answer.
Not that I would know.
Would they be in the same area as you to be able to observe that?
Yes, but their sight wouldn't be on the same thing I could be looking at, so I wouldn't know.
So in this scenario that you're talking about, they could be in the same room as you, but they're not paying attention.
Correct.
Okay, so you might see it, but 3 other people could be in the room and they wouldn't see it.
They're also children.
How old? You said his son Jacob was your age or IS's age, correct? He would be there as well, correct?
Sometimes.
Okay, so if he didn't observe anything, if he's in the same position as you, you just noticed it and they didn't.
Again, objection argument.
Overruled.
You can answer.
I wouldn't know.
Just a moment. All right, I want to ask you about the pills, please. Those pills were, well, let me start back. You and your sister IS shared a bedroom, correct?
Correct.
And in that bedroom, you guys had you had 2 beds in the room that you each had your own bed, correct?
Correct.
But then you all shared a closet,
Yes.
correct?
Correct.
All right, in that closet, there was an Adidas box in the top right-hand corner of your closet that we saw a photograph of, and some Don Quay pills and parsley pills were found inside, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Were you the one to locate those pills?
No.
It was your mom who found them?
Yes.
As far as those pills, that was in April of 2019, correct? Can you recall? It wasn't immediately after IS went missing.
I can't recall around when.
That information didn't come from you though at all.
Not that I know of.
It was your mom who was searching through the room and found them.
Yes.
And that was months after, as best you can recall, months after IS went missing.
I don't know about months, but I'm not sure of the time.
And again, you never mentioned those pills being used or being given to anybody, correct? Prior to them being found by your mom.
I don't recall.
As far as how those pills arrived at your home, you don't know how they got to your house.
Don't recall. I don't know.
You do not know.
No.
So you don't know who gave those pills to, if it was your sister or wherever.
I know where they come from, yes. I don't know how they got in my house.
When you say you know where they came from, that's just based off of what your sister might have said to you, correct?
And personal experience, yes.
And again, that's not something that you provided information to police about or anything like that. That was found by your mom.
That I can recall.
Nothing further. Very brief.
Did your brothers go often to the defendant's home?
No.
Did your brothers often go to their father's home?
Not really. Well, one, but not really the other one.
And would the other one then stay with your mom?
Yes.
So is it fair to say that it was you and your sister mainly that would go to the defendant's home?
Yes.
Now, as you started to get older, did you go less, though, to the defendant's home?
Yes.
However, did IS continue to frequent the defendant's home?
Yes.
And I had also, to the defendant's older son that we talked about, I believe you said his name was Jaco.
Yes.
He didn't start living with the defendant until later on in 2018. Is that fair to say?
Yes, ma'am.
So he was not living there half of 2018 and then 2017, was he?
No.
And did IS actually have a relationship with Kamar Humphrey?
No.
Was this a very short period of time?
Yes.
That you're aware of?
Yes, ma'am.
And did your sister have sex with Kamar Humphrey to get back at the defendant?
Correct.
And when your sister was gone, you didn't believe at that time she was actually murdered, did you?
Correct.
And ultimately, you just want to protect her?
Yes.
No further questions.
Ma'am, thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
No further questions. No further witnesses for today.
You sure?
That's all we have. I know you want to do another short one, but that's all. I advise the court otherwise.
No, we're good.
Yes, sir.
We're good. Thank you, Mr. Skinner. Members of the jury, appreciate your time and attention today. We're going to obviously end at this point for the day. It's been a long week for you guys, a long week for the attorneys and the staff. Certainly want to certainly send our appreciation to you guys for what you guys have done this week. The instructions I've given you Monday throughout the rest of the week still remain in place. Do not discuss this case among yourselves or each other. Do not talk to family or friends about the case. I would anticipate this case. I suggest you stay away from any newspapers and media. Even if you watch the Jaguar game this weekend and it's on local news stations, you may see stuff on the commercials. Walk out of the room, mute the station. Just stay away from anything that would come close to that. And then we'll pick it back up on Monday. We're going to start back on 9 o'clock on Monday so we can maximize our time together. If you drove here today, the rush hour is a little bit more thick on Mondays comparatively, so just plan appropriately. You guys have been wonderful. We've had to start late once this week because of the member of the panel. It's for some other logistical issue. You guys are wonderful. Get here when you can on Monday just before 9 o'clock. I trust you guys to fulfill your obligations. I do certainly want to thank you guys, but I also want to thank the staff for their job this week. They've been tremendous as normal. They're fabulous at what they do, and they do a lot of things behind the scenes that no one else sees, but I know about, and certainly want to send my appreciation to them for what they've done this week so far. With that said, though, you guys are free to go for the rest of the day and for the weekend. We'll see you guys back Monday starting at 9 o'clock. The jury's outside our presence. I still have counsel of state defense, Mr. Quiles present. You guys may have a seat, of course. Is there anything that we need to handle today outside the jury's presence?
Not from the state's perspective, no, sir.
Not from the defense, Your Honor. One thing I wanted to mention or bring up is, has there been, I think a couple of days ago, the state mentioned the wire audio, I believe maybe Tuesday morning. Have you guys discussed that transcript issue?
We have provided that for the defense. I know it's lengthy. They were going to review it this weekend. I believe if I'll let them speak to it, but my understanding is if it tracks it accurately, I believe they're going to agree to it, but they were going to look at it this weekend.
Okay, I just wanted to bring it up. That way I didn't forget.
We just got it today, Judge, so I just wanted to, there was a disclaimer at the very top of it that I think we need to make sure it is accurate, because there's a disclaimer that specifically says that there are some issues with the accuracy, so.
But there are some issues with the accuracy?
Well, just that, I mean, literally it says the following contains many unintelligible or possibly misunderstood words due to recording quality. The audio was pulled and broken up, and the parties continuously talked over each other, drowning out many words, and voices were very garbled in places. So to me, I just want to make sure, I just don't feel comfortable saying we're very good without listening and making sure it's close to accurate.
Sure, and I think the instruction that's given, the standard instruction, does tell them to rely upon their own memory in the audio versus because the transcript's not evidence. It's not going back to them in the jury room. And so the jury instruction kind of touches on those same issues.
But then we may not have much of an issue. It's just, I think we discussed or maybe talked to the state about giving them a transcript to look at while listening.
Sure, and
that I'm not sure.
what the standard instructions allow for it.
I understand.
Okay.
If it's not accurate, then we would have things that we would picture.
If it's not accurate, it's one thing. But, well, I guess that'll have to be ferreted out if that's the position the defense takes.
That's the only reason we want to verify before we say, yes, no problem.
Of course.
That's really all it is.
No problem. Yeah, you're absolutely entitled to verify it, of course. Anything else we need to handle?
No, sir.
Do you anticipate any Williams Rule witnesses on Monday?
If we do, Judge, it'd be late in the day.
That's more of a Tuesday issue, you think?
Yeah, obviously we moved people around based upon trying to see what we can fit in, so we've got to go back and kind of see where we're at, but this is live.
Is Tuesday still a time that you think the state can rest?
Yes, sir. The longest thing that we believe is left is certainly the wire.
That's about a couple hours of a testimony.
It is 2 hours.
The wire itself is 2 hours.
Wire.
And then the witnesses around that may elongate that process.
Yes, sir. We have a brief detective before it, and then if one of those two inmates is since deceased, but so we only have one inmate that's going to testify to relay the circumstances of it and then press play. So we think that witness isn't long, but we think the wire obviously will speak for itself. It's 2 hours.
Okay. For the jury instructions, since counts 1 and 2 are so similar, it may be a good idea to combine the lesser included charges for count 1 and 2.
If the court wants to read it like that, that's not.
Yeah, I've done that before in the past. It seems to work well because they're so similar, and I would just, the only elements that would change would be, and then we could put in parentheses for the lessers the different victims' names because they're so similar, and we'll talk about category 1s and 2s and what you guys want. That's just my thought process. It certainly shortens the jury instructions, and I think I appreciate that certainly because I read it. I don't want to confuse the jury. I've been giving them 50 pages when a lot of it's kind of redundant on the same issues.
The state agrees. We're not requesting the court reads that twice, and so there's no objection. Of course, we defer to the defense. If they want it, we wouldn't object to that, but our position is that we agree with the court.
Okay, we'll deal with that. I just want to give you guys a heads up.
We'll discuss it over the weekend.
Sure. I just want to give you guys a heads up that I was thinking about it. I still want to talk about the Williams Rule instructions when that we do come to that, so we can make sure when I'm instructing the jury on what those witnesses complies with the order that I entered. I mean, I could fashion it myself. It wouldn't take long, but I just want to make sure we're on the same page for that issue.
And for this weekend, is it okay? We have multiple copies of the transcript. We're just going to leave some of our stuff here on this back table, correct?
I hear that's fine for security. I think the courtroom's pretty locked up after you guys leave, and
Just figured since we're coming back first thing at 9 a.m. and no one else is using it, I thought I'd ask though.
understood. I appreciate that. I'm sure the staff would accommodate that from a security standpoint. Is there anything you guys want me to inquire about with your client now that we're kind of halfway through? I typically do it at the end of the state's case in chief, but given the case, the ramifications. Mr. Quiles, can you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? Yes, sir. All right, sir. So we last spoke Wednesday afternoon at the conclusion of jury selection, and so obviously I take note what goes on in the courtroom. I've seen that you've taken a lot of notes. You've gone through the paperwork. I can tell that Ms. Michelle and Mr. Davis talk to each other, talk to you between witnesses about questions. It looks like you're taking notes and conferring with them. Have they done everything that you've asked them to do so far during this trial? You've been able to talk to them, and they've been able to give you legal advice in that regard? Correct. They've been able to talk to you about the questions they're going to ask, the issues they're going to try to address on cross, and bring out evidence favorable to your position? Okay. Is there anything that you want to bring to my attention? Anything else you guys want me to inquire about? No. Anything left from the state? Okay. All right. I appreciate you guys. I know it's been a long week. I'm certainly aware of that fact. Appreciate you guys' efforts on both sides, and we'll see you guys Monday morning.
Thank you.
Kind of short.